Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. I'm Monishiwi and Monishi. So apologies for the glitches at the start. The sequencing usually goes a lot smoother. I think I might well need a system upgrade. So that is your hint then to start to ramp up the super charts because I'm not paying for it. So you guys can pay for it. But no, that as an aside. Good to see you. Good to have you here. And how are you? So good to see you. Good to have you here, and how are you? Always a delight. Never take it for granted that you will turn up, but so then it is always with gratitude that you received. So you cannot wait in anticipation that people will turn up because it is a choice that you make to spend your time with us. So that choice with gratitude we receive. So thank you for turning up. Please pull up a seat and stay with us for the duration of the session. But before you pull up that seat, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. We ask for that every day for reasons that I've endlessly explained. So you all know why you should click on the like button, and a lot of you should be doing it as a matter of routine. So it's somewhat disheartening when you look across at the like button and it doesn't even anywhere mirror the viewership. So if you want to do the platform that favor, then click on that like button. And then if you want to complete that process, if you're not subscribed already, correct that immediately and right now. So click on like and subscribe. That's just that long-winded essay. So click on like and subscribe. And then, we're on a talent hunt, always looking for new voices. So why don't you be the voice of the day? I think we may already have the voice of the day, but because I think I already see a name in the studio that I don't recognize. So we may well already be have a voice of the day, but you be that voice of the day still. We're always looking for a voice of the day. So be that voice of the day by clicking on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, because we need to expand the conversation. You already know what I think broadly. You already know what Ajale Koko thinks broadly. You already know what Thomas thinks broadly. But now we want to broaden it to bring in voices that we have not yet sampled so that we can have new perspectives and new dimensions to the conversation. I think that is your expectation, and that is where you come in. So you come and lend your voice and your thoughts. It's a gentle space, as you know. We will treat you with kid gloves, especially when you're a debutant. So come join. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. I was saying that the buy the coffee thing had died a natural death, but somebody attempted to resuscitate it yesterday. So let's see if it's now regained a new life. So the thing on the screen is pinned to the comment section. It's your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. Just click on it, 3 easy steps, and away you go. So 3 easy steps and away you go. But there is this culture in the UK. There's this culture in the UK when somebody is having a party, especially an English person, they'll say, bring your own or bring a bottle. That is to say, you don't just turn up and they don't declare a wolf. They expect you to bring something to the party, usually a bottle of wine, a brandy, something. So bring your own or bring a bottle. That's the culture of partying in the UK. So we're going to do UK style session today because the news cycle is a bit Spartan. So if you are turning up on the screen, bring your own. So you bring what it is that you are looking at in the news today, because the news cycle, like I said, a bit Spartan. So a bit Spartan, but nevertheless, we still have topics to discuss. So up pops the first item on the list. So let me remove the buy the coffee thing. You guys know where it is if you want to avail. So yes, Alexander Gomez, you remember those days so well. Bring your own bottle. Bring your own bottle. So that is how the session rolls today. So we debuted this particular news yesterday, but there was no real affirmation of it. But now it is the thing that dominates the news cycle the most. Adamu finally resigns as APC chairman. Short and to the point. So it was in the realms of speculation and in the realms of gossiping yesterday, but it is now a categorical fact. Adamu finally resigns as APC chairman. So what does this mean? So we'll spend time just circling around that to see exactly what we're making of it. So we'll spend time circling around that to see exactly what we're making of it. And we're spending a bit of time because that's the biggest news to happen today. So we spend a bit of time there to see what people are making of it. Shehu Sani mentions two key moments that led to Adamu's exit as APC national chairman. You know, anytime I see the name Shehu Sani, my heart skips a beat. Because it just takes me back to when he promised us that he was coming, and he was right there at the door of the studio, and he refused to enter. You know, the guy has not apologized to me for that. Shehu Sani mentions two key moments that led to Adamu's exit as APC national chairman. So now let's now see what he is making of that. So the king is dead, long lives the king. You know, I'm sure you've heard that phraseology before. The king is dead, long lives the king. And what that metaphor speaks to is that there should never be any vacuum in power. So as soon as a king dies, immediately the king draws his or her last breath, or the queen in this instance of her, the moment that king draw their last breath, the successor immediately assumes the position, at least in a civilized space. I think we'll be looking for the Alaafin of Oyo since the last one demised about going on 2 years now. But really, by natural order, as soon as a king draws their last breath, the successor immediately assumes that position. So that metaphor applies, especially in this instance. Abubakar Kyari takes over as acting APC chairman, Omishore locked out of office. So there it is. The blade is sharp and the cut is swift. So the blade is sharp and the cut is swift. And that is usually how it happens in politics. When they take your head off in politics, it's in one swift, felt move. You know, they don't go seconds. They don't chop and chop and chop. So the blade is sharp and the cut is swift. So when they behead you in politics, your head falls. Abubakar Kyari takes over as acting APC chairman. Omishore locked out of office. So the blade is sharp and the cut is swift. So now, we're taking a departure from politics to go into lifestyle and entertainment. I'm not quite sure if this falls under the category of show business, but this is one of the biggest things that people are talking about within the Nigerian cycle today. This is one of the biggest things. This is now next headline. So I don't know any of these characters, but they're being talked about, so why don't we talk about them? Popular Nigerian punter, Killer Boy, denies mutilating his girlfriend's corpse after being accused of fetish practices. So this guy had made a confessional. Yes, it's long and winding, but what essentially this guy had made a confessional statement to say that he actually killed his girlfriend. But then, of course, when they went in to find the body of the girl, the body was dismembered and there were body parts missing. And of course, when body parts are missing within the Nigerian cycle, then we of course know where that storyline leads to. So we spend a bit of time there to find out exactly what our people are making of it. So we spend a bit of time there to find out exactly what people are making of it. But swiftly then going back to politics. So this now next headline is what has been agitating the Nigerian news cycle within the last 48 hours or so. I tried to stay away from it because I thought we've been overabounding. I thought we've been overabounding, to coin a new phrase, of the Peter Obi, they're just screeching and squealing circle, the gnashing at the teeth there. So I thought we would give that place a rest, but that place does not want to rest. And it looks as though the Tinubu space may have reignited it. PDP, did I want to pick it up from here? All right, let me pick it up from here. It's a storyline that you're all familiar with anyway. PDP, Tinubu's legal team accused of attempting to change tribunal's judgments. So it's off the back then of um of commentaries by Tinubu's legal team that if the tribunal reinterprets what is an obvious interpretation of the 25% Abuja, that might well lead the country into anarchy. So it was just a throwaway comment in the closing remarks of the Tinubu Council as the petition winds to a close, awaiting then a judgment. So it was just a throwaway comment in the summaries of the Tinubu legal team. But then, of course, that's been latched onto by the APC space, and more so the Nashas at the Tate, also known as the Obedience. So they've gone to town with this, screeching and squealing and stripping naked in the market square as is their want, screeching and squealing, gnashing at the teeth, and running naked in the market square, as we know them for. Tinubu's legal team accused of attempt to change tribunal's judgment. So we're not sure that the tribunal has come to a judgment for that judgment to be changed. So from there, we still stay with the same storyline. So that was the PDP. Here is the Labour Party now, the Nashas at the Tate. Labour Party to Tinubu, your lawful removal from office will not cause anarchy. So you can bet they will do chapter and verse on this, and their usual watering hole. This will give them a new energy. So this will give them a new energy. So now this is our next headline. I'm going to read it in sequence with the Adamu removal headline because it allies with that more. It allies with that more. APC chairman, why Southeast should produce Adamu's replacement, Osita Chidoka. So Osita Chidoka, so he comes into that space, and also there was commentaries being run by Reno Omokri. There was commentaries being run rather by Reno Omokri along the same line that the vacuum then. In fact, I'll try and see if I can get that Reno piece as well, because that probably explains it more. You know, Reno very elegant with language, so he's able to elucidate in more poetic prose flow. More a poetic prose flow. So a poetic prose flow, but a man that is not known for poetry, more known for brandy. So everywhere I'd appeared on social media, I'd always insisted that the portfolio to go to Wike is not going to be a ministerial position. It's going to be a Niger Delta specialism. And I think he's handing in his CV for that space. NDDC is cash cow, needs review. Wike tells Tinubu. So I'm stating it here now so that when it happens, I can claim that I told you so, and I can claim to be a soothsayer and a prophet. The NDDC portfolio or the Niger Delta space is what Tinubu is going to give to Wike, because he needs a strong man there to go and clean it up. And Wike already indicating that that is what he wants. NDDC is cash cow, needs review. Wike tells Tinubu. So we look at that as well. So a rich harvest. When is it never not a rich harvest? So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join us on the studio, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, along with the $sign that at the bottom of the comment section. Those are all opportunities to take towards the platform. So do all those, but especially the like and subscribe, and very strongly the invitation to come and join us on the screen. So do all those. So as you set about those, let me take another micro musical intermission. And then when we come back, I'll launch. I'm not going to go, I will launch straight into the throes of it. But first, you know where we're going, of course. Egbe Elemo, the Keguides. The Keguides.
Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Papa, you don't come. Oh. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Labour guys. I'm not quite sure why that looked back on itself, but Eleko Onum, and I'm not quite sure. The Gremlin seems to be working on the intro phases, but Eleko Onum Muinio, so the pop sellers of the skies, of the heavens, don't move yet. Akuko Onumeiko, the cockerels of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku Koniriwagweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Can you imagine a prayer more important than that? Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So there it is, right there. Iku Koniriwagweshe. So Iku Koniriwagweshe, as guys, I bring you this. Short and to the point, Adamu finally resigns as APC chairman. So this was long coming. Senator Abdullahi Adamu, the All Progressive Congress APC national chairman, has finally resigned from the position. Senator Abubakar Kyari, the national deputy chairman North, said Kyari told newsmen at the end of the National Working Committee meeting of the party in Abuja on Monday that the National Secretary, Iyiola Omishore, had also resigned. He said that the meeting was attended by 17 members of the National Working Committee, with only Mr. Felix Moka, the party's National Publicity Secretary, and the women leader, Dr. Betta Edu, absent with permission. It is now incumbent on my humble self, Senator Abubakar Kyari, as the Deputy National Chairman North, to assume the office of the acting National Chairman of the APC. And subsequently also, the National Secretary, Barrister Festus Funtar, will now assume the office of the acting National Secretary of the APC, he said. Kyari said the reason behind Adamu's resignation will be communicated to the public at a later date. He added that the party's National Caucus and the National Executive Committee NEC meetings, earlier slated between July 18 and July the 19th, had been postponed, saying a new date will be announced later. The news agency of Nigeria reports that for months now, the APC National Vice Chairman Northwest, Dr. Saliu Lukman, had consistently accused Adamu and Omishore of mismanaging the party. He also he also alleged that they failed to give proper account of the party's finances as well as abuse of office. Lukman was a former Director General of the Progressive Governors, an umbrella body of the governors elected on the APC platform. Adamu was elected as APC National Chairman in March 2022. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. This comes as no surprise, of course, because as early as yesterday, the rumor started to fill into the news cycle that this guy was about to step down. And it looks as though he has stepped down. But did he step down or was he stepped down is the question. Because they said a lot of pressure was mounted on him by especially Nuhu Ribadu and Governor, what's his name? The Fulani maid, whatever his name, Hope Uzodinma, to step down. So it looks as though he may well have been forced down. But should he even have tarried long enough to have been forced down? So that's the thing. So should he have tarried in that post? Because I was saying just as early as yesterday that this guy should really have left with Buhari because to all intents and purposes, Abdullahi Adamu was a Buhari project. He was put in to try and stop Tinubu from getting that ticket. But then events had superseded that, and that plan had not worked. And then he also tried to foist Ahmed Lawan on the party. So all of that are indicators that he should have stepped down. So why did he have to be disgraced out of office is the thing. But there it is. He's been forced to step down, fall on his sword. But what are the reasons for this? Senator Shehu Sani speculates. Shehu Sani mentions two key moments that led to Adamu's exit as APC national chairman. So then let's now see what he has to say. Former Senator Shehu Sani, who represented Kaduna Central at the 8th National Assembly, has highlighted the two major offenses that led to the unceremonious exit of Senator Abdullahi Adamu as the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC. Sani said the moment Adamu announced the Senate President, Ahmed Lawan, as the consensus candidate for the APC, and was, let's take that again. Sani said the moment Adamu announced former Senate President Ahmed Lawan as the consensus candidate for the APC days, I don't know what the days are doing there, and was left stranded by President Buhari before the national convention. So yes, you know, oh yeah, that's and doing the welcome super chat. So I am keen for other people to be joining in that to highlight your super chat before we carry on. If this thing will let me, okay, where are we? Hold on one moment. But would not have announced Ahmed Lawan as the consensus candidate for the APC without the tacit, even the implicit consent of Buhari. So now, Sani is saying, he said that the moment Adamu announced former Senate President Ahmed Lawan as the I'm not sure how much of that you got. I was whittling away and I suddenly found that I was off the screen. I was just prattling on. So let me re-prattle then since my previous prattling seems to have been gazumped by the system. So let me prattle again then. Yes. Definitely a system upgrade is needed without a doubt. Shehu Sani mentions two key moments that led to Adamu's exit as APC national chairman. Former Senator Shehu Sani, who represented Kaduna Central at the 8th National Assembly, has highlighted the two major offenses that led to the unceremonious exit of Senator Abdullahi Adamu as the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC. Sani said the moment Adamu announced former Senate President Ahmed Lawan as the consensus candidate for the APC and was left stranded by former President Muhammadu Buhari before the National Convention in 2022. He said the second moment was Adamu being left unaware of the approved list of principal officers of the 10th National Assembly. So you see, this moment right here, this is the moment that he should have stepped down. So if the party is making major decisions and they are not carrying him along, and you don't get more major a decision than to determine who occupies what positions in the parliament. So if the party is making major decisions without carrying him along, that is to tell him that the party has no confidence in him, and that was the moment he should have resigned. So well spotted by Shehu Sani. He stated this on Monday, July the 17th via his verified Twitter handle at Shehu Sani, adding that those two moments showed that Adamu was walking a tightrope. So yes, from the moment he announced Lawan as the ruling party's consensus candidate and was left stranded by Buhari to the moment he was kept in the dark on the approved list of principal officers of the National Assembly, I knew that Adamu will thread the path of Adams. So there it is, the path of Adams Oshiomhole. So let's go to this one. Seven controversy highlights of Adamu's tenure as APC national chairman. So let's have a look at this. Correspondents earlier reported that the tenure of Senator Adamu Abdullahi as the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC was not short of drama and controversy. So where are those seven things then? Is he expecting me to click on something? What's going on here? What's going on here? Right. Okay. Well, that doesn't really offer you that much. So that doesn't offer you that much. So let's go swiftly onto this one. Abubakar Kyari takes over as acting chairman. Omishore locked out of office. So we are already aware that Abubakar Kyari takes over, but let's now see what's locked Omishore out of office. Abubakar Kyari has assumed the role of the acting national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC in an emergency meeting of the party's National Working Committee, in which Iyiola Omishore, the national secretary of the party, was shockingly shut out. Mr. Kyari was the deputy national chairman North until Monday. The meeting hurriedly. I wonder how much. Of course, I'm saying I wonder how much of this Tinubu knew, but then of course Tinubu would know. We cannot not know. So he just runs away to Kenya as they stab Adamu in the back. The meeting was hurriedly convened at the party's national secretariat in Abuja on Monday after Abdullahi Adamu's reported unceremonious resignation as the national chairman. Mr. Omishore quickly exited the secretariat's premises after telling journalists he was unaware of Mr. Adamu's resignation. He said he will visit the former Nasarawa governor to understand the situation. Mr. Kyari's Mr. Kerry's meeting had Deputy National Chairman South, Emma Enekwo, National Vice Chairman Northwest Salihu Lukman, National Vice Chairman Northeast Salihu Mustafa, and National is there not a South? Well, all the national whatever. So there it is. So that there is that space. So still staying with that storyline. So now, what is his name? Abubakar Kyari. He's acting in an acting capacity. Just to label that metaphor, is acting in an acting capacity. So there's still the vacancy for a substantive chairman for the APC party, and a lot of arguments. Let me actually see if I can. Let me see if I can dig out Renault's Renault or give chairmanship to the southeast. I saw it earlier, but let me see if I can quickly pick it up. If not, then we'll go with what we have. But I thought Renault wrote an excellent piece on it. So let's see if we can find that. Bear with me. I think I may have it. He actually said it on Instagram, but let me see. Because about to read. So let's take it from Bruno. The APC missed a golden opportunity to reduce the tension in the southeast and bring that geopolitical zone into the mainstream by failing to replace their national chairman with someone from the southeast. Part of why there is so much unrest in the southeast is because they feel unrepresented in the national power structure. The president is from the southwest, his vice from the northeast, the Senate president from the south-south, while the Speaker of the House of Representatives is from the northwest. The Chief Justice of Nigeria is from the southwest, whereas the President of the Court of Appeal is from the north-central. Where does that leave the southeast? Completely naked politically at the federal level. The imbalance is suffocating. No zone will accept what the Southeast is expected to accept, and the APC ought to have used this vacancy to placate the Southeast and prove to them that Buhari's dot in a circle philosophy went with him. So that was how Reynolds saw it. But let's now go to a senior voice in the Southeast to see what he's making of it. Osita Chidoka. Let's see what Osita Chidoka is making of it. It says, APC chairman, why Southeast should produce Adamu's replacement, Osita Chidoka. You know what a name, Osita Chidoka. So there it is. A former Minister of Aviation, Osita Chidoka, has urged the All Progressive Congress APC to zone its national chairmanship position to the southeast to ensure inclusive representation. Chidoka said the resignation of the APC national chairman and secretary has paved the way for the party to reorganize its leadership. Correspondence reports that Adamu, the APC chairman, tendered his resignation letter Sunday night. However, the Deputy National Chairman North, Senator Abubakar Kyari, has taken over the affairs of the party. In a statement on his verified Twitter handle on Monday, Chidoka said even though not a member of the APC and ordinarily should not comment on its internal matters, its actions have serious implications for national unity and well-being. And you would imagine that Chidoka will be an obedient, of course, not to stereotype or anything. He said that the nation's unity could only be built on deliberate, inclusive policies, advising President Tinubu that it is time to rise above petty politics and renew the idea of Nigeria. He wrote, the APC national chairman and secretary resigned today, paving the way for the party to reorganize its leadership. I am not a member of the APC and ordinarily should not comment on its internal matters. However, as a current ruling party, its actions have serious implications for national unity and well-being. As a Nigerian patriot student, a student of our national history and proponent of intentional national rebirth, I recommend that the APC zone the national chairmanship to the Southeast to ensure inclusive representation. So let me pause there for a moment because let me pause there for a moment. I have to say that I concur. Because Rena explained it excellently. Tinubu Southwest, whatever Shetima Northeast, and then the Senate South, the Speaker Northwest, the Chief Justice Southwest, and then the Court of Appeal North Central. So where is the Southeast? So where is the Southeast in Nigeria? This is really where the thing is, and this is really and so this opportunity opens again, but they never really seize the moment because of course they are removing Adamu as a northerner, so they would not want to replace him with a southerner in order not to have people crying foul. So almost certainly this carry now acting will probably be substantive. As a Nigerian patriot, student of our national history and proponent of intentional national rebirth, I recommend that the APC zone the national chairmanship to the Southeast to ensure inclusive representation. Some will say the Southeast did not vote for the party and President Tinubu. My answer will be that the Southwest did not vote for MPN when Chief Akinloye was powerful. Let me take that again. Some will say the Southeast did not vote for the party and President Tinubu. My answer would be that the Southwest did not vote for NPN when Chief Akinloye was the powerful chairman of NPN. Also, the Southwest did not vote for the PDP when President Obasanjo was nominated and elected president of Nigeria. Our national unity can only be built on deliberate inclusive policies. The resignation of the APC chairman presents an opportunity for the party to reaffirm its national credentials and depart from its inglorious past of naked nepotism and gross insensitivity to our national consensus by zoning the position of national chairman to the Southeast. Mr. President, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the time to rise above petty politics and renew the idea of Nigeria is now. A Southeast national chairman for the APC will be a step in the right direction. So excellently put, and I concur with that chappie. So I concur with the chap, whatever his name is, Osita Chidoka. So I concur with the chappie. So I concur with the chap, but I don't concur with this now next character. So I'm picking this storyline up halfway through. So let me give you the backdrop to it. This is an element that calls himself Killer Boy. So he's one of these popping, hopping, hips majawing sort of, you know the usual Instagram elements. So he's gone and killed his girlfriend and he's now made a confessional statement. But then when they found the body of the girl, they found body parts missing. So that is the story up to this point. Popular Nigerian punter, Killer Boy, denies mutilating his girlfriend's corpse after being accused of fetish practices. So this is the human interest storyline for this session. Popular Nigerian punter Killer Boy, who confessed to killing his actually there's a link to that confession. So let me actually let me pick it up from the beginning. So let me pick it up from the confession. So let's pick it up from the confession, then we go to the fallout. A popular Nigerian punter, Killer Boy, confesses to killing his girlfriend on social media 2 years after he was arrested for internet fraud by EFCC. A popular Nigerian punter, Killer Boy, I don't know quite what a punter means in Nigeria. A punter is somebody that places a bet or chances his hand. A popular Nigerian punter, Killer Boy, has confessed to killing his girlfriend, identified as Augusta or Osedion, on social media 2 years after he was arrested for internet fraud by EFCC. The punter, who goes by the name Killer Boy on social media, revealed that he mistakenly stabbed. How do you mistakenly stab somebody? He mistakenly stabbed his girlfriend after they got into an argument. She was reportedly missing 4 days until her mother went to Killer Boy's house at Oral Estate in Okota area of Lagos State to look for her. Prior to Augusta missing, her mother had tried to reconcile her and her boyfriend over an issue they had. Killer Boy, who cried about messing up his life at 26, in Insta story post he shared, promised to ensure his late girlfriend gets justice as he can't live with the guilt. He, however, disclosed that he ran away after killing her out of fear. He further shared a message he sent to his late girlfriend's mother. Eyewitnesses are claiming that police who gained access to his apartment through the fence found his girlfriend's corpse mutilated. It was alleged that her vital organs were missing. Her car was recovered at the scene. Right. Killer Boy was arrested by EFCC operatives in 2021 after using a stolen card to carry out 150 million naira. How do you use a stolen card to carry out 150 million naira worth of transaction? I don't know, because most cards have a limit, or I don't know quite if those limitations apply in Nigeria. Killer Boy, who was arrested by EFCC operatives in 2021 after using a stolen card to carry out 150 million naira POS transactions. He was traced to his hotel in Umahia and couldn't escape at the time. So there he is making the confession. He says, so this is him on Insta story. He says, I want no sympathy. I want no pity. I am truly down and broken from what has happened, and I deserve nothing but death. Yes, yes, I truly do. I want to for her soul to rest in peace. I will turn myself in, I promise, and she will get justice. So this is the guy now making that confessional statement. It says, it doesn't give us the fullness of it. Yes, I got into an argument with my girlfriend Osta at XXO, which fight I mistakenly stabbed her and ran away out of fear and been suicidal since then. So if you are being suicidal, then you should have probably done what you should have done if you've killed somebody. I intended to end my life now because I have lost the one I cherish so much. I want to do the right thing and turn myself in. I will gladly die by paying with my life now. I have failed myself. I have failed my mom. He has failed himself, that is. He has failed his mom and he has failed his family. Oh Lord, I can't believe this. I can't live. So that should be live, Live, but he spelled it Leave. I'm a stickler for language. I can't live with this guilt. I am going crazy. Nothing to. Anyway, he made a confessional statement in a rather poor grammar. But the fact that he harvested her vital organs was something he left out of that confessional statement. But that's not been picked up. Popular Nigerian punter Killer Boy denies mutilating his girlfriend's corpse after being accused of fetish practices. Popular Nigerian punter Killer Boy, who confessed to killing his girlfriend July the 17th, has denied claims of mutilating the girl's corpse after being accused of using sports and crypto trades as cover for alleged fetish practices. Okay, I guess that is where the punter comes in. Is a sports better. I did say, yes. In tweets he shared after reports of him confessing to the killing went viral. He stated that everything happened due to toxicity, pain, betrayal, and cheating. Killer Boy, who changed his Twitter handle after allegedly carrying out the act, revealed that he and his late girlfriend Augusta got into a fight over an issue he wouldn't want to disclose in public to protect her image. So already telling you that is over an issue he doesn't want to disclose in public, that is to say cheating sort of a thing. He revealed that she stabbed him first before he did the same to her. Killer Boy said he deeply regrets what he did and will accept the death penalty. He confirmed that he had contacted Augusta's family. So there it is. So he's harvested organs as well in the process, but there it is. So there it is. Let's go on to this one quickly, moving on from there. Tinubu's legal team accused of attempts to change tribunal's judgment. The People's Democratic PTB, if I'm starting to stumble over my words, that is to tell you that I'm purged. So a bit of water. The People's Democratic Party PDP has voiced concerns over what it perceives as an attempt by President Bola Tinubu's legal team to influence the judiciary. The claim was made in response to the legal team's written address to the presidential presidential election petition court. The National Publicity Secretary of the PDP, Honorable Debo Ologunagba, made the claim in a statement in Abuja on Monday. He described the content of the address by the legal team, which represents the All Progressive Congress APC and the president, as a calculated effort to unsettle the judiciary, he said. The PDP asserts that the threat contained in the written address by lawyers to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the All Progressive Congress APC to the Presidential Election Petition Court is a preemptive move to intimidate the judiciary. The statement by the lawyers in the said written address threatening crisis and anarchy in the country in the event of the court ruling that their client did not meet the constitutionally required 25% votes in the Federal Capital Territory FCT is subversive, an affront to democratic order, an assault on the corporate existence of the country, of the nation. It is alarming and disturbing that the APC externalized to the public their final written address in which they also threatened national peace if the court upholds the clear provision of Section 134 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended with regards to the mandatory and statutory requirements for which a candidate in a presidential election can be declared winner. So I think we've circled around this particular storyline so many times. The vexatious Abuja 25%, we have circled around that storyline so many times. You remember when the obedience will come here, they'll say, and discuss it, 230 and Abuja. You remember how they like to over enunciate that. They say 25% and Abuja. Look, Femi Falana had addressed these matters years ago that are, to all intents and purposes, the constitution of the Nigerian state deems and views Abuja as one of the sovereign states of Nigeria. because Abuja kind of have a status higher than any of the sovereign states, because that would then make the indigenes of Abuja more Nigerian than every other Nigerian, and that cannot be the case. So that settles that. So there's no constitutional requirement that isolates Abuja, especially as a requirement for 25%. It doesn't hold to logic. Oh, I hope I've not deleted it. I had this clip of this rather wayward woman from the north speaking to that. I hope I have not deleted it. Oh, I hope I have not. Oh, I think I have. Oh, what a shame. I was just doing house cleaning just a couple of days ago. Yes, that was the Zainab Ahmed talking about that 25% space. But no, it's ludicrous somewhat. And by the way, there's still plenty of spaces in the on the studio. So we have to have a conversation. If you want a conversation to take place, then you have to come join us on the screens. Otherwise, we just read that, we just read and leave, don't we? So yes, that's the hyperlink. If you want to come and join us, then please do. So yes, it says the statement by the lawyers in the said written address threatening crisis and anarchy in the country in the event of the court ruling that their client did not meet the constitutionally required 25% votes in the Federal Capital Territory FCT is subversive, an affront to democratic order, and assault on the corporate existence of the nation. It is alarming and disturbing that the APC externalized to the public their final written address in which they also threatened national peace if the court upholds the clear provisions of Section 134 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria with regards to the mandatory and statutory requirements for which a candidate in a presidential election can be declared the winner. So let's pause for a moment. I'm a bit reticent to go there, but let's pause for a moment. Let's say that, let's humor that logic and let's see how it flows. Let's humor the logic that the Constitution stipulates that you cannot be president of Nigeria unless you get 25% in Abuja. Let's now say somebody wins overwhelmingly in all of the 36 states, but it doesn't win in Abuja, it doesn't get the 25% in Abuja. What happens then? Let's say somebody gets 80% of the votes in all of the 36 states, but it doesn't get 25% in Abuja. What happens then? They cancel that election and they rerun it, and the person does exactly the same thing. So what happens then? So it's just it doesn't cohere with logic or reason, does it? But then, of course, anything coming from the obedience space rarely ever coheres with logic or reason. The threats, either through counsel or officials of the APC, are calculated to intimidate and harass the judiciary and indeed Nigerians. The PDP holds that the clear intent of the APC is to blackmail the court and emasculate the independence of the judiciary to discharge its duties in accordance with the dictates of the law. This action is ostensibly to set the stage to orchestrate violent crises in various parts of the country with the intention to further blackmail the PEPC. We ask, why is the APC externalizing their final written address to the public? Is the APC being preemptive and now seeking to heighten tension, subvert the judicial process, and trigger anarchy, having realized the weakness of their case before the PEPC? The PDP, however, cautions and emphasizes that Nigeria is a country of rule of law. The statutory requirement for a winner in a presidential election, as provided by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Electoral Act 2022, are clear and unambiguous. The APC must therefore respect the provisions of the law and allow the judiciary to discharge its duties independently without threats, intimidation, and coercion. That should be or coercion. Contrary to the doomsday claims of the APC and its lawyers, upholding the provisions of the Constitution and the laws at this point will rather promote peace and stability in the polity, deepen our democracy, and engender confidence in the institution of the judiciary. The PDP calls on Nigerians to remain calm, at alert, and hopeful in the ability of the judiciary to dispense justice accordingly. So, the ugliness of that space, I just want it to be over. So let's just take a quick sample of the Labour Party take on that space. And then I'll do one more readout after that, and then I'll come into the room. So we want to document what Wike is up to as well. So this is the Labour Party. So it'll be preening and peacocking and gnashing at the teeth, wouldn't it? Labour Party to Tinubu, your lawful removal from office won't cause anarchy. So let's have it, the gnashers of the teeth. The Labour Party has said, contrary to the veiled threat to the judiciary by President Bola Tinubu and his legal team, wherein they allegedly want the Presidential Election Petition Court against applying the 25% of lawful votes cast in the Federal Capital Territory requirement as provided for in our laws, because doing so could lead to anarchy, the nation will be better for it. Acting National Publicity Secretary of the party, Obiora Ifo, said this in a statement he signed in Abuja on Monday. He said, the Labour Party has taken note of the news making the rounds, purportedly from the leader of the All Progressive Congress. You see, this is what irritates people from this is what irritates people about the Labour Party. You know, they don't let fact or truth get in the way of a good story. You know, I mean, this is something that is in the public space, by the way. So I'm not quite sure why they're lying. This is something that is in the public space. So what this is just the thing. This is what damns them the most. So listen to this. Before you listen to this, of course, the vexatious submission that has led to all of this was in a written document. It's in a written address by the APC / Tinubu Shettima legal team that are misapplying or misinterpreting the 25% Abuja could lead to a somewhat of an anarchic situation. So that was in the address of the legal team as part of their final submissions for their case. So we all know that. But listen to what the Labour Party is saying. He said, the Labour Party has taken note of the news making the rounds, purportedly from the leader of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, wherein he allegedly wants the Presidential Election Petition Court that interpreted. So it's not from Tinubu, is it? Because I don't think Tinubu is micromanaging. I don't think Tinubu is wording legal documents for SANs that are representing him. So I don't know why they do this. This is why people tire of these people. We just want them out of the way, you know. And this is it. So when I say they are gnashers at the teethers, gnashers of the teeth, they're just like zoo creatures. He said, the Labour Party has taken note of the news making the round purportedly from the leader of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, where he allegedly wants the Presidential Election Petition Court that interpreting the law as provided for in the Constitution on the 25% of lawful votes cast in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, could lead to absurdity, chaos, anarchy, and alteration of the very intention of the legislature, or that should be legislation. And this is in quotation marks, by the way. So if they put something in, so I'll highlight it just so you could see. If you put something in quotation marks, then you are indicating that you are quoting verbatim. You are quoting verbatim, which is to say that you are quoting word for word. So they are quoting verbatim what did not even emanate from the person in the first instance. That's one. And what they are quoting is a total, there is nothing like what they are putting quotation marks to in any of the submissions by the legal team. So just a bunch of nonsensical people. We are worried that the statement which formed part of his submission and was contained in his final written address against the Labour Party's petition pending at the tribunal and meant to be in the exclusive custody of the court was leaked to the media. So who leaked it to the media is the thing. That's really where the wider question is. Having said that, the Labour Party thinks that the statement was unnecessary. Having said that, the Labour Party thinks that the statement was unnecessary since the matter is already before the court, and going ahead to pontificate on it could be construed as interference in the duties and responsibilities of the judiciary. You know, in Yoruba land, we have, we have a lot of idioms in Yoruba land. We have a lot of idioms in Yoruba land, but the idiomatic expression that seems to come to mind regarding this sort of going on. In Yoruba land, we say "Entogba diye otoshi, ogbe talaroka." Entogbe adiye otoshi, ogbe talaroka. That always pops to mind whenever you are dealing with the Labour Party space. It says, having said that, the Labour Party thinks that the statement was unnecessary since the matter is already before the court, and going ahead to pontificate on it could be construed as interference in the duties and responsibilities of the judiciary. The truth of the matter is that there are no sentiments when it comes to matters of law. The law is the law, and once the law has stipulated the manner and how a matter must be carried out, it must follow that pattern. If the law has stated that the requirements that a presidential candidate must meet before he can be declared, there is no shortcut to it. Therefore, if the Constitution, which is the ground, it says ground norm. It's not ground norm. It's ground norm. It's not ground. It's just unbelievable. I wonder where I wonder what level they dig these people out of. It's not ground norm. It's ground norm. Good God Almighty. Therefore, if the Constitution, which is the ground norm according to them, but ground norm in proper English, if the Constitution, which is the ground norm of the law of the law in Nigeria, has stated clearly that you must score at least 25% in the FCT before the president can be declared, anything short of that cannot remedy it. The Labour Party spokesman further said, "It is on this note that we request that caution must be applied by the camp of the APC in its subtle but very clear pressure believed." The Labour Party spokesman further said, "It is on this note that we request that caution must be applied by the camp of the APC in its subtle but very clear pressure believed is being mounted on the judiciary to see the developments from its lens." But then, of course, I wonder where they get these people from. I wonder where they get these people from. Look at this, I highlighted to you. It's just a gift that just keeps on giving in terms of nonsensity. Listen to this. It says, the Labour Party spokesman further said, "It is on this note that we request that caution must be applied by the camp of the APC in its subtle but very clear pressure believed." So that part is fine. Is being believed is being mounted on the judiciary to see the developments from its lens. So is that not the very essence of advocacy? But correct me if I'm wrong. Is that not the essence of advocacy? What do you think the lawyers are doing? Is that not to push the court to see matters through their lens? Did these people not get the memo? We insist that no amount of threat from the APC on the judges in the tribunal can change the processes and requirements that the law has put in place. It must be followed, and that is the position of the Labour Party. We recall very clearly a mild but stern threat during the Democracy Day speech made by the APC-led administration, where it stated emphatically that it has become imperative to state here that the unnecessary illegal orders used to truncate or abridge democracy will no longer be tolerated. So, what's been read into that? I wonder what's been read. Where are they? It says, yeah. So what's wrong with that? We note then that the warning appeared threatening enough as it sounded more totalitarian, but today we are confronted with a sterner approach to whipping the judiciary into a pathway. A development, if allowed to go unchallenged, will spell the doom of the nation. Everything spells doom for the nation according to the obedience space. If somebody sneezes the wrong way, it spells doom for the nation. Um, we see in that statement a call on the armies of the APC to awaken to their sworn vow to return to the trenches, just the way they unleashed terror on our supporters during the February election. The same folks that perpetrated absurdity, chaos, and anarchy. So apparently, what the lawyers were doing, if you are to read and interpret, apparently what the lawyers are doing is they are sending subliminal messagings to MC Oluomo. So this is what oh my goodness me. My goodness me. The same talks that perpetrated absurdity, chaos, and anarchy, and who were used to alter the will of Nigerians, are still very present and willing to do the will of their paymaster. Mama Chinedu, if you are not voting for APC, don't come out. Let me assure the APC and their leaders that if there were no absurdity, chaos, and anarchy when they forced their way into power, Nigeria will still witness peace when they are eventually evicted from power. So there it is, the usual nonsense from the usual quarters. The usual nonsense from the usual quarters. So now this now the final readout. Then we'll see then who is available to take it on. So yes, I've always anticipated that Wike is going to get the NDDC space. NDDC is a cash cow, needs review. Wike to Tinubu. Former governor of Rivers State, Yemson Wike, has described the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, as a cash cow organization that needs to be reviewed. Wike stated this while speaking at the groundbreaking ceremony of Governor Fabura's 195 billion naira Port Harcourt Ring Road. 50 kilo. My goodness me! Some of these figures are eye popping. I hope the level of the project is commensurate with the spend. I don't even think they spent this much on the Lagos Ibadan Expressway. 195 billion naira ring road, a 50.1 kilometer project in Port Harcourt on Monday. The dual carriage road project to be executed by Julius Berger spans 6 local government areas with 6 flyovers and 1 river crossing bridge to be completed within 36 weeks. He said, ordinarily, this project we are doing is meant to be done by the NDDC if it was a development commission. Unfortunately, what we have is Niger Delta cash cow. Unfortunately, it is a cash cow. It is not a developmental commission. Please change the phrase Niger Delta. Please change the phrase to Niger Delta cash cow. All they do is that they go to a primary school stating that they're doing a 6-class block, which nobody asked them to do. Everyone wants to be a chairman of NDDC, minister of NDDC, all because of cash cow. I believe our president will change what we used to have as a cash cow to bring development to the Niger Delta. I have never seen a region that hates itself like our region. I have never seen that. Addressing Fubara, Wike said, let me advise you, this good thing you are today. So Wike needs now to step back from that River State space because he cannot continue to be overloading this guy. So he needs to find now where he's going to be getting his. We know that Wike is an attention junkie. He needs to be in the spotlight, but he needs now to go and find that spotlight outside of River State. Very quickly, otherwise he's going to clash with this guy. Everybody wants to be chairman of NDDC, minister of NDDC, all because of cash cow. I believe our president would change what we used to have as cash cow to bring development to Niger Delta. I have never seen a region that hates itself like our region. I've never seen that. Addressing Fubara, Wike said, let me advise you, this good thing you are today attracts envy, attracts gang up against you. You will see a lot of gang ups against you amongst your peers, particularly in your region. Instead of them to appreciate, they will be asking, what is it trying to show? Just like his predecessor did. Don't bother about those things. What you must bother about is what good you will do for your people. The former governor bragged that no sitting governor could match Fubara in landmark projects delivery under the current leadership dispensation in Nigeria. He said, in 2007, 2008, one man was governor. At a time, in a month, we got 100 billion naira. I was chief of staff. We put 100 billion naira in First Bank that we were going to do this road. Up till today, there is no ring road. But today, a man 1 month in office has awarded a project of 195 billion naira and has paid 150 billion. So, River State is stupendously rich. This is what we're saying because it's an all derivative state, of course. And you know, we all say Lagos, Lagos, the place that should be glistening like a beacon within the Nigerian firmament is that Niger Delta space. So rich, so rich. But then, of course, you know, yes, and why it's not doing that is what Wike says here. It says, Wike said, in 2007, 2008, one man was governor. At a time, in a month, we got 100 billion naira. So that was actually how much they were getting under, of course, Rotimi Amechi. I was chief of staff. We put 100 billion naira in First Bank that we're going to do this road. Up till today, there is no ring road. But today, a man 1 month in office has awarded a project of 195 billion naira and has paid 150 billion. So talk about mobilization fee. That's quite a chunk. I challenge any state, any governor today that will say he has the chest, the capacity to engage a reputable company like Julius Berger to award 195 billion naira single contract and pay 150. When he, Fubara, will show you 100 days, Nigerians will be shocked. So that's Wike then canvassing for the Niger Delta job. So that's Wike canvassing for the Niger Delta job. Hopefully, it's not going to be a shortish session. We've got Thomas, we've got World Peace, and then we've got Dewale. So let's kick it off. Actually, let me kick it off with Dewale, and then we see how it goes. So let's kick it off with you, Dewale, if you're ready. If you're not, whoever is ready should indicate.
One more. Let's go to Thomas. I'll join you. I will come back.
I can hear you munching on something there. What are you eating? Look at this man. All right. So who's ready? Whoever is ready indicates to me, and then we go with you. Thomas, are you ready or what, please?
I'm here, one man. Can you hear me? Well, can you hear me?
All right. Let me take you then to the Adamu space. Adamu finally.
Hello, is this my sister that is breaking or is yours?
Dewale, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? What's going on? Can anyone?
I can hear you, oh man.
Yeah, I can't hear World Peace anymore. What's going on?
I can
Shall we
hear.
just
I can,
wrap?
wait, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you and everybody else. Let's try Thomas. Thomas, are you there? I'm not sure if we're able to proceed with this if it's not happening.
It's not me
Yes.
that the child is crying now.
All
It's from
right. Yeah,
Abdullahi.
let's. All right. Yeah. Pick it up from the Adamu space. Pick it up from the Adamu space. What piece? What are you making of it?
Yeah, good morning, woman. Good morning, everybody. Please like, share, like, share, and press the thumbs up button. And you can come in to the show through this StreamYard and join us. Yeah, that the moon stuff. Though I wasn't shocked, I wasn't surprised, but it's not when I expected he would be out. I thought he would still stay there for a little bit, but the statement he made, was it 3 days ago or before days ago, that I was telling that he made a statement that he didn't vote for Tinubu. He wasn't a Tinubu man, but yes, he worked with him. I know that statement will come with consequences, and for me personally, I knew that for Tinubu to succeed, to carry out his mission in APC as a president, Adamu must go because Adamu has his own fraction. I think it's the last standing cabal in that cabal space that I guess Tinubu. So could see his hand playing when they were taking when they are making their nominees, So anyway, say surprise, that is kind of a little bit far, but it came too soon. It came too soon, one man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me take you to this space. Are you following the narrative of this guy, Killer Boy, he calls himself, who has now come out to make this confessional statement about killing his girlfriend? Is that a storyline you're following?
I saw it.
My God. Are you breaking up or am I breaking up?
It is network.
One man, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. Let me go with you, Thomas. It's too woofy with what pace. Let me go with you, Thomas. Are you following the storyline of this Killer Boy? I don't suspect that you would be.
No. I don't even. This is the first time I'm hearing it. I've never. No.
All right.
Let's
then.
Go to Adamu.
Yeah, let's go to Adamu. Pick it up from Adamu then.
Good morning from Australia. Good afternoon and good evening wherever you are. Like Radio Biafra. Like, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man, Adamu deserves to go. I even think it's too late. Tinubu supposed to concur his own his own cabal and throw Adamu into the bin. One man is unfortunate. Adamu and Buhari, they are in the same category. Their body language, their actions speak as if they are working against the party, which I think Tinubu really crossed through many hurdles, even to become the nominee, to win the primaries, even to win the presidency is a war on its own. So Adamu, it doesn't come to me as a surprise. I know someday, sometime, he has to leave that seat. For Tinubu to be successful in anything he's doing in that party, the president is the leader of the party. Anybody indirectly is the leader of the party if you are nominated as the president.
Yes, I think he's the leader. Yes. Do you think Tinubu would have known about this, that they were going to get rid of him?
One man. The one Yoruba, they said the witches cried yesterday and the child died today. Don't you know that the witch that died yesterday is the one that killed the child that died today? So Tinubu, he has to do that, one man. He has to do that. I don't even think maybe Adamu even vote for Tinubu. I will not be surprised if he didn't vote for Tinubu.
Me either.
They work. Sorry.
I said me either. Like I don't think he
Yes.
voted for it.
No, I don't think he voted for Tinubu. I don't think he voted for Tinubu.
I think it's pretty clear that he did not, because he was even trying to subvert the process. You remember, at the last minute, he tried to foist Ahmed Lawan on the party.
Yes, like the consensus candidates. You remember that? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, one man, I just think this man is just God has just ordained him to become president with everything. And he became victorious at the last time. No, I think God is behind it. Forget about is a cabal, is this, is that, is Jagaba of Lagos, is that, is this. Now, I think it's just God that really helped this guy. Adamu has to go, one man. If Tinubu wants to succeed in his presidency and even the party, Tinubu has to take the hold of the party now, one man. He has to take the lead, take the hold. Anybody needs to be kicked out, kick them out. He has to be the main jagaban of that party now for him to succeed. Because there will still be some.
Do you think it's wrong of them to? Do you think they should have sacked him because they gave him a soft landing, giving him the opportunity to resign? Do you think they should have sacked him to make the point?
No, they will not like to humiliate him, one man. He's still it's still a leader in that party. You can't rule that out. So they will not like it's just like when when your employer said go and resign because they don't want to humiliate you. That we're supposed to sack you, but for you to get your benefit, to get everything, not to be humiliated, go and resign. So I think he did a good thing for him to resign, but not to sack him. It will be too obvious that this is the handwork of Tinubu. But this resignation, people can still say Tinubu doesn't know about it. But in my own heart of heart, I know Tinubu is the masterminder of this exit of Adam. Oh man, this guy has to go. What is he still doing there? He almost worked against the party directly or indirectly. So he has to go. I'm not surprised. But for them to humiliate him, I will not like that because he's still APC member. Let's just say that he's still APC member, but he has to go one man. That's my submission.
All right. So now he has to go. A window of opportunity presents, and Renan Mokri was speaking to that space that this window of opportunity now it presents an opportunity to insert a Southeasterner into top end politics in Nigeria. So when they appoint a substantive chairman for the party, do you think that they should make a deliberate effort to make sure it's a Southeasterner just for the balance? Because the country seems so heavily skewed against the Southeast at the moment.
One man, I will tell you, if they do that, they'll be making a great mistake doing that. What is the value of Southeasterner in APC? Just tell me, one man. Tell me what is the value?
What do you mean?
They are
Nigerian.
Their value.
What?
No, what are they bringing on the table?
No, it's the same value everybody else has. What do you mean? What's their value?
Mama, I doesn't mean like value. They are value people. What I'm trying to tell you is that what are they bringing on the table?
The Southeast.
Yes. How many votes do they bring on the table?
Yeah, but it's not about but it's not about vote anymore. It's about national cohesion now. It's about bringing the country together. Do you know?
No. They will be making a big mistake of their life. Picking a Southeasterner.
What do you mean? They will handpick the Southeasterner. Now they are not going to go and pick it from the obedient Nnamdi Kanu camp. Somebody like Joe Igbokwe, he's not at that level, but somebody of that quality,
But
you know.
Can I interject?
Yeah, come in.
Yes, you can come in.
I think what Thomas is saying is that what is the essence of picking a chairman of the party from a zone that you know you are not going to have significant or relevant voter from that region?
God bless you. Yes,
of no use.
that's what I'm saying.
But for national cohesion,
this is a party affair. It has nothing to do with Nigeria as an entity. This is just a party.
All right. Let me bring you these 3 paragraphs, and then you respond to it. It says, the APC missed a golden opportunity to reduce the tension in the Southeast and bring that geopolitical zone into the mainstream by failing to replace their national chairman with somebody from the Southeast. Part of why there is so much unrest in the Southeast is because they feel underrepresented in the national power structure. And by the way, the chairmanship of the APC of the ruling party is part of the national structure. The president is from the Southwest, his vice from the Northeast, the Senate president from the South-South, whilst the Speaker of the House of Representatives from the Northwest. The Chief Justice of Nigeria is from the Southwest, whereas the President of the Court of Appeal is from the North Central. Where does that leave the Southeast? Completely naked politically at the federal level. The imbalance is suffocating. No zone will accept what the Southeast is expected to accept. And the APC ought to have used this vacancy to placate the Southeast and prove to them that Buhari's dot in the circle philosophy went away with him. So we're talking about, so we're not talking about party politics, we're talking about national cohesion.
Yeah, but the leadership of a party has nothing to do with Nigeria. What is happening is the price. No, it doesn't.
It does.
See, what they've done is that they've tried to, the APC has given Southeast deputy speakership position. But when it comes to the hierarchy of the party, if you look at the formation of APC, what is the total number of the APGA and the PDP that was collapsed from the Southeast? What is the total number compared to the Southwest and what CPC brought to the party? You have to look at that. You don't just give, dash somebody position. You have to look at their contribution, the significant contribution to the party. And as of today, APC being the
Adewale, I don't think you know this. The South Eastern Caucus Party, they vote against Tinubu in the Southeast.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that?
Oh, look at the Ojus Okalu. I'm not even sure Ojus Okalu voted for Tinubu because he never campaigned for him. Who are the APC strongman in the Southeast? Is it Okud or Dima that is even his leg is one leg in, one leg out? I'm not saying that he's not loyal to the party, but his second term is not even sure. So, to me, APC will be so dumb to say they want to zone the chairmanship of the party to the Southeast. For what? What Shidoka is even talking about. So you have a party chairman coming from your zone so you can manipulate, you being a PDP person. You remember the significant number of APC members are from PDP faction. So you wanted somebody like a stooge where you'll be able to manipulate. So of what important? Why is the Shidoka taking paracetamol for APC for Canada? What is the reason why he's getting involved?
Oh God, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, what you should have asked one man is APC constitution. Does APC constitution allow the president and the chairman from the same zone? That's the question you should have asked one man. I think it's not in their constitution. When the president is from the north, the chairman is from the south. So there's no way Igbo will get the chairmanship right now because Tinubu is from the southwest. Then the chairmanship of the APC will be going to anywhere in the north central or north east or north west. So there's no way they will give it to an Igbo, give it to a south eastern person according to APC constitution, except it has changed. So that's why you will be asking one man that they should give it to southeast. It's not in their. It's not even in their it's not in the turn for the South to get the APC chairman right now, because Tinubu is the man that just left is from the north, and they will replace it with the northerner too. That was in case of Oshomole before they appointed Malagoli.
Everything is malleable in politics.
Yeah,
But this is not politics, right? It's party.
It will be too suicidal for the APC to zone that chairmanship to the southeast. It's just not.
Hold on. What please? We're struggling to hear you, but
I think it's driving.
Yeah,
I'm driving. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not driving. I'm ready to go in.
Let me finish my
that is the price you pay for political ignorance. When you put all your eggs in one basket, that is the kind of price you pay. Or you have
Adewale, hold on. One man, if you can go out and come in back, your network is too bad. Go out and come back. Come in.
All right.
Yeah. Yes.
So
Adewale,
yes, like I said, when you have you don't go into a fight, into a battle alone. You go with people, and the price that region is going to be paying for the next 4 to 8 years is going to be humongous. Now, it seems that they are being overlooked, but that is not the case. It is what you contributed that is going to speak for you. Now, when you have a region where the affiliation to the ruling party is more or less the percentage is less than 20% or 10%. Now, there's a price to pay for that. To me, this party politics is different from national cohesion or national integration. The APC assets right now, they can't even give the secretary of the party to Southeast. It's just not possible. As a matter of fact, I kind of found it a little bit intriguing why Omishori also resigned. I'm hearing about financial misappropriations and all that, but I haven't really seen where he was having collision with Tinubu's faction, because it seems he's solidly behind Tinubu's camp. So, but that's why I'm finding
Adewale, what can you say Southeasterner can bring on the table?
I mean,
maybe for the next
they can bring
4 years.
they can bring their voice. They can be the different voice in that region by speaking up, and also involved in that party, like more of being total loyalty, not just one leg in, one leg out. And for crying out loud, they need to rally around, because those who belongs to APC from that region cannot go into the battle alone, because they will be a lone voice. Look at what happens to Ojus Okalo. Ordinarily, that that position. That should have gone to Ojikalo if to be somebody with a credible background, or the region is suddenly behind him. But he was alone. He was naked, and at the end of the day, he had no protection even in the house. So that region need to put calculate and look at the risk involved and look at what they need to do. They've slaves enough for PDP, and where did that launch them? Nowhere.
Adewale, when I hear that APC member in the Southeast work against the party, vote for Peter Obi,
of course,
are you hear that?
I wouldn't blame them. You know why? Because that region, as at that time, the general election was being conducted, not the gubernatorial election.
Yeah, let me come in when you get a chance.
Here. Hold on, please. Let him land. I will call you when I want to call you, please. Yeah, hold on, please.
They were,
I'm not gonna be here forever.
You have to wait for your time, pass out. You are not jumping line. Some have been on the line, in the studio before you. So they knew. I wouldn't blame them, because they knew that as at the time the general election was conducted, they were at risk of losing their position or them not being in charge in that region. So, and if you could see, that's where you have the governor Ipesu losing his election. So it was very volatile at that moment, and they are kind of conflicted, because they seems they don't want to be against their people, at the same time trying to find a middle ground in between, and that was how some of them lost their position. So I wouldn't blame them for working against the party because hey, sometimes you have to deal with the
But
hand. You have to.
Hey, let me interject
can I
first.
interject? People
For
are
one
allowed to
second.
interject.
Hold on,
I mean
please.
interjection, not my
Oh,
turn. Just
I
interject.
said, hold on, please. Hold on, please. Passat, coming.
Thank you
Please,
very
just
much.
hold on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Please, and
Look.
let it be sustained and simple, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The reason why I am trying to interject is that Adewale, I'm trying to save his breath. He's wasting his breath. In that country, we all have problems in common. There's something called the conscience of a country. In every country, you have that. I used an analogy the last time. I'm not going to bore you with that. There is no division among us as far as the youth, the progressive that want to take their country back. So when you are assigning posts to people like Ojos or Carl, he's an outcast. He's been rejected by us, the people in the Southeast. It's a persona non grata. It's a
And that
pariah.
is how you ended up not having a representation.
Hold on. We don't want it. Hold on.
That's how you ended up not having
Please,
representation.
don't interrupt me.
When
I
you
am
have cast
interjecting.
somebody who would have spoken.
Okay.
Adewale, hold on, please.
Yeah, please mute him.
Adewale, please hold on.
Mute him.
Yeah.
So he's an
No,
untouchable.
Passat.
I
No,
got
you can't say I should wait.
Yeah,
I
hold
still
on.
have the
So
floor. If I decided not
I
to,
know I'm interjecting.
object
Please
to your
hold on.
interjection,
I
there's
am
nothing you can
saying
do.
that you are wasting your breath. We don't want those posts as far as regional, or we want the country to prosper. We wholesale. Please mute this guy. I have to interject.
I have the floor.
Adewale,
Hold on,
please
Thomas. I
let
have
him
the
land.
floor. If I
I
choose
don't
not
know.
to,
Adewale, please,
allow his objection.
please let him land, please.
So
Please, you still have the floor. Let him land.
Please,
You can come in.
by the way, Thomas, that's very good. I'm happy that you're really emphatic in trying to. It's not easy to control him when he knows he's out of order. So what I'm saying is that we don't look. You don't get it. The Southeast is the conscience of the country. Now, when I say Southeast, who do I mean? I'm talking about Edo people, Yoruba people who get it, right? They come under the umbrella Southeast. You know that anybody who's logical, progressive.
All right. Can you hear me better now, Thomas?
I can hear you better.
Yeah, loud and clear. Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, but you are interrupting me, so we can hear you, but it's causing an interruption. So, Adewale, I want you to save your breath. We're gonna save the country. It isn't done by giving all Jews or Carlo a position. He is an outcast. He is no good. We in the Southeast do not want posts. That's not our goal. We want the country whole. We want it done properly like other countries. For example, the United States. That's what we're looking for. We want a country of laws. All these criminals who are in the APC, in the PDP, in the Labour Party, in the North, South, East, and West, they are no good. Okay, let me say. Tinubu has been president now for 4 months. What have you gotten? As far as your share, your country, I mean your city or your state or your religion, nothing. You get nothing for it. We want a country that is wholesome. If we're gonna be a country. Now, if we're not gonna be a country, then we're not gonna be a country. But so
all right. Are we back to where we were with you, Pansat? This thing you do.
What did I do? What did I do now?
No. We were building up a nice little cozy conversation. So where are you taking us to?
No. Where I'm trying to have Adewale stop making a blunder, to stop underestimating and overestimating at the same time.
What have I saying that is
right?
Contrary
By
to...
assigning, thinking that Igbos want Ojos Okalu to get a position.
I wasn't saying that I wasn't saying that Igbo wanted him. I was just saying that him being the lone voice, what else can he do? He has no backing. He has nothing. He was ostracized from you guys.
He's never going to get a backing from us.
So that
people like him.
It's
not only him.
Hold on. I understand. Somebody like him in that party.
No. But wait a minute. You see, the mistake you're making is what I'm telling you. It's a very, very, very bad one. If you're going to look at the Southeast, because you're fond of using that one, I really don't think this problem is regional. It's a national problem. It's a calamity. It's a disaster that needs the entire country to
No,
solve.
you
Right?
guys need to.
Hold on.
You guys
Forget
need
about
to
you guys.
put your
I'm
house
just saying
together.
what I'm saying to you, not people who don't know any better. Somebody like yourself who's ubiquitous on the internet.
You will be amazed how
Oh,
politically
please,
savvy
please,
I am.
please. One man, you asked me, what am I doing here? What I'm doing is trying to steer this ship right. It begins with these conversations. Now, sometimes I make my points forceful, right? It
Let
is
me direct this talk.
Let me
Talk
just
of
say
the
this.
Let me land.
Let me just say this, man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Hold on, yes. I don't want to. I don't want you to take us in the direction that you usually take us. We were having a tidy little civilized conversation, so I want to get back to that. Whatever it
Why
is
not?
that
It's
you
too
want.
early. It's too early. It's
Yeah.
too early. Yeah.
Give me a couple of minutes and I'll round it up
No,
in 2
no,
minutes.
no,
I'll
no,
round up
no,
in 2
no,
minutes.
no. Hold on. Whatever it is that you
Yeah.
are trying to get across, you have been trying to get it across for going on 2 years now, and nobody is buying it. So it comes a point to drop the dead donkey.
I'm dealing with the very, very hardcore now. See, the easy ones, those who are rational, they got it already. Right now I'm dealing with our core
all
people,
right.
such as yourself.
No.
Hold on.
I'm not interested. I'm
Can
not
I
interested.
land?
But
Give me 2 minutes to
no, you
land and
can't.
I'll be
No,
done.
no, you cannot. But thank you. Back to you, Dewale. Enough of that. Back to you,
All
Dewale.
right. I'll see you guys again.
Thank
All
you,
right,
one
thank
man.
you.
See,
Bye
what I
bye.
was
Bye
trying
bye,
to,
guys.
Yeah,
to
thank you.
say before Pansad interjected me was that, look, we have a region that decided to take themselves out of the equations. Um, as it is right now, Southwest aligned with the APC. As you can see during the general elections, they all went APC route. And because they knew that that is the only way they can align with the federal and that's where they can benefit from. Can you imagine Lagos State not in the same uh, platform with the federal government? When you remember when we had PDP in charge of the affair of the country. So, but can you imagine an entire region decided to go a different route, and here you claiming marginalization. Those who actually came from that party has no voice because some of them are just maybe second tier or class B politicians. They are not like the big shots, the one that actually contributing money. Otuzo Kalu, was one of those who migrated to APC early. He was in PDP, but if he had gotten the good backing from his region, by now we'll be talking about the Senate president as Ojuzo Kalu. But no, what we have is someone who has no voice because he's been silent. His region was not behind him. And if that region continue to play their politics this way, they will continue to be at the lower helms of the affair of the country. And it's so
No,
sad. So I don't expect.
hold on, Dewale. The thing is, that region is a senior region within the country. It is one of the major ethnic groupings within Nigeria.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, and you cannot have the country to the exclusion of that region, which is what we have at the moment. We have the country to the exclusion of the southeast, and a big position opens up now within the country. So you say it's an APC thing, but the APC is a ruling party. So whoever the chairman of, because Adamu was just complaining now that he wasn't consulted about when they were picking parliamentarians who occupies what post. So it wields a very big influence, the chairmanship of the APC. So if you inserted a southeasterner there, and like Reno Mokri was saying, that will go some way towards assuaging now that sense of exclusion that space has, because it has to be addressed. You cannot say because they did not vote in a certain way and therefore they should be damned.
This is a party affair, like I said. This is a party affair. It's not about Nigeria. This is a party, a platform. And you only reap what you sow. You cannot reap where you did not sow. It will be too political suicide for APC or should I say ACN control APC, to bring somebody from the Southeastern as their chairman or any number one principal officer of the party. Adamu knew that he's on his way out. The moment you start going different direction from the party and you don't have the working committee behind you, you know that you are already shooting yourself in the foot. I hope he's going to take time to lick his wound. This is a whole time politician that I expect him to, know the intricacies of internal politics and all that. But if you look at the Southeast, what has been their contribution to the APC? Someone like what is his name? He's former governor of Imo State, Rochas Okorocha, right? I mean, these are the people that
I thought Rochas would have made an excellent chairman for the APC. He couldn't have
but
done a worse job than Adamu now.
yeah, but it was against the candidacy of Tinubu. See,
Yeah,
if
but
Tinubu
it
had
doesn't
not
matter. But Ambode was against him. He's bringing Ambode back on
see
board.
Ambode, you can't compare Ambode to Rochas Okorocha. Ambode was playing at a state level. This is a second tier politician being brought forward by Godfather.
And by the
Rochas
way,
Okorocha,
he wasn't against Tinubu. He had ambitions towards the same ticket as well, which is fair
yeah, but
enough.
we
Is
were
enough.
told that he would campaign for Chinedu now, or he favored Chinedu or someone different from Sanwo-Olu. And Tinubu, in his own magnanimity, reached out to him as a big
No, no,
brother. Oh, Richard. Well, Richard was, him coming from APGA, I believe APGA. Uh, he he came forward. Of course, he came because of his own personal interest as well. But when you go alone, when you don't have, you think you have your constituency behind you. You have to have the number for you to be able to have voice, and then you back it up with finances, funding. And when you don't have that, it will be too hard for your voice to be heard. And that is the problem we're having from people or from members from that region. Like, for example, look at the Imo State governor, Opens Odima. That man is going to struggle politically without the backing of the presidency. Because as it is right now, he's a lone ranger. If gubernatorial election is conducted today, I don't think that guy will be able to win that seat, except if federal government put the incumbents influence or might of the federal government. So you have to have the backing. Look at the way the Southwest collectively supported, apart from Lagos, supported Tinubu. That is what we're talking about. Even though he lost in Lagos State, other part of the region still supported him. Do you think if Adamu had had backing from Nas or his constituency, do you think they would not have stick out for him, and fight it to the finish line for him? Of course, he lost the confidence from his constituency. That's why he's bowing out. So they all knew this. Politicians know this. So there's no way APC would decided to dash chairmanship of that party to Southeast. There's no way. Like what we said about the constitution of the party. Sometimes they bend the constitution. After all, PDP bended their constitution to favor Atiku. There's a way they do it, right? Okay, look at the secretary of the secretary position of the party. Is it like possible that they will give Southeast? It's possible, but it's not going
Do
to
you
happen.
not do you not take are you not taking cognizance of the submissions by Brenda Mokri that so what is the sense of inclusion in Nigeria by the Southeast?
You know,
Where would that be documented?
when the likes of Serena Mokri, you know,
No. Leave
no, no,
Reno.
no.
Go,
Hold on, hold on.
no. But leave Reno. Go to my question. Where is the where is the sense of inclusion of the Southeast going to be
The sense
in
of
yeah?
inclusion of the Southeast is going to be through nomination of government official positions, like ministerial positions, at the party level.
No,
What?
those are second tier positions. Those are second
Yeah,
tier positions.
because at the party level, you can't just You can't demand for something that you know you haven't worked for. You must have worked for something for you to be able to demand for it. Like one
All right.
politician says in Lagos State, if you needed head, you are requesting for head and arms and legs and every part of your body. And then the party will not give you head. Of course, at the end of the day, you get what you wanted. But if you don't deserve the head and you are requesting for head, there's no way the party is going to give you. So that is how it's being played in the party. Look at Adamu as influencer, as influence as as it could be. He's shown the way out. He's out of the door, right? So party politics is even more harder than being occupied national
Oh,
position in
oh,
the
oh, oh,
material.
oh, all right.
One man, can I come in, please?
Yeah, come in. I wanted to bring you in. Let's hear from Solomon. Solomon, come in.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, one man. Yeah,
Good morning.
good morning to the listeners
Do,
and
do, do, do,
those in the
do, do
comment.
you get? Yeah, so thank you for that. Now, do you get the point I'm making to Dewale though? Because it's not we're talking about national unity and cohesion, and we're talking about one of the main ethnic groups within the country. So we're not just talking about party politics. We're talking about existential positions of the country. Do you get what I mean, Solomon?
Yes, I get what you mean, one man. I get what you mean, and that is one of the reasons why came on. To talk about this. Let me say something here. I understand that. See, the party politics is different from national politics. In fact, the, to me, I feel like the party, the how active each region is in the party should reflect in the federal level, with the way I feel and the way my own understanding. And in this APC, the southeast, the people that are even representing the southeast from APC, there are people that I don't I don't want to use the word that they are not relevant. They are not relevant in the space, in that space. And but one thing the party should do is, I see these politics and politicians as people like, just like preachers, being able to convince people. You have to do good things. You have to do things that will convince reasonable people. Imagine like somebody like P2B is in APC now. I'm just giving you stars with the way he's known now in the southeast. You not as in yes. If they say that they should give him like this party chairman, I will say yes, because this guy, he has the numbers at his back. But somebody like Oji Zokalu now that even his own constituency, senatorial district self, he could not even, he's even rigging he's rigging anyhow, and his people are not really cool with him, even though they claim that they are cool with, that some people claim that they are cool with him. So this kind of person, you can't give him the party chairman. Is it to Kora or Saka? That's Rachel Sukorocha or Hope Uzodinma? These people are not. So what APC need to do now is they need to I say go and, they should convert us, go and meet people, and they should bring in people. Is because it's still good for national unity, even though the party politics is not just something that you serve somebody on a free table, but they should still do their own distance to carry the other regions along, and the other region, like I mean southeast, and the southeast people, we should be free, we should open up, and so that these people we don't like will not just come and occupy those membership space and will not have any relevance, because we have people that are good in southeast that can even fit in. And I agree with Reno, assuming, but I agree with him that assuming if we had any reasonable, to me, any reasonable person there, that they would, from the southeast, that they can give that chairmanship position, I would have it would have been, I would have agreed with him totally. But because the people there, I can't, there's nobody for real. I'm not seeing anybody among these persons from the southeast that they should give this APC chairman, because they did not contribute anything. They are not doing anything. They are just there representing, taking the, maybe for instance now, the 5% share they are supposed to get for the region. That is what they are just doing there. So I agree with what Mr. Dewale said here.
I'm not sure that I agree, but there it is. Once I have you here, this seems more your
Woman, you
space. So
don't have to agree with me.
no, yeah, that's the
But
beauty
at
of
least
it.
I got Solomon on my side, so we don't have to agree with me.
No. I just feel that if the Southeast was given a senior position in government and the APC chairmanship would be part of a senior position in government,
Sorry,
I think hold on. I think that would dilute that sense of marginalization or exclusion, whatever narrative that they have. I feel that would dilute it. Because you can then point to something to say, well, you occupy that position. But
I
if they
quite
don't
Yeah,
occupy any senior position, then they can continue to claim they are marginalized.
I quite
yeah,
agree with
Mr.
Solomon.
Bro,
Just 1 second now. One
Alexander
second.
Kashi just said something now
1 second. One
on the
Solomon.
comment section. He just reminded us of Dave Umai. It's true. We have somebody like Dave Umai there.
Yes,
But
he
another
can be.
thing is
Yes.
the backing again, your
Yes.
region, the kind of
God bless
backing
you,
your region is giving
Solomon.
to you that will still determine if they should still give you that position. Yes, he's a competent person. He's somebody that is qualified to get that position. But the backing his region is giving to him is very low.
It's
In
very
fact, it's
vital.
only his only state and not his state. You have to divide it into two that are giving him 50% of the states that are giving him that backing. So it's not really, he doesn't really have that support from the region. So that is why it's still another reason why they cannot give him that position. But he's very qualified.
Solomon, thank you very much.
Yeah.
One man,
Okay,
I don't
Omar, can I
disagree.
make a comment?
Prince
Yeah,
Daddy,
yeah,
just
yeah.
1 second.
Hold
1
on,
second.
Devale. Let's document Prince Daddy's voice. Prince Daddy come in. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a little bit noise in the background, kind of driving right now. But hello, everyone. Yeah, so we all are looking at the situation from the outside. I'm assuming nobody's an insider. But the people on the inside, they know better. Um, you see, right now, I would say the north or the northwest is the solid base right now for Tinubu. Even southwest, of course, is going to get the votes, but it's kind of a little bit shaky. So, you know, this need for a marginalization of the Southeast in the party politics, I'm not sure, because at the end of the day, those that are contributed should be rewarded. Okay. And I think, we should not take the North or the Northwest for granted. I think it should go back to the North, especially the Northwest for that position.
Yes, but Prince, the North and the Northwest and all the North, they already occupy plum positions within governance. The Speaker of the House, the Deputy Senate President, all of this, they already occupy plum positions.
Yeah,
The Secretary to the Government of the Federation are on and on, the Vice President. So they already occupy, but the Southeast does not occupy any position of significance in
yeah,
Nigeria.
I heard that.
Does that not bother you?
Well, somebody said earlier that do we know the bylaw of the APC, how the zoning works? I think that should come into play also, and not to mention, anyways, that the Southeast is like fractionalized. Is it APC? Is it ABGA? Is it PDP? Is it Labor? And pretty soon we're gonna have Labor X or Labor Z. They don't. I mean, look at this, the composition, the structure over there. It's nothing of worth for anyone winning to win a national election. I think we should know that. At the end of the day, who said life is fair? Anyways, why does everything have to be equal? Organic gave the best definition of equity. I wish I can remember the definition right now because I wrote it down. Equity is what each person contributes to the pot, not just because A does not have any, so you just allot from B and C to A. No, see, that's when it causes confusion. Now, if you contribute, if you work towards the goal of the party of a group, then it should be rewarded. We know how the Southeastern play politics. If you don't hold them account to play the kind of politics that would benefit their region, they will continue to do the same thing. And they don't really have an interest in voting for a Southwesterner. I mean, they were against Tinubu. Somebody said it earlier, is it RG Kalu and all those big wigs in the Southeast that voted against and Tinubu? See, that's how they play their politics. And we should not fault them. We should not fault them at all. That's the way they want to play. They have the right to play the politics whichever way they want to. But this need, if anybody's marginalized, we say, well, what about the North Central? Maybe they should get one more. Maybe the South Side should get more.
What about that? Why are you so concerned about people that didn't work for it?
The North Central occupies the president or whatever it is of the Court of Appeal.
Well, I know.
The Southwest is the Chief Justice of the Federation and the President. The Northeast is the Vice President. The Northwest is the Speaker of the House of Representatives. But where is the Southeast?
But it kind of sounds crude, but just like there's a parable in the Bible. The one that does something with whatever is given to him in the parable of the talent, more will be given to that person. So it doesn't equate that way. It doesn't work that way. I mean, until they start playing politics, and see, at the end of the day, I think loyalty is at the core of this whole thing. Let's be real about it. Is there's loyalty. They've not displayed loyalty where it belongs, especially when it's has to do with the Southwest politicking. They've not displayed loyalty until they come to the table and reorganize and decide. It's so fractionalized. They can't do much. Look at it. They don't have one voice. At least we know in the North or the Northwest, they have one voice. If it's APC or PDP, but we know we can work with them. Look at even Concord saw what Shekarao did in the Northwest. We understand they are more, let's say, predictable. You know what you're going to get from them. And in business and in anything else, just like in business, investing, we all, though there's risk, but we all enjoy or like a sense of predictability in whatever we do. So the Southeast is the least predictable region when it comes to politics. And why do you want to put your egg in that basket? What is the benefit? There's no benefit there. Let's keep it real. You're not keeping it real. It is all sentimental, emotional. No, let's look at the numbers. I mean, I'm all for the numbers. I don't like people being marginalized. If they contribute, if they did something, they should be rewarded. Absolutely should be rewarded. But don't take from people that work for it and give it to the other. It don't work that way.
All right. All right. Back to you, Dewale. I'm still sticking with my position. I think they should bring the Southeast in.
Little you know that Southeast is actually my constituency. I'm not from Southeast, but I have a stake because my best friend is from Southeast, and I think I align more with Southeast. But you see, no matter how my affiliation with the Southeastern part of that country, sometimes, even if your family members are doing something wrong, you still have to point it out. There's no pity party or something here. Politics is straightforward. It's what you give in that you're going to get. Nobody is dashing you anything, just like Tinubu put it. You take the power and you run with it. But before you lay your hand on that power, or before it's resting in your hand, you have to give in effort. And the effort you put in is what people are going to see. It has to measure up. Like Prince Daddy said, Southeast is a huge stakeholder in Nigeria. But the way they're going about it is to me, I don't want to say it's wrong. I'm not in a position to condemn. But more or less putting their eggs in one basket. Yes, I would want a country whereby everyone, have equal representation, equal opportunities in terms of representations and all that. But we can't continue to say, okay, you know what? Just like in academics, where you have quota system and all that, where does that leave merit? And merit is based on your input. So, as far as I'm concerned, well, let's wait for the Tinubu's ministerial position. If tomorrow comes and Tinubu, appointed Southeastern as a minister of finance, I mean, we are going to say, you know what, that is the best thing that you can give.
That seems to be the only slot left that is worthy of anything. So if he doesn't appoint a Southeasterner as the Minister of Finance, then it will add credence to the anti-Igbo something.
Well, let's just say this: the Tinubu I know can be very, very, very. I don't want to use the word vindictive, because I'm going by the Chief Bisi Akande's book, where he says you don't want to fight in the opposite of Tinubu because this guy will fight you uh, uh, at every length. Um, you will think you are winning the case, but you are not winning. The long run of that case is where you are not going to win. So when I don't know. because I can't read. It seems that every time now and then he's always keeping it to his chest or trying to restrict people, some people that are privy to what he has, the plan that he has, or maybe only a few people are privileged to it. But apart from being the Minister of Finance, let's just say some other important positions are like the Minister of Power and Works and all that. No matter what, even if he assigned Southeastern to as an Attorney General, people are still going to be reading his body language and being skeptical about what he's going to do. In terms of inclusion from Southeast, see, one man, I will wish, I will wish southeastern part of the country have a louder voice in APC. Someone said in the comment section that Russia Sokorosha was a founding member of APC. Of course, that was true. But what was his stake in the party? The party could not even protect him when the EFCC came calling.
Well, what do you mean? They've dropped the case. They've dropped the case against him.
But he was humiliated. Why was he subjected to that? That is what I want us to talk about. Ordinarily, the party would not allow that to happen. But this guy was, his house was invaded. And the governing party at that moment was his party. So that tells you his stake in APC.
All right.
Do you think that will happen to Tinubu? Do you think that will happen? Even Opens Odima, a lower level governor in APC, do you think that would have happened to him? No, let's think about it.
All right. Let me bring Solomon in. Solomon, let me bring you in, and let me bring you in under this headline. I think this is more your space than anybody else's. Popular Nigerian pundit Killer Boy denies mutilating his girlfriend's corpse after being accused of fetish practices. So what's going on in that space, Solomon?
Yeah. This this guy's news is just something that should teach this our Nigerian girls lesson, and they should just calm down and
Have you been
just
following it? Have you been following it?
yeah. I glanced through it, but I not really. But I got things from it. Like what I got from this news is that the both of them they've been dating, and the guy like he has normal treats he give to to a girl, and he has been giving the girl the treat. So there's something that I think he was supposed to see the girl or something like that. Something like that, but we later found out that but this guy this thing now he's just saying it like he's confessing. True, it was confession that he was doing that. This news just came out that
He
as
actually confessed on Instagram, didn't he?
yeah, that's what I'm saying, that it was the fact that he was confessing, that was how this thing. I don't think it was not the police that because when you kill the girl spirit must be a very strong one that it has been tormenting the guy, and he had to just come out and
Yeah,
start
but
confessing. And
the story he was giving, the story he gave on Instagram, it doesn't mirror what the police found. So he said they were fighting, and then he ended up stabbing her by mistake. But then when they got into his apartment, they discovered that he had harvested vital organs of the girl, which will tell you then
yeah,
that
yeah.
that's Yahoo Plus, isn't it?
Yahoo Plus, yeah. I saw the Yahoo Plus too. Yeah, so that is just the thing. And this guy now, I don't know where which of the states is based, but anyway, it should not be more than
They
it should
caught
not be
him in
it should be
Uma
that
here.
which Umar here? Are you sure? This
Yes.
guy, you know why here?
Yes, let me show you. They caught him because he's also notorious for fraud, and then they caught him in Umar here once under a fraud case, and then they let him go. So it's from that Umar here axis. Yeah.
This thing is, I feel bad for this thing coming as like this guy having a close tie with Umar here. Like wow. So I know anyway. Most guys in Nigeria, these This is what people in Nigeria actually do. Most people in Nigeria do, and yeah, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing at all. And the girls too. The girls too. I think really, I don't wish this thing. Like, I'm not happy about this girl just going, this beautiful girl like this. But this thing should be an eye opener to other girls out there. There's somebody that dropped a write up this evening now, like, the girls that want to live a fast life, like go to like this Seychelles now. Is this Seychelles that they call that place that they just banned Nigerians from going? It's one
Yeah,
of the
they
place.
call it Seychelles. I don't know why you guys call
Seashell,
it
sorry, Seashell, sorry, Jack.
Seychelles. Yeah.
Seashell, and Maldives, and these Zanzibar. Man, people want to go there, or like, if you've not gone there in Nigeria, you've not even started. You've not even You don't know what's up for real. For the real, um, for the big girls, if you've not taken any girl there, you've not even they don't do from maybe Abuja to Lagos or Lagos. Those ones are just so upcoming. But for the real people, you have to go to these locations. And I think that was what the person was just saying. All this fast life and all this, people should just try and calm down, and because at times it will result to this. And same this kind of thing happens in Abuja here too. But yeah, this guy is very bad. It's very, very bad. The girl
You
really
know,
tormented him.
it's turning into quite a phenomenon. All this, because there's been so many countless stories of girls found in hotels. They've gone there from somebody they met online, and then they are dead. Their body has been harvested. This is turning into somewhat of an epidemic.
Yeah. And the we have to our security agents, that they need to buckle up and follow up this stuff, because it's really, people are really going this diabolical way and doing things so that, for money. So they need to really sit up and stop these necessary things they are doing, and fight the real people that they are supposed to fight. Most of these guys, is not really their fault, but it's not, you can't justify these actions of going to do this kind of thing for real. Is
Oh,
somehow,
oh,
it's not so.
all right, brilliant. Does anyone else have any thoughts on this killer boy before we go back to the politics? Anybody following that space? All right. Let me take you back to the politics then. Labour Party to Tinubu, your lawful removal from office won't cause anarchy. So that anarchy space has been something that's been agitating the obedience space for quite a few days now. So what are you making of that commentary and the feedback from it?
Yeah, this Labour Party, this Labour Party, these parties to make me laugh. I swear, they are very they are very, very funny. To be honest with you, like the way they are doing things now, talking anyhow. They are just talking anyhow, because I don't understand. So in their mind now, they feel like they can just remove this man as the president of the country. Is not possible. They are just talking, but they are doing well. I think, assuming PDP behaved like the way Labour Party are behaving now in during Buhari's administration, like as an opposition, giving them hot. Buhari would have APC would have done better than the way they did. So obedient, they are doing Labour Party, sorry, they are doing their work, they are trying, and they are really, really, really trying. Thank God that if not for the North,
You
I
you
think
you
PDP
you
would have.
know you know I have to agree. I have to,
Yeah, can you hear me?
sorry, carry on.
Hello.
No, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes,
You were
I
saying so,
was going to say,
yeah,
I
you
have
were
to say,
saying
I agree
something.
with you. Yeah, no, I was going to say, I have to say, I agree with you because in terms of opposition, the Labour Party has proven to be really the obedient movement, not the Labour Party. They've proven to be the most effectual opposition that we have had yet in Nigeria. just going after the government, not giving them room to breathe at all, which is exactly what you want an opposition to do, to keep them on their toes.
Yeah, they are really doing well, but they should take it easy. They should take it easy in the way they are still doing it, like the comment they made the last time. And I know that is why they countered this Tinubu's comment, this comment now that he made. So, but they should take it easy and they should strategize for 2027, and because it's already gone. This one, no delay. This ticket, this election has come and gone, and there's a result already. So they should just sit up. I know that. I know those people were those Labour Party people. They were part of PDP and APC. So them now they are using experience to play their politics now. Why there are the reasons those politicians that were in PDP and APC, they are still one of the major reasons why I cannot support this Labour Party or the obedient movement, because me, I see them as hypocrites, but they are doing well. They can't tell me somebody that was like, when you talk about somebody like Pat Tommy, and they will be like, this guy is an intellectual and all that kind of thing. I'll be like, but he was part of the people that ushered in APC in 2015. What has changed? Maybe because he never had relevance there.
We've not heard from Pat Tommy in a while. I wonder what happened to him.
Yeah,
All right.
you, you you will not hear from him again now. He knows that he has moved on, but he will still be chipping in one or two things, encouragement, words of encouragement to obedience, so that, but it will be on a low key. He can't just come and be doing it in the public again, because other colleagues of his will be laughing at him, as he will make mockery of
Can
him.
I
So
interject real
he's
quick?
doing, yeah.
I heard that he's going to be nominated for ministerial position. How true is that?
Now, I heard that rumor too.
Yeah, I saw this thing was like 2 weeks after Tinubu was sworn in, and the one thing that was just circulating like that, people that might get appointment, and I saw his name there, but I think a week later, or that same week, they said he made comments that he can't be part of that and of this administration. So let's be hoping. This is politics. Anything is possible, but I don't think he would accept any offer. But the one person I know that cannot accept any offer, even though I don't have a close relationship with him, is Reno Mokri. I'm very sure, because I see that guy as somebody that is a man of his word, and he's somebody, he has integrity. So
Solomon.
no, to be honest with you,
The way Reno has been romancing Tinubu, you must be joking.
No, Reno is a rational person. You see that name, Mr.
you.
Rational Mind, is here. It's for Reno. It's not for Mr. Rational Mind. That name is for Reno. To me, I read his articles, and Reno is a rational guy. To be honest with you, for real. Seriously, with the way I like the way he writes.
Solomon, have you ever
Yeah.
wondered why some of his write-ups and tweets is usually, supporting Tinubu? This guy Go ahead.
Yeah, like you now, you like you people of let me just say of those days, like, yeah, you know what's up. Why were you able to support, or why did you support Tinubu? Because you already know the politics of Nigeria. This guy, I see Reno, like with some other persons on this platform, I see them like people that were grind, that they really they were brought up, as in they know about the system well, that they can tell you how the results will be in the country, and how things can go in the country. So that is how I see Reno, and that is why he knows that, even in his mind, even in those write-up, he will say, but God, he prays that God makes Atiku, the court to rule for Atiku, that they should declare Atiku the winner. He says by the grace of God, but he know deep down in his own mind, he knows that no level for that article is not coming in, that is already Tinubu. So that one is not. I don't see him romancing Tinubu. I just feel like he's being objective, rational, and encourage him, because you have to accept the fact, because you cannot kill yourself, you cannot do anything, you can't change the fact that Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. So he's not romancing the man, to be honest. He even criticizes him if he does anything that is not good, and he applauds him when he does something that is good. So we should not say he's romancing for that guy. I don't no. I don't see Reno coming to. He's not taking any appointment. He's a human being, but I think I know very well that he's not.
My brother, trust yourself. Don't trust nobody. When it comes to politics and people that are actually into that game, please only trust yourself.
He has been given the obedience a lot of water.
It's
No,
more than what
obedience are his everyday customers now. There is everyday.
it's more than it's a Wawules promise.
You know, I always enjoy when he says, "Dear Uchenna, thank you for your comment," and then he goes in. You know, when I finish this session, I'll probably go and read one of. Yeah, it's just endless laughs. He's having so much fun with the obedience.
The funniest thing is that I started getting more active on Twitter lately, and I don't know why. I don't know the reason why I just get so active on Twitter. And I followed Renan Mokri. He's one of the people that I follow, and I read his tweets from time to time. He has enough time, ample time, to respond to those people that are always antagonizing him. And I wonder why. Why is he doing that?
Hold on now, Dewale. Do you realize that he's baiting those people? He deliberately writes these pieces where he will throw shade in the direction of the Southeast, knowing full well that they will come and leave a comment. And then he will look for that comment and he will say, "Oh, dear Uchenna, thank you for your feedback." And then they will go into some long say, I got that guy, man.
You know, one thing I've learned is
but one man, you know, you
the
said
dynamic of
he's used to
human being.
giving. One man, sorry, Jare, you said he's used to giving obedient water. If you are not a quiet person, there's no way you will not give obedient water the way they behave now. You understand? If you are not somebody that the spirit of God,
baits them,
that the spirit of God is helping you, you understand? You always tempted. You want to say, these people are they brainless?
Do you not think he's baiting them? Do you not think he's baiting them?
No, I think it's natural response. This one that is doing for Tinubu. Remember, this man was the one that went to that mouth and was calling Tinubu Ole, Tinubu drug. I think that Reno is just somebody who feels that he should provide some balance. And even in the midst of Tinubu Ole, Tinubu drug, he was still the one that said he went to Chicago State University and knew Tinubu went to the university. So I think he's just the kind of person that is giving some balance, even though he has his own preference. That's the way I see it.
Do you think hold on. Do you think he will take a position in Tinubu's cabinet?
Who will give him?
No.
Who will give him? There are too many people now. Too many people on ground that work very hard. There are too many people that are not on ground that work very hard. Some of us, even here, what is Reno doing that we are not doing here? Is it not to talk about it on social media and articulate? Some of us articulated more on Tinubu's position.
You know what, Patrick? You know what, Patrick?
Give him.
You see, you know one thing is this. Some of us may not be privy to some of this thing that happens behind the curtain. What if he has been paid to be the stabilizer?
He has not been
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Just for the sake.
So destabilize articles.
Is the stabilizer that maintain this space for us while you are being compensated. However, we will be doing politics on the side while you are just.
It's not Reno.
That extent of going to Chatham House.
Guys.
That extent. Wait now, Adewale. The extent of going to Chatham House will not be paid. The extent of going to Chatham or international
that was there. That was there.
Hold on, Dewale. Let him land. Yeah.
Calling him drug lord. There's no way they would have paid him to do that.
Going to his school self.
But how many people
say to do that now?
See.
You said how many people saw that?
I don't know whether we are exposed to the PR space. See, when it comes to public relation, there's a method to every madness. Sometimes you have to bring in your enemy to help you to launder that image. You see, what I don't
Adewale.
want us to
Okay.
think is
Let me
that
listen to you.
Mokore may not be in the camp of Tinubu. If you look at his write-up, even his tweet lately, yes, it will call Tinubu drug lord. But what he's trying to do most time is to say, you know what, obedient are uninformed set of people.
My brother,
However, this is the
you call
fact.
somebody drug lord, you go to a place like United Nations building and lead a protest. What are you talking?
That's why I said that was
Protesting
then.
now. Chatham House
Mm.
is like UN building in UK. It's an international center. The
But
whole
one thing I
world
know
is
for a
seeing
fact is
that.
that the more you
Yeah,
the
yeah,
more
but
you roam, the
that
less you
was
see.
then. That was then,
Hey,
as
But
Dewale said.
Nigerians have voted, but the international community that saw that,
how do how
they've
do you
noted that
change
now.
how do you change people's opinion? You have only Omonola Aransino. You have to find people that think along that line to
But you have
use
to
that
do
person.
it cunningly. That's not that one. No.
Ah,
That
guy,
damage could have cost more now.
guys, guys. You see, it may seem a little bit of
That conspiracy theory.
yeah, but it is possible. For real. It is okay. Look at Dele Momodu. Dele Momodu was drafted to launder the image of Wiki. He went to Wiki, sponsored by Wiki, stayed in an hotel, and then all of a sudden, dynamic change. He,
No, Mr.
No,
Dewale,
Dele
sorry, let me
Momodu's
come
case
in. Dele
is a
Momodu
different one.
was only trying to document Wiki's
I beg your
achievement
pardon.
No,
in
I
hold on,
beg your
Dewale.
pardon.
Dewale.
wait.
You have to let voices
Okay,
come in.
Sorry,
Yes,
okay.
yes,
please.
yes. Yeah.
Yeah, Dele Momodu was only at that time he was trying to. Even Wiki was criticizing that you were part of the people that were shouting "Say Buhari," and look at the thing you people are, the kind of government you people have ushered in, and look at the kind of setback were expressed. That was as of then that they were experiencing and all that. He was really getting back at this guy, but on a friendly in a friendly manner. So, but when after the primaries or before the primaries, Dele Momodu was insulting, as in like not insult, but like throwing words at Wike, even on his because I follow Dele Momodu on his sometimes even on the live and on his live Instagram live.
Solomon, is there any distinction really between Dele Momodu and Reno Mokri? They are both political prostitutes.
No, I don't see them as political prostitutes. One
Hey.
man, I feel like no. Wait. I see
Mm, mm.
like they are the they are the two, like two of them are like they're one of the two rational educated um that is in the sport, like people that are like how would, like, should I use the word celebrities or yeah, that I one of them that I know in or I follow on that are on social media, not like people like FFK. They use their own brain to do to impact positively. FFK just uses his own to just mislead people. But these guys, for real, they are not Dele Momodu. And no, Dele Momodu is a very
Solomon,
yeah.
I think Lele Momodu is just someone who is trying to maintain some political relevance, and is using the fact that he had a relationship with Tinubu in the past, and now taking a position against Tinubu as a platform. If you look at him, everything that is politically against Tinubu, Dele Momodu stands for. When it was Ambode, Dele Momodu was the person that was pushing Ambode. Look at Adeleke, even though he had a relationship with the Adeleke family, he's standing against him. Look at the presidency, he's supporting Atiko. He's just using that. I can tell you about Tinubu, I know him. Then that picture where he was strolling with Tinubu on the street of London will be there. I've known him as a young man. He can do this, he can do that. But all his political position had been against Tinubu. And he's doing that because he wants to be relevant. He has no political class. He's politically zero. Look
Yeah,
at what
if
did
it's
he score in
for
the
political class,
primaries? What did he score in
if
the
it's for
primary of
political
PDP?
class, it's true.
Zero.
He has no
You know
political
one thing,
clout.
guys. You
He
know
didn't
one
even
thing,
vote for
guys.
himself.
You know what? You know what amazes me most time is when we think we know these people in and out, up close, personal, and we are vouching for them. However, they are not even members of our families. And here we are saying, "Oh, this is what I think this person does." Oh,
No. Hold on. They
But
are
that's what
political
they're
figures.
also doing now.
Yeah. Hold on, Patrick. They are political figures now, so we know them somewhat.
give
We know
me a
them
break.
somewhat.
We only go by what we read on the pages of dailies. We
No,
don't
no,
know.
no, 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 no. Hold on. We know more than what we read on the political on the pages
But
of the
how?
political page.
How? From which
Hold on.
medium?
If you let me speak, then I will tell you. We know them more than the pages of the political thing, because we know their antecedents, both in politics and their personal life. We know a lot about these people. So there's a predictability to it. There was a predictability to how Buhari governed because we have seen his governance style before. Maybe it was even more extreme than we anticipated, but there was nothing about Buhari that caught us off guard because we know his antecedents, because we know the antecedents of most of these people is really the point.
Woman, what you read on dailies is
Not what we
where.
read. Did you not even hear
Hold
what I
on,
said?
hold on,
Yes.
hold on, hold on.
Yeah.
What you think is the truth may not actually be the truth. You see, sometimes I'm on your show right now. Do you think you know me? Do you have an idea who I am in real life?
If
You
you're a
don't.
political
No.
figure, there will
I
be
don't know you
eyes on you now.
personally, but
You
I
don't
know your
know me
leanings.
personally.
We somewhat know your leanings. We
See,
know
let me
Patrick's
tell you something.
leanings.
Do you think it's possible for me to come on your show and put a facade up and trying to act certain way, but I'm different?
Well,
Yeah, but
yes, you
not
can
all
put
the
up.
time.
So it's possible, right? So just like,
Adewale,
yes,
you know why that is a bit difficult? If you are somebody who has been on the public scene for a long time, there's no way you can sustain that pretense. Look at the article now. We know article is a betrayal now.
you know
We
one
know.
thing, Patrick. I don't.
You
I'm not.
understand? Because
I'm not
he there
disagreeing
for
with
a
your
short
assertion,
time.
but I'm not disagreeing with what you just said. But you see, sometime what actually led to this discussion is that how Dele Momodu was handling briefs for Wiki and eventually turned against him. Even he himself, Dele Momodu, wrote about this. We may think we know these people and their antecedents, right? We're trying to judge them by what they've done or what they've said in the past. Sometimes they shift the ground because of where their bread is buttered. But
Exactly.
but what I want us to do is that we don't actually know who they are, except what they said, and we take it and run with it.
Not what they said, what they have done.
Can I
You're
What
not
please
they've
getting
chime in
it.
done.
real quick, if you don't mind?
Sometimes they could do something at that moment because that was what that situation dictates.
No. A consistency of behavior, a track record.
You
You
see,
know.
you'll be so shocked when you see a
Oh.
spy.
But
Okay,
Adewale,
yeah.
you are saying the
Well,
same thing. You have just told us that they are unpredictable. And it's because we have studied them over time
No,
to
because
be like that.
pendulums swing in different
You are saying
direction.
that, wait now, you are saying that they only go for where their buttered bread are buttered. That means there's a
Yes,
pattern. Yes, you are predicting them
yes.
now.
No, no,
Yes,
no,
we
no.
don't know
okay,
him too.
let me chime
Hold
in
on.
real quick.
Hold on. They will let Prince come in. Prince come in.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with one masturbation, really. These people are human beings. What they do and what they don't do, what they say, all these things can be evaluated. It's not true that we don't know these people. We know them. We know them by their antecedents. We know them by what they've done, what they've said. Say, even the people you live around, that you live around, um, or you hang around with, you may not even know them, especially if they've not performed. You don't know their decision making. You don't know what they do. So, for example, like Peter B, right? A lot of people got to know about Peter B, like maybe in this past election. But I've been studying Peter B, so to speak, for the past 4 or 5 years, from the last election, when it was the VP for Atiku. What is said, what he read, what is thinking, leaning, all those things. That's how I came about who Peter B was or he is right now. So it is not true. We know these people. See, they're not perfect. They make mistakes along the way and they expose themselves. Their missteps is how we know what they do, what they would not do. And look at Tinubu. We talk about Tinubu like I know him personally, but a lot of things that we've predicted about him, what he would do, those are the things panning out. Like for example, all the decisions about the oil subsidy and whatnot, because we know his MO, how it behaves. So Yes, and in fact, we know a whole lot about many of these prominent people, so to speak, or the people we see on television, because they have a body of work.
In fact, in fact,
Yeah,
Prince, we know sufficient enough about them to be able to predict them. We know enough about
absolutely.
Femi Fani-Kayode to be able to predict him. We know enough about Wike to be able to predict him. And we knew enough
Yes,
about Buhari to be able to predict him. So these people are
yes,
somewhat predictable. We do know
absolutely.
about these people.
Yeah, so I do not agree because we don't know them on a personal level. On a personal level, actually, they're more likely to concede their true selves and lie and manipulate. But when they put on a stage to perform, they and not just one time performance, but they have a body of work again. So we can tell we know these people. They're not so these are human beings. They're not that supernatural or great. They make mistakes and they expose themselves. And that's how we know these people.
All right. All right. Back to you, Dewale. Hello? Dewale gone? All
Oh
right.
yeah.
Yeah, carry on. Let's hear from Kumi. Kumi, we've not heard from you.
Okay.
Kumi, are you there? All right, Solomon, pick it up.
Yeah. So okay.
Yeah, I just wanna interject about knowing this politician. If you follow sports and football, like you know how Mourinho. Okay, you want to tell me Mourinho will lose game, and we know what he's going to do before the game, even before the ref blow the final whistle. It's a normal thing. They are just human being like everybody, like even like it's not almost 2 months now. I know I can a little bit predict about one man. I can predict about um, the general. What was it? Thomas. Everybody we are just human beings, and we follow this politics, and they behave like human, like someone that can predictable. That I just agree with you that that's the way we can know them, and that's all I can say.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Yeah, back to you, Solomon.
Yeah. So the Labour Party people, they are just trying to just they are doing well. They are doing well, to be honest, one man. And I think with the way the heat they will be the pressure they'll be applying, and the one from the obedience to would make this administration sit up. But yeah, they will sit up well, and they really need to sit up, to be honest, one man. This administration, they really need to sit up, and we are waiting to see the ministerial list, people that they are giving this that they would give this ministerial distinct positions, so that we'll know how this administration is going to be. Can I just
Yeah,
talk about NDDC stuff?
yeah, no, that's the next headline. So it says NDDC is a cash cow, needs review. So this is Wiki, who I think is actually after that portfolio, Solomon.
Yeah, this NDDC, this thing, like, is just a cashing out portfolio in this country, to be honest. Like, and I know that is a Niger, somebody from the Niger Delta area that would or that can occupy this office because of the oil and all that. And Wike getting this thing is, it's not be bad, but this guy is a corrupt guy. This Wike is a corrupt guy, to be honest with you. But with the hard work, if we want to look at it as contribution that one has done, let's just remove this corruption and all that. Let's just remove, yeah, quality, like corruption, yeah, those kind of things. And like, with, let's just reward them with hard work, as in contribution during this election.
Yes. Just in that space you are, Solomon. So you say Wike is a corrupt guy, and of course he is a corrupt guy. But then you also said about hard work, and of course he's hardworking. He was commissioning countless projects just as he was leaving office. So are we at that space that we are willing to forgive corruption if you deliver something? because when they talk about Wiki, they don't really talk about corruption, do they? They talk about the projects that he left behind in his 8-year tenure. So is that where we are now? That we look the other side for corruption if you are able to deliver.
We don't need to we don't need to look, as in we don't need to neglect the corrupt part of any politician or any office holder, public office holder, because he's cheating. So no, we don't. There are still other people who don't cheat, who will not cheat, and they will do the work effectively. So
Name one person like that in Nigeria.
Yeah, I was going to say
to
name
be
names.
going
Yeah.
One
P2B.
person that is not a criminal.
P2B. I just named P2B now. P2B. Can you hear me, one man?
Peter Obi?
Yeah. P2B is the man that yeah. I don't really. People have tried to tell me about P2B and all that, and the way the man presents himself sometimes, I just feel like, but I don't rate him like that because of certain things they said, especially that one day. If that one that he carried about 250 million naira in his car, and that one, you know that you can't, and investing your state money to your own bank, to the bank, a bank that you a shareholder in the yes, but just that he stole, he embezzled, or he did his own in a very, very smart way, because it is the percentage that comes up that he's going to be taken from. I he's not taking the whole money, the direct, like he's not just taking the money to himself, but it's still part of taking public funds. So I have not seen that politician, to be honest, that is not corrupt. But Wike now, if Wike is getting this position as the this NDDC stuff, is because of his contribution. He really did. I won't say he did well, because lives were lost in the actions he took in River State, but he did well. He did well, Sha. He did well. At least he showed that he's a loyal person to a cause. Like anything anybody he works with, or he tries to be loyal to that person. Are you hearing me, one man?
No, perfectly. I wanted to take you to this headline when you land. This was just sent in by one of our subscribers. They wanted your thoughts on this, Solomon.
Okay.
It says, Nnamdi Kanu condemns charlatans unleashing mayhem in the southeast. So this is Nnamdi Kanu's bringing this to us. Let me just quickly through it. It says, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, the lead counsel to the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, says Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the group, has condemned charlatans causing mayhem in the southeast. In the 2023 Global Terrorism Index ranking released in March 2023, IPOB ranked as the 10th deadliest terror group in the world, with 40 attacks and 57 deaths in 2022. The separatist group has introduced sit-at-home to demand the release of Kanu, who is being detained by the Department of State Services, DSS. Simon Ikwa, a self-acclaimed disciple of the IPOB leader, has declared a total lockdown in the Southeast geopolitical zone. Okay, let's go to where Kanu speaks. Speaking on the development, in a statement on Monday, Ejiofor quoted Kanu as speaking during a visit to him at the detention facility that those orchestrating constant attacks on the geopolitical zone are enemies of the people. Oyendu was deeply worried about the heinous activities of charlatans who are unleashing havoc and mayhem on our peaceful people in the southeast under the guise of unauthorized sit-at-home order. So that's that. I want you to hold on to that. So under the guise of unauthorized sit-at-home order, for which Oyendu, for the umpteenth time, reiterated his strong rejection, disapproval, and condemnation of the activities of these obvious enemies of our people. He said, Oyendu reminded those behind these criminal activities that their ill-conceived action, they are speedily destroying the economy of the Southeast, for which the federal government of Nigeria will be celebrating and applauding them. So that brings then, there's almost an inevitability, isn't it, Solomon, that this clash now, because Nnamdi Kanu is quite unequivocal that he is not authorizing, nor does he want to sit at home. But then Simon Ekpa continues to prescribe it as a way to fight for Nnamdi Kanu. So it's almost inevitable, isn't it, that these two juggernauts in the Southeast will lock horns.
Yeah, woman, let me tell you something. As long as this news is coming from this Ifeanyi Ejiofor, I don't think it's what Nnamdi Kanu told him. If it was from the other lawyer, what is this guy's name? Ejimako. If it was from him, yeah, that I would say that this is an authentic news. But this, because even this guy, there are lots of talks about him that he's doing different things, that he's even having an affair with Nnamdi Kalu's wife.
Yes,
Yeah.
I saw that. That was a few months ago that came out. Didn't they say she was pregnant? Did they say he got her pregnant or something?
Something like that was still detailed in that.
If that was true, he's the bad boy. He's really bad.
He's a bad boy.
So this Ifeanyi Ejiofor is not somebody that, in fact, they feel like he's even he's part of the reasons, he's part of the persons that is still making Nnamdi Kanu they're still holding him back. That because they feel like he's not relating most of the things that is even that is going on to Nnamdi Kanu and all that. And if like the way they bash him, especially those autopilot people, they don't rate this guy at all. They just see him as a political lawyer. Like this is a platform for him now, that because of the agitation stuff now, he's now using, without Nnamdi Kanu, I don't think this guy was a prominent as a lawyer that had prominence in the political space in the Southeast. But this Nnamdi Kanu agitation stuff has brought this guy now to the limelight of them knowing him now, and he can cash out anyhow he wants to cash out. Imagine this guy, he wears airport in the law court, and I'm like, what kind of lawyer is this? The way this paparazzi is
and it bleaches his skin as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course, you know that this guy he bleaches his skin. I don't like the guy at all. He bleaches his skin. The way he looks, as his age, he's doing fine boy. I'll be like, what kind of lawyer is this? But the other guy, Ejimako,
is there a cutoff age to fine boy?
No. But why will you be using lotions on your skin at this, as in even lotion that will be tuning your skin at this age? Even as a young person, I don't advise people
Carol White, Abby. Carol White.
This kind of guy now would be using organic cream.
Don't ask me how I know.
This guy will be using organic
which one
cream.
Is organic cream? I don't know that.
All this cream that some girls mix for people with chemicals and all that, and the people reduce the sale of that organic cream. Before, if you have all these girls on WhatsApp, you will not hear what you say organic cream. You see girls buying organic cream.
Where is this discussion going to now? Where are we discussing girls?
I don't know. That this is Solomon now. Young people and their ways.
I don't suffer.
No. It's just sorry. It's just because if I digress, it's just because of this lawyer. I don't like the way the way he behaves or the way he's doing his things. But Ejimako, assuming this news was coming from Ejimako, would take it serious. But for this guy, there are scandals.
But to the wider thing, though, do you not think that it's inevitable that these two will lock horns? Because Nnamdi Kanu, even whatever it is that this lawyer is saying, Nnamdi Kanu has said on several platforms, even Imam Powerful has said that the sit at home is not an IPOB policy. And Nnamdi Kanu has also said that sit at home is not something that he endorses. But as Simon Ekpa, so is he overriding Nnamdi Kanu's authority? Is that what is in play? Because if Nnamdi Kanu says he doesn't want it, and he's insisting that it should be enforced, then there's a conflict there somewhere.
Let me tell you something, one man. I just feel like the federal government should just come in and close this matter of this IPOB, and in fact, they should just pass it, the state governors of each of these states in the southeast. They should pass as they should just come up with measures to curb this IPOB and whatever thing in that space. Do you know why I'm saying this? Because when before Nnamdi Kanu was repatriated, he was in one of his broadcasts. He said he used to tell them, and that is what Simon Ekpa is using till tomorrow. That there is a clip. We will always say, go and listen to Simon Ekpa. Even if I'm not there, listen to Simon Ekpa. That he's the one that he like. This guy is going to be the next. That kind of thing. Like he was letting them know. So that is why you see this Simon Ekpa have the follow people that are following him like this. So and even when Simon Ekpa is talking, he's talking according to the way. And you know, Nnamdi Kanu that brought this sit at home thing. But it is violence of those people, those unknown gunmen. He was never part of it, because he even criticized when they killed Goodluck in Imo State. He criticized it. He said that they are trying to sabotage the IPOB, and it's true. So what I'm trying to say is that I feel like you know he's in under a DSS custody, so he will not really want to voice out well. He will not really want to voice out what is mind. But I know that somehow I'm not in support of all this, but if we have to be talking things in a rational way, and we have to be looking deep in things. So with what I've observed from this whole thing is that Simon Ekpa is doing his deed, like what he wants him to do. He everything that he wants, as in the way he wants this movement to be. I feel like Simon Ekpa is on track with it, but just that what
So
I
so
already
so so you think Nnamdi Kanu endorses what Simon Ekpa is doing?
yeah, of course. Of course, and that is if Simon Ekpa is not the one that is like those unknown gunmen, if they are not connected to him. Yes, he is doing what he wants him to do. That sit at home of a thing is something that I know, that because he was on that brought up sit at home. It was the first person on the 30th of 2020 May, or is it May? Yeah, that the Biafran Day. That was the first day. That was the first time
There's a Biafran Day. I never knew.
yeah,
What's
I
that?
think it's 30th of May or 31st of May, something like that. One of these two dates.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so
Did you know
uh,
that that there was a Biafran Day?
I have no idea. For real.
yes,
No,
there
I
is.
don't.
Yes, there is. So it was that was the first time, because he said that they must observe that sit at home to remember. It's like a remembrance day for the yeah, according to him, the 3 million people, but some people say that they are not up to 3 million persons that died, 3.5 million persons that died in that this thing. My grandfather was one of the persons that died in that Biafra in 1969. Yeah, so that day was set out for is already set out for, and we should always remember those fallen heroes that died for, even if we don't want to say Biafran, but for let's say the Igbo people.
Are they actually heroes, or
Hmm?
are
That's
they
a wider
actually?
conversation. That's a wider conversation. Do you want to open up that space, Dewale?
No, really.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. I'm just trying to.
Well,
Okay, we don't have to explore that.
you know that the victor writes the history, because of course to the Biafran side they are heroes, but then of course they lost the war, so then of course you can paint them as villains. But what I wanted to
But the
put.
federal government position is no victor, no vanquish. So
Yeah, no, but that's just paper talk, isn't it? Really, that's
yeah.
paper talk.
The
But what?
federal government, why the federal government will say that is, they see, let me tell you, I feel like if not for the aids that the Nigerian government was getting from other countries just like UK and I don't think I don't think they would have really, but well, I feel like they would have not really defeated this Biafran soldiers.
What I wanted to say,
That is
Solomon,
true.
is that,
That is true.
well, I'm not sure if that is true, but
Yeah, yeah, Woma. But let's. I can hear you, Woma. You can go on with your this thing.
no. What I wanted to say was that should there be a Biafra Day is really the point. Because of course we have Democracy Day, which commemorates the date the Abiola space. But you want to think that that Biafran war, it was a bigger space within the Nigerian firmament than the Abiola space. So should there not be a date, a public holiday that acknowledges that Biafran space? It doesn't necessarily have to be Biafran. It can be like Nigeria Unity Day or something, the day that
Yeah,
the war ended. Should
yeah,
that
yeah.
not be a dedicated public holiday just to acknowledge what happened?
Of course, we have to recognize that they need to have that day. Like they should recognize it, and because it just looks as
A
if
lot of people died, No,
a lot of people. Yeah,
irrespective of whatever the figures are, they'll say 5 million. Some
Uh,
people say if it's
one,
50 people, it's too many.
one,
A
one,
lot of
some
people died, and
yeah.
we've not done enough to clean up that space.
like
I
like me
don't think.
telling you that my grandfather died. How did he die? He was when the Nigerian soldiers came to my place, and because my grandfather was one of the elders was one of the elders in my place, so they came out to welcome them, not even because they've already started getting the hint that the war is already getting over and all that. So they came out. They never knew that once the military come, you don't come outside, you don't come out, and you just stay first so that they would be the one to. But they came out so that they welcome these people, and that is how they opened fire on them, thinking they came out to attack them. Do you understand? So these because of scenarios like this, we should, plus those that were killed in the battlefield, we have to recognize, even for the Nigerian soldiers too. And sorry, what is Nigerians? But yeah, let me just say, for the Nigerian soldiers and the Biafran soldiers, we have to recognize that they and stop neglecting this thing. It doesn't mean that there will be separation. Somebody like me, I don't want separation. I don't want this country to separate. Even my father fought the Biafran war, and I never talked about separating Nigeria. And because he embraced the politics of Nigeria. Yeah. So
Do,
um,
do, 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 do you think I'm
Normal.
right that is more seismic an event than the Tinubu annulment election? Do you think it's more significant, the Biafran? Do you get what I mean?
please, can you recap, please?
Solomon,
No,
before you
no.
answer that question,
Yeah, go on.
I wanted to let woman understand. Even here in America, the southern states celebrate Confederacy, where you have the southern country decided to separate from the Union of United States of America. So yes, they will celebrate their little victory, but at the same time also, uh, reminiscence on what happened and where they were and where they are and where they needed to go. So celebrating Biafra, sometimes they also have to look at their victory, the little victory that they recorded during that war, and what they were able to achieve. And what I would like you to know today, we make reference to Biafra, and now it's being revived, right? So to me, it's a little victory because they are able to say that what was dead, or what was we thought was completely forgotten then is now being revived. So they will celebrate it as a victory because it's now being brought back. So if the Confederacy states were able to celebrate, why not Biafra? That's the way I
No,
stand.
no, but it's not the Biafra though. And it's not so much it's not so much to celebrate, but to commemorate. So it's a commemoration, not a celebration. And
Okay.
really, what I was just what I was putting forward was that not so much, not the emphasis on Biafra, but the emphasis on Nigeria. And then the day that the Biafran war ended, it should be declared a public holiday, and then there should be a somber celebration of a never again. You know how those things that you have a candle and then you have Scottish bagpipes. That
Woman.
sort of, yeah. Just
So are
uh,
you
uh,
saying that if your wife divorces you, you are going to be celebrating?
what are you talking?
I mean,
What
what was the Biafra for? It's a secession. divorce from the union.
but they came back
No,
together.
it's the unity that we're talking about,
Yeah, but
not the
It's
war
for the
itself.
unity,
that
to
purpose
foster the
was
unity.
defeated
That
the
is why we
moment
have
that
to.
war was happened. So the unity, well, this is where I put it. If you're going to celebrate the coming back of the villain, so to say, to the union, to the federal system, then you can celebrate that. But the moment you are trying to, um, distinguish the Biafra aspect of it, is what
Nobody,
makes it contradictory.
no, you're not getting it, are you? They were late. Nobody is
I don't
distinguishing.
usually get it.
No. Well, you do often get it, but maybe not in this instance. But nobody is distinguishing. In fact, you want to de-emphasize Biafra and emphasize unity, but then
So,
hold on, and then place it on the day that the war ended to acknowledge that a war took place and the country came back together.
so if you have to acknowledge that the war took place, that means you are going to ascertain the grievance that led to the war in the first place. There,
Yes, there is that space as well. I think we've had this conversation on this platform before. You remember when South Africa, when they came out of apartheid, and then they had what they called a Truth and Reconciliation Committee, where everybody turned up to come and talk about their grievances. So because we've not gone through the healing process of that Biafran space, and that open wound is still what we're seeing playing out within the Nigerian landscape.
Mhm.
So that matter has still not been addressed. So that matter needs to be a standalone to be addressed. I think.
You're right to some extent because it's for a country that is ready to heal. But the way we are in Nigeria, we are trying to mask our wound. Now, are we ready to open that wound and then start a healing process by
But that wound is
commemorating?
open. No, hold on. That wound is open already. That wound has never healed.
Well,
Has the Biafran space ever healed?
you I agree with you that's never been healed, but
Right. So how
we
do you? Okay,
pretend
hold on. Stay there. How do you heal it?
that
No,
oh,
leave the pretend. How do we heal it? How do we heal the Biafran wound?
I don't think we can heal it politically.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Right.
I don't think we can heal it politically. I think what we can do is to separate the politics out of it and make it more humane in the first place. But the moment we attach that political part of it and trying to celebrate it, that's more innate hypocrisy.
It's not
Of
celebrate now, it's commemorate.
well,
I'm only
commemoration celebration.
I'm marking the distinction only because a celebration is euphoria and commemoration is somber.
Well, the moment you're trying to commemorate, you're also trying to acknowledge every single players, every single person that sacrificed their life, their
Yes,
time to the cause of what led to that movement or
right.
to that
Yes.
issue. But and that means we are also acknowledging that there's a problem. Now, is the country ready to heal in the first place? If the country shows that they are ready to heal, then you take the politics out of it and then celebrate them independently out of politics. What we have is if we are going to commemorate slash celebrate or trying to heal, we are doing that because we are trying to soothe the bam or soothe the wound of that civil war that happens as a result of what led to secession in the first place. So my stand is do that outside politics, and it's going to be seen as being
How
genuine
do sorry, how do you do that outside politics? What does that mean?
by acknowledging that apart from politics, let's say 2 years away from any election, electoral process or electoral time, and then you're trying to, acknowledge that something happens that led for people to revolt against the state, the union called Nigeria. So, however, this is where the country needs the stand we need to take. Remember, Gowon took that stand by saying that One Nigeria is non-negotiable, and NYSC was established, that was outside politics. So something that could replicate the NYC process, but it's not going to be, have any coloration of politics. That is where the government can come in. And that is when the healing, to me, the proper healing can occur outside the politics. That's where I think it should be.
All right, thank you. Solomon, come in.
Okay, yeah,
Solomon.
one
So
man.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So see, like what Mr. Dewali was just saying now, what he just said now, things like they should schemes like or programs like NYC should be there should be more programs like NYC. It's going to foster the unity in this country. Let me be honest with you. Some like people were saying they should make NYC optional. They should make it mandatory, and they should stop this redeployment of it in. To be honest with you, I think they should stop redeployment. Forget that maybe I have faster, but they should stop redeployment. Anywhere you
After
post,
you redeployed, did you not redeploy? Look at this
I
guy.
did, but one man, no, they should stop redeployment. I know what I'm saying.
What are you eating? What are you eating?
It's chicken I'm eating.
Okay.
They should stop redeployment. Like it's part of the things. These are the things that when we talk about corruption, the corruption starts from these places. If they can start from these small places and start curbing all these things, this corruption will start going down. The NYC, once they post them, anywhere they post, you go there and go and serve, and they should provide security for them and everything, the basic amenities they need there. They should just provide it for them there. But they should we need more things like NYC. They should never scrap that program out. I know what I'm saying, one man. It really fosters unity for the people. Some people are just hell bent in believing that um
Most coppers, in fact, not most, but a lot of coppers actually end up living in because then they get a job there and then they end up more like a lot of southerners that live in the north. They went there through NYSC and they just stayed back.
one man, let me tell you, the best place to live in Nigeria, forget your southwest, sorry, is in the north. To be
Yes.
honest with you, like the weather, the in fact the lifestyle in the north safe. That is for those people, except for those people, not those people that want to just come and be doing any like if you want to live a moderate lifestyle, come to the north. Come to the north.
They're a
Even
lot more civilized, aren't they? They're a lot more
I
civilized in the
feel like
north.
they are more civilized. All those ones that are
Mm.
telling you that they are all those ones. Now, like if you stay in a good place, you know that the north is really, as in
Where,
you
where,
be
where, where,
thinking,
where is the best place? You don't want to end up in a place like Kaduna or Kano, but we're in the north, where they're a bit more gentle, a bit more serene, a bit more laid back. Where would you say?
I've not really come to that side, like gone to those places like that, sha, but um, I heard Kano is a good place. I heard Kano is a good place. Even Kaduna, I have
No.
a friend that
Kano is a hub of extremism, though. It's a good place if you're a Muslim. If you're not, I'm not sure if it's the best place
excuse
for
me.
you.
But there are areas like Sambogiri. They say that they are Igbo people, as in people from other, especially Igbos, that is their own settlement in that place. So definitely all those their Hizbah stuff. I don't think they can operate in these places like Sambogiri and all that.
Yeah, but that's an
Even
apartheid. That's an apartheid system now. Why should there
one
be a
man,
sabo? Why should there be a sabo for you? Are you not a Nigerian?
oh man, they I feel see. We will not take out that forget maybe the western system, the western culture, that we will not take out people's indigenous land from them. Just like me as an Igbo person, you as an Yoruba man cannot come and follow me and you want to come and claim rights more than me in my own place.
In
I
Abia?
won't I won't take it from you, to be honest with you. And somebody was asking me when was the last time I went to Abia. I went to Abia last year in November. So I'm
Yeah,
very
we
connected.
knew now. You told us when you were going.
Yeah. One guy was sorry, Mr. Prince or Prince was asking when last time. I went there. So NYC should still be here, and they should keep it. It should be part and parcel of Nigeria um, um, stuff like program. They should never scrap. Instead, they should bring in introduce more programs, and I think people should start opening their hearts. Forget. I know this election has really done things. We have to understand our different people, but we can live together with understanding and love. Yeah, one man.
All right.
So this,
Oh,
yeah, let me just complete this,
yeah.
finish up
Yeah.
this national space. Yeah, as long as this news is coming from me, AJ04, I don't this bleaching cream guy. If they finish this guy, autopilot people have finished this guy. As long as the news is coming from him, it's not 100%. I'm telling you the truth. But if it's from a Jumako, even Mike or Zakome or what is his name, will even pass a more authentic news than Ejimo. For this guy is not trusted. He's not trusted at all. He's just there siphoning for to take his own cash out. He's not trusted. And
But
Simon Ekpa,
is this still part of Nnamdi Kanu's legal team? If it's not trusted, why is he still on the team?
he will still be on the team now, but I don't think he's still the legal what they is he the counsel or what, the legal the head of the lawyers for the case for Nnamdi, for the lead counsel. He's not I don't think he is again. I think another person. I think this Ejimako, it should be Ejimako now. This
No,
guy is not on
I
it.
think it's also coming.
Okay, Ozokome, okay.
Yeah.
Ozokome came in lately. So
Mm.
so this guy, this news, I don't really. There may be atom of truth in it, but it's not 100%. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Stay there, Solomon. Let's bring Mike into the conversation. So Mike, it's a slow news cycle. So we're just meandering through. We're just gisting now, more or less, inserting a bit of politics here and there. But then we've now landed, as we often do in the Biafran space. And what's been suggested is that that Biafran narrative is still a gaping wound that the Nigerian country has not yet found a way to heal. And we were just somewhat discussing that we have so many national holidays, the Abiola one being the latest example. Should we not have a national holiday that acknowledges at the very least the end of that war? And then it should be a somber commemoration of what happened in that period in time, and then sort of like a never again sort of theme. Is that something you will buy into, Mike?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Why am I not surprised?
No. If it reason why I said if it was like a war between maybe entire region versus another entire region, let's say like the whole southern Nigeria fought against the whole northern Nigeria, and then we ended up, then we can do something like that. But this is like a one ethnic group that fought against the government. So what's the point of if you emphasizing on that story, it's like you just pointing at one ethnic group. You say that you're elevating them or you're stomping on them. So it won't make sense. It's one ethnic group. And I won't say it was one ethnic group, it was just one. To me, I always tell Igbo people like stop calling Biafran war an Igbo war. It was Ojuku's war. It was some criminal that just decided to fight on. There was a selfish war. You understand? So you are elevating the Ojuku or this. So it won't make sense. It won't make sense to be doing holiday. To me, I think what the government needs to do if they want to put this whole thing behind is you just have to document the story, like put the story of what happened, right? There should be a national story of what happened, and then you put it out there for people to learn, make it a curriculum or make it something we learn about. Everybody is available where everybody can access. If everybody wants to know what happened, can go and look and see what happened. And then in there, you have to distinguish. You have to establish, okay, who are the good guys, who are the bad guys, or maybe, of course, if you lose a war, you're the bad guy. So, of course, we should know that Ojukwu was the bad guy instead of saying there's no bad guy, there's no good guy, because it just creates confusion. Reason why the thing is still in the air, where some people have, it's just creating like you feel like there's no healing, is because there's confusion. You see people say, I'm mad. I was like, okay, what happened? They will say, my father told me this. And everything his father told him is complete bullshit. Like, just made up stuff. So it's a lot of brainwashing going on regarding what happened. So this confusion is what's making people like act that way. But if you actually had a story, the actual narrative of what happened by the government was documented by historian and it's there, they are, everybody, uh, people know what happened and people can learn about it and think what they think and then move on. So I think that's what the problem is. You have government that's useless. They don't know what the heck they're doing. How can you win a war and say there's no victor, no vanquish? That's stupid. When I'm even American Civil War, they made it clear who are the bad guys, were the rebels, the generals. They wrote in a history book that those were the bad guys, and the the rebel lost. They made it clear. World War. They made Hitler was the bad guy. Even though when you go and study the actual story, you find out Hitler is not really the way they painted him. The way they paint him, you know, they were all bad guys to be honest. All of them in that World War II. But they made Hitler lost, so he's a bad guy. But they don't say Germany was the bad country. They say Hitler is a bad guy. So that is the one that was responsible for the war because he lost. He has to take responsibility. Ojukwu was a bad guy because he lost. He should take instead of saying, "Oh, no Victor, no vanquish," and you bring him back and you bury him as a national hero. That's stupidity of Nigerian government. They are the problem. That's why no one can move on. Everyone is confused.
All right. So as far as they are concerned, there should be no attempt at a healing for that space.
No. The healing will be the truth is what heals. I'm telling you, the truth is what heals. They say, tell the truth, set you free. People in our region, many of them don't know what happened. They're confused. So a lot of them are just hearing different things, and a lot of the elders are leveraging that event, right? In fact, they are using that event and the lack of the ignorance of their people, knowing that the Nigerian didn't document the event. They are using it to kind of what's the word? To kind of use it to brainwash the young ones to kind of align with what they desire. You understand? Like those that desire secession or those that desire political position. So they use that event to convince their people that look, those people are the bad people. They did this to us. They did that to us. They just tell them stories. You understand? And then the young ones, you are consuming all this rubbish. It's kind of like in the Southwest, how they will try to use they will tell us that the North is the problem. The Northerners. As a kid now, you start thinking the Northerners are bad people. That kind of thing. And then as you get educated, realize that no, what are these ignorant elders? What are they telling me? Like Northerners are the problem. When you actually check the whole fight, you find out that no, all of them are the problem. So it's they use it as a political tool to get their people on their side. So everybody just play that game. But if you have the actual information out there, the truth out there, and everybody can access the truth, then no one will be feeling anyway. You go learn and you know the fact, and then you can be grieving for a while, but after a while you move on. You move on from it.
All right, brilliant. All right. Well, whilst you are still there, do you want to run commentaries on Adamu finally resigning and the call to have a Southeasterner replace him just for national unity?
APC.
Yeah,
for national
APC.
unity. What does it have to do with national unity to real long? Like, APC. APC, the way I see it, that party right now, it looks more like a North-Southwest unity. You understand? So if they're trying to do make it a party of the national, union, unity party, it will be good for the country, but it may be bad for the northern the southwest politician because, to be honest with you, they enjoy this north southwest union right now. You understand? It will help them in the future in terms of another election where average northern will see APC is a northern party, and average southwest say APC is a southwestern party. But once you make it a party of everybody, where no one sees it as this party is this regional party, then you can manipulate a region to vote for you anymore because now everybody you see as okay, I just a party, you know. Because right now the division, the way people look at it is okay. APC is a Southwest party and North, maybe it's part of the North, yeah, many part of the North, you know. But if you start making it, everybody's in. You know, everybody's equally powerful there. Southeasterners are equally powerful there. Then, I mean, for now, it won't help people like the Tinubus. But in the future, I think it may be good in the future because after you're done, maybe after Tinubu has done 2 terms, yeah, you can throw the party out there for everybody to grab. And the Southeasterners can use it to, you know, to run to become president. But for now, if he's a smart politician, just keep it that North Southwest union for now because you need the Southwest and the North to vote for you to win the second term. To be honest, keep distance, keep the Southeast away from me for now. You know, if he's smart, if he's a smart politician, that's what.
Oh, yeah, I remember you saying that yesterday. We not take all sort of politics, have we?
That's what's going on. If you go and make mistake and okay, for example, even look at Lagos politics now. It became Yoruba versus Igbos, right? And that's what made Sanwo-Olu really win the election, to be honest. Like the Yorubas came out like, wow, they want to take our place too. You understand? So they came out to stand for their man, their tribe, and he was able to win. Now, if you now say, okay, let's do tribal unity here in Lagos, so Kinikon, there's no this thing. So the next time it comes out, the Yorubas will not feel like, okay, we are coming here to voting for this guy, we are defending our ethnic group again. And guess what? The guy might lose. So if he's a smart politician, hey, just keep it the way it is for now. Until, hey, maybe keep it like, hey, I'm for my people for now. So sometimes politics can be dirty. If you want to, sometimes you have to get your hands dirty to win. You understand? To maintain your level, you know, your position. So that's what I think. I think, hey, right now, if you start flooding that party with people from other region, the Southeast, where the opponents are, you might lose people that are jumping on your side because they think your party represents their side. You might lose them, and that can cost you. So it'll be a big political mistake. For me, if I would advise Tinubu, just keep your party north, south, west, the way it is. Just keep it like that for now. For now, then later I can, you know, do all that. Let's come together bullshit. But for now, you are divided, and you are in a advantage position. So you keep it like that.
All right, brilliant. Let's bring other voices into the conversation. Patrick, you've been quiet. Patrick, this reconciliation thing, it looks as though a lot of people are not buying into it. Are you still there, Patrick?
Yeah, I'm here. I didn't get you.
No, we were talking about so commemoration for the Biafran War, that there's still not a national acknowledgement in terms of a public holiday to acknowledge what happened during Biafra, like a sort of never again, never must this repeat again sort of a day. So that's not necessarily to nod at the Southeast, but to look at the totality of everything and to have like a somber day of a national public holiday. Because that place has not fully healed yet, is what people are saying.
Yeah, but I don't know. I might be wrong. This Armed Forces Remembrance Day, was it not the day the war ended or something that they used to commemorate in Nigeria? Yeah, I think so. Nigerian Forces Remembrance Day. It was, I think.
Yeah, but is that not skewed towards Nigeria, though? Is that not skewed towards Nigeria?
No, you see,
whether
the point is
died
that
in the ECOMOG or died in the Civil War, it doesn't matter. They just celebrate.
No, what I'm saying is that before we had ECOMOG, now they've been celebrating it now. ECOMOG came during Samuel Doe's Charles Taylor period now. We've been celebrating Armed Forces Remembrance Day as far as when I was even in primary school, in the 70s. You understand? So I think it has to do with the Civil War. They didn't call it Biafra Day because we don't want to necessarily... there's no country that is Biafra. That's the truth. There's no country that is Biafra. Biafra was a country in the dream that some people wanted to fight for, but it was not a successful fight. You don't create that kind of country. For example, if we had wanted to fight for our independence as Nigeria, if we eventually didn't get our independence as Nigeria, we won't suddenly call this place Nigeria. You understand? Like Southern Cameroon now. It's not called Southern Cameroon now, it's called Cameroon. You understand? So the is not without with due respect to my brethren in the southeast, you understand? Now we have Nigeria. You understand? We don't have an amalgamation of two countries. No. We have Nigeria as a country that was threatened to be fragmented, but luckily enough, it wasn't. So that's it. We celebrate the people of Nigeria, and that includes my people in the southeast, because the people who fought in that war were Nigerians. They were from southeast, south, southwest, and the north, everywhere. They fought in Nigeria. Nigerians died in that war. And I think that's the right way to see this. Nigerians died in that war. Some of them were Igbos, Hausa, Yorubas, Edo people, Middle Belt, died in that war. In a
Yes,
war that,
it's the totality of all of that, though. It's not.
exactly,
Yeah, yes.
in a war that is unnecessary. I will still keep saying that, in a war that is unnecessary, because there's nothing you want to achieve with violence that you cannot achieve better without it. It is not necessary. It was a war of young men. It's just like all these Lekki Toll Gate protest and fight, and all. They were young now. How can somebody like Ojukwu and Gawon at that age plunge the whole country into war? They were in their 30-year-old boys telling you people to fight war, and all of you carry your head and entered. Zikwe was there, Awolowo was there, all of them were there. Why do they have to fight? That kind of decision should not be left in the hand of young people like that now. That is what happens when you promote people beyond their competence. And to me, Gowon, Ojukwu, all of them that were leading Nigerians, they were promoted beyond their competence. They just took the power. I'm sure, look at the fight that was happening during the First Republic between Akintola, all of them. Those guys who don't have plunged the country into war, they know the implication. And they were mature, they're old enough to know that, look, if it's getting to this point, we need to draw the line. But these guys just went ahead and the guy was just smoking and drinking, they were interviewing him, he was feeling cool. And they say, oh, he's a leader. Obviously, he's not now. You understand? So we celebrate our people, we celebrate the people that died in that war. We celebrate the people that survived. We celebrate the country that survived and that we now have. I will go and find out. I think it's that Armed Forces Remembrance Day that they set out. We used to be 11/11 before. You know, the way I think the 11/11 was D-Day, global whatever. I think they now changed it or something. Nigerians now changed their own. That look, we didn't fight in the World War was not our war. That the Civil War was the one that was our war, and we needed to just put it out that day, in that day. You understand? So to me, that's enough.
All right. To the headline on the screen, Patrick, Adamu finally resigns as APC chairman. So they forced him to step down, but who replaces him is the thing. So a lot of people are saying this is a window of opportunity to cede that space to the southeast. Are you aligned with that thought?
Who in the southeast? That you see, you want
People
to.
they came up with the name Dave Umahi as a working hypothesis.
Umahi is in the Senate now. He's the Senate. He's deputy leader in the Senate. He would rather have his own appointed position like that than just be in Adamu, because they can easily just remove him, tell him to step down, resign, and all the stuff like that. So they are better off in the Senate. He's better off in the Senate. He stand a chance of finishing his tenure. One day he might become Senate president. He might become. So he wouldn't want to go into that. If you take Umahi out, who else is there? You understand? So I feel that the Southeast need to just do its calculation properly, very well. They need to do their calculation very well. The chairman of the party must be somebody that is politically strong. Let me give you a good example. If Tinubu had not been the president, Tinubu is someone who is probably would have been a good chairman of the party. You can imagine if Tinubu is the chairman of a political party in the country, the party will do well. It will galvanize everybody. So a party needs a strong politician like that, a man who can knock the door of anybody and say this, and that a man that the president, before thinking of forcing him to step down, will look at him, will think twice. Or when the president takes a position against him, a man who can say, "Don't worry, somebody who can speak and stand his ground, even if it's contrary to what the president wants." So you need that kind of person, and you don't have that. So I see you going to the middle belt. I see you going back
Mike.
to the middle belt.
Mike.
Okay, what else is something?
That's not Mike. It's Patrick, not Mike. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Patrick. I don't know why I keep saying Mike. Do you think if Tinubu had not become president, he would have become the chairman of APC?
No. I'm just saying a man like that. He was not the chairman, but look at the way they respect.
I know. I'm just asking.
They gave him a position, leader. That was not even they say
There was nothing.
national
There was
leader.
nothing called leader in the party. Either you are a principal
They gave
officer
him
or you are
position of
just a member.
national leader, and they give him respect. The respect they were giving to Tinubu was more than the respect of their former chairman. What's that former chairman's name, Seth?
Oyegun versus Adamu Oshiomhole.
Yeah, the respect Tinubu had was higher than Oyegun or Oshiomhole, who was the guy that took over from Oshiomhole.
I'm just saying, would you think he would have accepted to become the president of that party?
Adamu?
No, I'm talking about Tinubu now. If he hadn't become the president.
Mayor Malabune. I think Mayor Malabune took over from.
So Tinubu wouldn't have. He was already at a higher level than all these people. You understand? Than all these would have been. But what I'm saying is that you need the quality of a man like that to be. It's very scarce to find someone like that. But you could get that kind of person maybe in an Akpabio with time. Or you understand? But you need the quality of a man like that can hold firmly and strongly to their ground and maintain stability and unite people and reconcile and forgive people and that kind of thing, and understands the principle of democracy. So that's the kind of man you
There's
need.
no forgiveness in politics.
No, but you see, Adewale, at times you just throw some lines. Why are you saying that? Why do you think there's no forgiveness? People forgive.
There's no forgiveness in party. You sleep with your eyes open.
No. Forgiveness is present everywhere. Wait. Even armed robbers at times they forgive themselves. Area boys they forgive. It depends on the person, one who is forgiving, and the person who is repenting, and the level of conviction and trust that he can build over time, that he can rebuild in the other person. It's not going to be immediate like God, that God forgives and then you just trust you. And he can do that because he knows us in and out. You understand? Nothing is hidden. So,
but they keep forgiving Fanika Yodina.
You also ever say you're as good as what you can contribute. The moment your value is the moment your value is down, you're no longer useful. Everybody is indispensable.
No, but you can still be drawn near. I'll give you a good example. Look at Obanikoro. Obanikoro is not too much. The political consequence of Obanikoro in Lagos is not that profound. Again, it's a
because
damage.
It was inconsequential.
It's a damaged good. But look at Tinubu has brought him close. I see him anytime they go to the mosque. He's sitting in the same line, two or even directly 2 seats before they saw Tinubu in. He used to sit beside him. Now that they saw him in, I think they had to create some space because of security and protocols.
There's grace in number.
It's very. What I'm saying is that It's close. That's what it means. It's back in the family.
There's grace and strength in numbers, but you
No,
know,
it's
you
back in the
also have
family,
to
but
look
it has
at the
no
value.
political consequence now.
I mean, it would do Tinubu no good by ostracizing Femi Pedro, Obani Koros, and the likes. As a matter of fact, it will benefit more by bringing them back into the fold. So if he
Yeah.
choose to, deny them access to himself, he will be shooting himself in the foot.
Let me give
But
a
you
good
are as
example. Let
good
me ask
as
you one
what you
question.
can
Sorry,
produce.
can I come
Let
in?
me
Can I
ask you a
come in? Sorry.
question. Sorry, Adewale Solomon. Sorry. Tell me the political consequence.
Hold on.
Femi
Let
Pedro.
Solomon. Hold on. Let Solomon come in before, and then yeah, so that you can add to
Yeah,
what you
yeah.
want to
Sorry.
say. Yeah.
Tinubu, we need to applaud him. Like the way he's playing, he's just playing his senior. Like that one, the rating and the way they were qualifying him before the election. Like I think he's truly who he is, who they say he is for real. In the way he's bringing in these people like this Pedro, Mr. Pedro, and this other man that they just mentioned now. His politics is very matured. He's a true politician. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to applaud him. Apart from adding up as in being added numbers or like bringing in numbers for him, you can see he won. These people were still, I think they were still against him during this election, and he still won. So, and it's only Lagos State these people have influence. So if they don't come in, it's Tinubu that you should give the merit for this unity he's bringing in.
You don't know I'm not eating, Avi.
Absolutely.
Oh, sorry.
Absolutely. All credit goes to Tinubu.
I'm sure you have eaten, Patrick. Look at this
No,
guy.
I'm the only one. That's why I was asking my daughter.
Our boys will teach them.
All right. Carry on.
So
Our
I
voice was
think
it,
the the political relevance of those people we just mentioned depends on Tinubu's a political assertion. Because at the end of the day, if you look at it, if Tinubu is not progressing, these people are just local champion. They're just at the lower. I think the only person that I've seen being um, uh, operating at the national level is Kwejabi Amila, and he played crucial role in the emergence of the candidacy of Tinubu. He strategically placed him there for him to play that role, and he did play it. And at the end of the day, look at where he is today. He's the what do you call him? Chief of staff, more or less the de facto, the person running the government, running the show. So the likes of Obani Koros, their political relevance is, depends on their godfather or the person who actually brought them to that limelight, the political limelight. But he will not benefit by trying to push them away. He will rather bring them in. But in the way you close with your two eyes wide open, so that you will not be stabbed again, because that will be detrimental if you decided to close your eye. I mean, they said, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me second time, then shame on me, because I'm the one that not taking precaution.
No,
So
and the level where he is now, they can't even fool him.
you think so?
Yeah, he has
Please,
information, and
these people,
they are
this
going to be they are. It's not a mumu president that is
come,
not.
hey,
Wait,
my
Adewale.
brother,
You see, he's not naive like maybe a Jonathan.
ah,
No,
he
the
may not
people like
suffer a
what I mean
fool.
are people like Pedro. Let me tell you why I think Pedro and Obanikoro have to come in. You know, when somebody is your child or somebody is a member of your family and you are a rich man and they see the person outside is looking tattered, you will say, "Hey, my come on, my do you me? You just bring him here and just be taking care of him." so that they will say, look at these are Tinubu boys before. Yeah, so he wants to just take care of them. It doesn't cost him anything. I bet keep him in the house before he goes out and he's looking rough. I think that's what they are going to do to Fanka and the rest because he's in the group now. They'll just be taking care of him and keep him there. That's the point. And that's what they are supposed to be doing to Dele Momodu now because it was in the family. And
No, Dele Momodu was never in APC.
it was in the, I'm saying in the family.
That
It's in
I
that
don't know.
family.
You see, that guy is somebody called him Malatenaje in this comment section. I call him. How do I say this person that is like a leech? You know,
That is
where
like a
whenever
leech.
there's a soup being cooked or jollof rice, like Mr. Sabinus. I don't know if you are familiar
Any
with
government
Sabinus.
power
Any person you know is my
where
man.
there's food.
It doesn't matter whether you belongs
One
to.
man, well, how come we haven't been hearing from Fanikayo this? The guy has been hiding.
Yeah,
Why
oh,
you
he will
this?
be on fire.
It's unusually silent, isn't it? It's
No,
unusually
this
silent.
this is a time that you don't bring him to the forefront because it will become the poster boy for the administration, and you don't want that negativity. You want something different, from what it used to be. So that's why he's been behind the curtain. I won't be surprised if they give him one, as a director general of one agency or the other, just to compensate.
No, they'll give him
Even,
something.
even Festus Keyamo has been somewhat quiet. Remember
Oh,
when he was turning up in court and then suddenly he disappeared?
No, he's working the court too. He's working.
it's there. It's there.
He's working
Is
in
it still?
chamber.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
it's still
working in
there.
chamber. Serious. That
It's
guy is
there.
going to get a ministerial appointment.
It's
Come
there.
on, go and write it down.
Even if he doesn't get the ministerial, he will get one important position.
He will get ministerial appointment. He
You
will
know,
get.
when the power shift to the south, I think on the APC side, I think Festus Keyamo has a chance of being the guy from the south after Tinubu, like to run to contest.
I mean, who
I
is
don't
Do,
see
do
that
you
anyone
think
else.
do
party
you think
member
it's a
from
big
South?
enough name? Is it a big enough name?
He's big
He's
enough, name.
gradually
Big,
building
yeah.
now.
If they bring him forward, the South will not have no choice than to support him. But I'm trying to consider the one big name from South that I can find. I haven't seen any other than Wiki.
Akpabio. Have you forgotten he's also from the south?
Fabio to be sold as a presidential candidate, that would
But
be a
but, but
tough
Wike
call.
is PDP. Wike is PDP now.
Forget
Wike is
about it.
PDP
Anybody
now.
can cross carpet.
Akpabio, Wike, Oshomole. Those are three now.
Uh-huh. So
And
those
they are trusted. People
God
that
bless you. Now
Tinubu
you're
can
helping me.
trust.
We are talking about 16 years from now. Those guys they'll be great
Yeah,
grandfather. I mean,
they'll be out
Ancestors.
of yeah.
No,
So
they'll be like Tinubu's age. Now, what do you mean by they'll be out? They'll be like Tinubu's age.
hey,
eh?
Oshomole Tinubu's age
16
But
now.
years from
Tinubu,
now.
They'll be like
Oshomole is
Tinubu's
Tinubu's
age.
age
They'll be like
now.
Tinubu's age in 8 years' time.
No, we're talking about
Oshomole,
the power is going to the north. After Tinubu, then it's got to after the north, he'll come back to the
Yeah, but
south.
so Festus tend to benefit more than
And Festus
consider
stands
his
out,
age.
actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Festo is still young. 16 years from
But
now, is still
And there'll
young.
be some people now. Don't worry.
it's
Just
very,
wait.
very intriguing to find Festus being mentioned alongside all these politicians. This is a guy that used to, spit fire and brimstone on televisions and castigating all these politicians as if they've committed the heinous crime in the world. And here he
do,
is
do,
in the
do,
same trouser.
do you think, Mike, do you think that 16 years is one of the key reasons why Peter Obi is still fighting tooth and nail? Because he knows, of course, that this is a one-shot deal, isn't it, for him? If it doesn't happen now, it never will happen. Because Tinubu almost started to service 8 years, and then after those 8 years, don't even bother, don't buy a form if you're from the South. So after this is 16 years, and how old will Peter Obi? He'll be long gone, not from this world
No. He
though,
won't be long gone
but
now. We'll just be
but
about
from political relevance, he'll be
he will
about
be
what?
about 32 now.
Yeah, 70 something going on 80.
Yeah,
He'll be okay.
and it won't be like Tinubu that is still fighting at his hand the shake level. So
No, so he will still fight now.
I beg you won't have that energy. You think somebody wants to die there like Tinubu?
No. One man. I saw one video. I'm sure you have seen it. Of where they show, this Ibadan, Olubadan. Now they have some other obas in Ibadan. So I saw the video of all the obas, the new obas. Almost all of them are supported with couches or walking stick or wheelchair. All of them.
Yeah, that's bad for you.
See them
No,
shaking like this. I say, So,
but the Olubadan is a young man now, if I recall.
but all the
Yeah.
other ones, you need to see that video. I will send you for it and send to you.
All the other ones are shy support.
So, Obi is going to be young now. So leave that one.
At what age? 8 years plus
70
62
something. How old
now.
is Atiku? Atiku is close to 78 now.
No, don't consider Atiku. Consider Obi 62 plus 8 years. That would be 70.
62 plus
No,
16 years.
plus 16 years.
Plus 16 years.
That's 78 now. Okay.
Okay. That's true. So
62 plus 16.
I wonder if it's in 16 years. I wonder if his slogan will still be consumption to production. Consumption to production.
it will be a renewed hope. I'm a bad person.
By that time, we would have been producing.
Oh, Pam Kane, I've been waiting we're going to produce.
No, we'll be producing things now.
I think it will be a new generation of politicians that time, man. A new generation.
Yeah. But the thing is,
but I think people like Shore will be dominating that era.
I won't be surprised.
So maybe some of those guys they'll be dominating.
Even Shore will be done and dusted in 16 years now.
He'll be in his 60s now. Shore just turned 50, so he'll be in his 60s. That's the prime. That's your prime. That's a political prime.
It will be in his late 60s. It's about 60. It's about 52 now, isn't it?
No, it's just like 51. I think
68.
No, 52 or so.
Sure, will be a force.
You know, Shore's selling point is his youth. He's always doing youth.
I think he's evolving also. He's also mature politically.
If you're Nigerian, forget you too. You can never be president as a youth. First of all, our culture enough is elder. We believe in elderly. So you have to get to that age. If you are not old, you are not presidential in Nigeria. If you are not at least in your 50s or your 60s, that's your prime. That's your prime. You see, yeah.
What about too young? Not too young to run.
Forget that one. If you talk, even the young Nigerian will tell you the special is too young. This small boy.
But not too young to run is different from not too young to win. Now you can run, but you just cannot win.
Obama won presidency at 48.
Oh man! You see the way those articles, Tinubu, the way they look at Shore, they're like this small boy. That's the way they look at him now.
No, and he behaves like a small boy. They will be looking at him that this guy has a future in politics. All they are going to do is by the time he gets to 60, would have matured, slowed in energy, and at that time we have no energy to dissipate anymore. So all those revolutions now will now become, look, renew hope, everybody. Now let's get together.
I think that older people make better leaders.
Yeah. Yes, even the Nigerian landscape does not lend itself to a young president, because if you look at the journey to the presidency, it's usually you would have served in some capacity like a commissioner or something, and then you serve a 2-year term as a state governor. You know, by the time you and then maybe you'll be in the wilderness for another 3-4 years. By the time you add all of those years together, you are already at least early 60s thereabouts.
Yeah.
If you haven't done any of those things, man, there's no way they will give you a chance. They will just be looking at you like, "Who are you? Who are you? Come from nowhere. Me that have been doing all this. You want to?" That's when they look at people like you already. Like, who is this guy? Who are you? Who the hell are you? What have you done?
Mike, right now, building that momentum, that relevance. In the next decade, he will be much more relevant because people will have accustomed to his style.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making too.
Sell himself and say, "Look, I've been."
You mentioned Shore.
Yeah. You'll be like the elder at that time. People will say, "We've known this guy for a while." It's kind of like a ticklish because they were around in the 90s. So.
I think Shore's time is gone. I think the space he occupies has been taken over by the obedience. So that narrative now, his narrative belongs to the obedience now.
I know what was really funny. Do you know the real beef between Shore has with Obi? You know, Obi came out of nowhere. Do you know?
He stole his story.
He stole his story because Shore has a strategy. He was always sitting in court. He wanted to claim that hypobian space. You understand now? The Southeastern space. He thought, because that obedient movement was supposed to be Shore thing, because that was his strategy. He wanted to capture that Southeastern youth base and everything, the noise on the internet, by going to court to sit next to Kanu doing, and that was a big mistake for him, by the way. So all of a sudden, Obi just came from nowhere, just sweep.
That wasn't a mistake, because if Obi had not come on, I think Sowore could have cut very heavily into the
No, they
southeastern
would have
south.
No,
lost
you know what I
southeast.
said the mistake? The guy was gaining ground in the north, to be honest. Sure. He was gaining ground in the north. He was even gaining more ground in the north than. But then when he started taking side, we think, just say this guy just kill your position in the north. He kill your fan base in the north. So that was a bad move. He should have stayed. He
Mike,
should have stayed
Mike,
non-ethnic. He should have continued
Mike,
to play his
Mike,
non-ethnic politics.
Mike. There's no way he's gaining any ground in the north. Forget all those things. I'll tell you why. In his political alignment, he's siding with Ezaki, which is a Shite. If you are a Muslim, you know the animosity between the Sunnis and the Shiites is almost more than what is between Southeast and Fulanis. And majority, 90%, 99% of the Muslims in Nigeria are Sunnis. The only Shiites we have in Nigeria are those Ezaki group. I think every other Muslim is a Sunni. So, and they just don't. You see, that's why they are not sympathizing with Ezaki now. They just don't like that group because they have. I have some information, but I can't really discuss now because we don't have time. That makes it different from their own sect, and the Sunnis don't believe that the Shiites are actually real Muslims. You understand? So that's the problem. And decided, apart from that, now he's aligning with IPOB. So I think Sowore is not as smart as we used to think. I mean, the moment I saw him aligning with Ezaki, I said, who's advising this guy? And then with IPOB, I say, oh, look at this one. There's no way he can align with IPOB and that they will vote for him. The Southeast will always vote for Atiku or PDP. It's just because they have OB that they are not doing. If OB is not running by 2027, and you see them, they will vote for PDP.
Do you think Obi will run in 2027?
I think he will run.
He will run.
He will run.
Do you think he'll do better than he did this time around?
For
or do you think
you only have one chance in politics.
Nah.
If you don't
So
hit
it depends on Tinubu's performance.
So under which party will he run then?
Labour Party.
It'll still be Labour.
I don't see Labour ever winning shit in that country, man. I don't even see it, man.
Hello,
I don't see it.
man.
It's
But
not.
in politics, you only have one chance, one opportunity, few minutes to prove your point. If
No, I think what of Buhari now? Buhari had so many chances now.
That's some exceptional cases, and it doesn't come often, and that is why you have to grab every opportunity that comes your way. So if you don't grab it, not everyone will have that
and run away with it.
Exactly. So if you don't grab it, you are on your own. Because you start you devalued politically, one way or the other. You are going to devalue. How the likes of Tinubu are able to sustain that momentum and remain relevant politically is what is still should be studied, because these people combine power, money, and influence, and for years, decades, they'll be able to operate, silently, covertly, without being detected. And today, they have been. I want to say Tinubu bought everybody's conscience. Bought everybody. You have no choice. You will abide by what I say, by my own duties. Look at it. He hijacked the entire party. Now, the entire chairman of the party is on his way out, courtesy of Tinubu. Now, that is what I call power. Not just somebody who is just hesitant and come on the stage and think you can hijack this platform and launch it. No, it doesn't work that way. You go up, later affiliate to Connie, Fitoko, Kilomawo. So that is how that theory goes.
All right, but the Tinubu journey to the presidency, I've always said that Tinubu, he has been campaigning for that presidency since, he had always, since 1999, he wanted to be president. There was never a time, but he had to wait for that moment. He had to wait for that moment. Remember when he even gave his party to Ribadu? He has to wait for that moment, and that's just the and then you cannot turn up in 6 months and then say, I mean, what is just ridiculous.
You know what I respect about Tinubu? I don't think he won't run when he's not sure that he'll win. Just like you said, give the party to Ribadu. He could have ran, but the guy knew, let me not waste my energy running.
He probably knew Ribadu won't win.
Everyone knew
Of
that.
course, they knew. But
That's how you know
He's a
Adewale,
Tinubu
bad
understands
boy.
politics very well.
Yes, sir.
Adewale, aren't you surprised that Tinubu is this close to Ribadu? And look at Ribadu is one of the closest, if not the closest northerner to him now, apart from Shetima.
Very close.
Ganduje is
Yeah.
there too.
No, it's not close like Ribadu.
You think
Ribadu
so?
is 5 and 6. Yeah, they've
Ribadu is the closest.
been everywhere. That's why all the cabal they don't give Ribadu any appointments. Go and check now. Under Buhari government, they don't give Ribadu any appointment because they know it's very close to Asiwaju. They know.
It's very close to the man. And to make him his national security advisor.
And let us don't be surprised.
So
Ribadu
that proves that
Ribadu might be the next president after Tinubu.
Thank you. Yes.
I thought about that.
So where would that leave Shetima?
No, he finished his job now. It doesn't matter now.
I can't let you know. President and vice president will ever be Nigerian president. They will go together. They are going together.
Oh boy.
They are going together.
The Bible is positioned. Depending on how you play the game now.
Shetima too is young.
Huh?
Shetima too is young.
I'm talking about relationship. You are breaking. I'm talking about relationship. And I'm surprised. I look at it and say, this man is this close. You know? And so I'm impressed.
Well, it was the ICPC that it was Bureau of Code of Conduct that took Tinubu to court. Not ICPC, not
EFCC.
Not the EFCC. Even though he had open file in the EFCC.
Every governor had it now.
But also there's been an argument lately about the jurisdiction of EFCC in prosecuting state crime. For crying out loud, when the state government embezzled money from state, how does that even constitute a federal offense in the first place?
Okay, that EFCC is a federal investigative.
That was contested during Ibori's case.
So even what of private individual that they are pursuing? Yahoo boys.
Okay.
Is that within their jurisdiction?
But that doesn't fall under,
it doesn't fall. Even EFCC, if you owe somebody now, somebody you do business, person cheated you, they'll take you to EFCC.
Yeah.
You borrow somebody money, it doesn't pay.
Private capacity. But when you have the state government, ordinarily the federal.
You guys know Ribadu is older than Shetima, sir.
Is he?
Yeah. It's about at least almost 4 years.
Ribadu is 60s. Shetima is in his
50s. He has that face. You almost think that he's a youth.
He was a young man when he became the EFCC chairman. I think it was in his early 40s.
Ribadu is 62. It's 62 right now, and Shetima is 56. So Ribadu is about 6 years older than Shetima.
One man.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't realize that our team you begin to.
but Ribadu has that sort of face, doesn't he? It looks eternally. Yeah.
If you see Ribadu, if you see that video in Okuta panel when Ribadu was there.
It was like Noah. It was like a Noah Bawa. Very young.
But that Noah Bawa, that's not his end, though. Don't be surprised, though. One government will come into power.
People look young, and
the boy will emerge again.
People look young. Some people just have that good gene, and they look young.
When they have not seen stress in their life, they will look young now.
No, don't say that. Don't say that.
His father was minister of defense.
Don't say that. If you see me, you will think I'm. If you see me, you will think I'm in my 30s too. You will think this is just something.
No, wait for us to do that. No, you go assess on yourself.
I know for a fact. I know that for a fact, my brother.
How does you know that one?
I know that, me.
I think I'm in my 30s.
I beg you. They need to have a where you can change your birth certificate, where you have a choice.
Because at the end of the day, look at Ibadu. His father was the minister of defense. Joined police, rose very well.
Just like Fani Kayode.
Exactly.
You know.
Joined the police and rose and became somebody.
Yeah.
You know, the people that I respect, that their father was a poor man, were people like Erufai. That was just a farmer.
I, Ribadu is more of a technocrat than just being a police
He's an
officer.
aristocrat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just like you have Sanusi's,
Ramzi
Lamido
Lamid is also an
Sanusi's, and
aristocrat.
these people are overly educated than just being regional champion or
If you are
or
from that group,
leader.
if you have like a master degree, you have gone far. With your own level of education now, assuming you are in that group, you are from that area
That
of the
class, yeah.
country, you won't be in US now.
I probably
We would have been discussing you on the platform.
That's a thing. It's very rare that you see a northerner abroad scrambling in the way that we scramble abroad.
No.
yeah. No, they do travel abroad, but they just
No,
don't not to where we
The
I
quota
They
know
are
they go
system.
beginning
to
to do
Europe.
it. Almost, they are doing it now, man. Even I
Yeah,
ran
Yeah,
into
but
some of them when
most
I
of
was
the
going
quota
to
time
system
Nigeria
was
are
just
last.
either Kadunas or someone from
Yeah, particularly
Ekiti.
Kaduna, those area. Yeah,
Yeah, and if somebody
they
come
are
from
going to
Kaduna, you
China
don't
now.
even see them
China.
as northerner. Because if you are coming from Samfara or you are coming from Borno, that's how you would know that okay, you are a really conk northerner, and I wouldn't be
one man.
surprised to see you.
Do you know why I think so? My experience when I was younger, primary school then, I was trying to go into secondary school. I wanted to go to NMS then. So I went to write NMS exam. We used to write it in the Army Children's School those days. So before you write, they will tell all of you to remove your shirts, only your pants. They will examine you and then they will call you and
Ah,
Kilo Chele, what's going on?
hey, sexual
everybody to
harassment.
Nigerian military school. They will
We need
examine
to
us
sue
quickly.
them. Hey, we need to sue. There's
My
no statute of
goodness.
limitation. We need to sue them right now.
They they will tell you to remove only your pants. They will examine your body if you have major scar. Then they
Yeah,
check your leg if you are flat footed, all this kind of stuff. And they will now tell us they will arrange us state by state. Used to be Bauchi State. That was the first state then. We had alphabetically like that. So in Ibadan, I did mine in Ibadan. You know when they announced Bauchi State, only one candidate. Borno State, nobody. When they called Bende State, we were almost more than the Oyo State people in Ibadan. Bende State, you see one line, grrr, second line, grrr, third line, grrr. When they called the one northern state, whether Sokoto only one person, we're just shaking the guy. Say, congratulations. He has gotten in. That's what they are telling him. The soldiers were just shaking, say, oh boy, you are lucky, congratulations. All of us.
Because of the quota system, I mean.
Exactly. And that was how they got into the army through influence, through quota. There was one that time when they now screened us and we got into the class, we were writing. There was one lieutenant that came into the class to write. I'm talking of that time, in the around 1980, 81. A lieutenant came in to write for one guy that was seated beside me. I'm sure that boy was somebody said it was Jallo's son. Jallo was Major General, then I think he was Chief of Defense Staff or Jallo, which is one of these guys, a general. The lieutenant came and wrote everything for the boy. They just submitted. I say, if I know, I would have just stood there and copy everything that the man wrote. Let him try to stop me. We will now know whether, do you understand? That boy, that's how terrible it is. Now, these guys are now in the army. They are the ones we are seeing now. The chief of army staff, that set that entered NDA in 1986. These are guys they were put into the army because of influence, not because they were passionate about the job. That's why we are seeing the quality of output we are seeing now. Some of us that were passionate about the job then, really, I wanted to be in the army. My father was a soldier. My oldest brother was a soldier, was an army officer. I felt I love this job. I want to. You didn't allow them. You use all those wuru, 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 wuru. Your name will not even just come out. And they'll say, oh, Obasanjo's son, his name came out. Are they telling me he's the most brilliant boy in Ogun State? You understand those kind of nonsense? And that's what it is. That's what it is. And that's why we have this quality of I can't imagine if I'm in the army now. At that level, you see two things: either they have sacked me, or we have settled all this nonsense that is on ground now. That's somebody. But a lot of
You will
people.
have joined them, Patrick. You will have joined them. You will not misbehave.
Let me
You
tell
will
you
have
why I
been
will
part
not
of the
join them.
system.
I was in the bank now.
He won't be
I knew
talking to
what
us
I knew
today, right?
I knew my position, and I knew what I went through. So I wouldn't have joined them. I know what I'm saying. By God's grace, let me not say by my strength. You understand? What I'm
Yeah,
saying is
you know
that
you are young then.
I
You are
love the job.
talking. You are talking. No, just wait, Patrick. You are talking like this because of the experience that you have now. But you will have been brought up by them. Your
Actually, do you know what my
mentality
brother
will
used to
not will
tell
have
me?
been the same. You understand? Yes.
My brother used to say that. My brother said, look at you. Because I wasn't, but my brother as well. I used to ask my brother, why are you doing this? Why this one? My brother said, you can't do it too. He said, I say, he said that I think this army, I don't think I want to encourage you to come in because you are not going to last. That's what he used to tell me. He said, Ojo, that's his name. They call me at home, say, if you join the army, when you last, I won't encourage you to come into the
No,
army.
no. You will have lasted. You will have learned on the job. You
They would have changed
everything
me.
Nigerian army is
exactly.
about brutality, man.
Agree
They will
one
take
man.
Yes,
they
you
will
will
take
have
one
learned
they
on the job. Let me
will
tell you, I have a friend, a lawyer that joined police. If you see this guy before he joined police, he's a very nice, good guy. Go and see him now.
He has
He behaves
business
like
now.
them. So what are you saying? Because you
But
sit there, you
but
sit
it's
there
not
with
a
them every
roadside
day.
policeman, right?
It's
yeah,
not a roadside
it's a
policeman.
trooper.
But when you sit down with a group of people every day, they speak, you hear, you smell them, you do everything with them. You don't know when you will become like them.
You can't
You will
survive
not
without
know.
emulating them.
Uh,
Joining them.
exactly.
They can even take you out of the way if
So,
you become a problem to them. So
Exactly. You become a
mm,
problem, start acting
But
different.
you guys know that is how it is here in
Hey, one man.
Nigeria, the law enforcement.
Yeah, let's say from Prince Daddy. Prince, come in.
Yeah, I was going to chime in a little bit about the APC chairperson Adamu, right?
Yes.
Being dethroned, and the way that it all transpired, the way it all happened, um, shows quality leadership. I mean, we all knew Adamu and some of the APC upper echelon people. They were against Tinubu all the way. But he showed Tinubu's patience, and when the time came, they orchestrated and tried to remove Adamu. And Adamu, I mean, it's okay for people to have their own choices, but Adamu is a very respectable person and is a very smart man. I don't think anybody's going to doubt that. But it's allowed to have his choice. But his choice may not align with that of Tinubu. So it is what it is, politics. I just want to juxtapose that, what just transpired, to that of Atiku. And I've said it before, Atiku is perhaps the worst leader in Nigeria. That man does not have any sense of administration or how to manage anything. And they were trying to gaslight us during the election. The unifier. That's a joke. I mean, those are the things that work for the obedience people. The unifier. Atiku could not keep his house in order. Just dealing with
no,
Wiki. Huh?
don't mind one man. It's one man that says the unifier because he married across the whole ethnic group. Don't mind.
Oh,
Wouldn't mind
No,
that.
no, no. I said it's the most Nigerian of the candidates, which he
Okay.
is.
Yes, because
He is.
he
He
married.
mentions candidate
no,
after
no, but we have to be fair though, man.
Because
Atiku was not I mean his politics is not really regional, to be honest. It's not
I beg you, that man a
But he
king,
turned
man.
regional at some
it's
point,
not regional,
though.
he trying to play the regional game. You know, it's not the card that was being played by Obi and you saw
it
that
turned.
the Obi and what's the name? Tinubu were more like regional in a
Not
sense. Though Tinubu
regional, but
wasn't being regional, but
not any Yoruba on in the campaign something. What are we talking about? Go and check now. Party Shama Hausa,
who?
all those
Atiku.
article, yes.
What about Dino Milai? Dino Milai was the main guy there now.
Do you remember the Yoruba?
Dino Milai and Dr. C. Those were the main
Dino,
people there.
Dino Malaye is a Yoruba man.
He's a Yoruba man now
That's
from
He's a
Kogi.
he,
He's
he's
a
a Yoruba
Kogi, he's a
man.
Kogite. Forget it. He's not a proper Yoruba
it's
man.
not
He's
Yoruba
a, he's
now.
a
Well,
Northerner.
you know,
No, no.
what you call Omoroga in Kogi State. You know, when you go to Abeokuta, that's the problem with people like Dino Menai.
Yeah.
He sees himself as a Northerner. He doesn't see himself as a Yoruba man.
No, no.
Believe
He
me.
seems
Oh,
that
oh,
was a
oh,
Yoruba
oh,
Now,
man. He always
really,
says.
Yoruba man.
all right, back to you, Prince. Back to you, Prince.
Yeah. So that is an article for you right there. Yeah, it is not true. It's not. It's a treat Nigerian when it comes to marrying other women from different part of the country. But as a he played ethnic politics. He played religious politics also when the time came. It is what it is. But you guys were talking earlier about having an opportunity. I think Adewale said it. But it's one thing to have an opportunity, one-time opportunity, and one is another thing to have one-time golden opportunity. And that one-time golden opportunity was this past election for Atiku. Okay, and the guy squandered it. He made a mess out of it. He made a mess out of it. So I mean, we should thank God for Tinubu, quite frankly, because this Atiku person, I mean, is a man
So,
with a
so, so, so,
bag of
so
money.
sorry, Prince. How was it a golden opportunity for Atiku, and how did they make a mess of it?
Well, come on. You see, what Obi should have been slain. I mean, the Obi should have been slain. Obi was the big problem. The G5 was the problem. I mean, this guy, he had everything going for him. And coupled with the fact that the APC were against Tinubu, from Buhari himself to Adamu to Emefiele, what is it that was not against Tinubu, one man? Everything was against this man, and was a golden opportunity for Atiku to seize the opportunity and display his leadership skills and everything else. But this guy squandered it. It's such an
Yes,
embarrassment.
yes, his ego got ahead of him. I think his arrogance. He thought the North would deliver, come what may. I thought the worst space that he mismanaged was the weakest space. I thought he just made a mess of that.
Yeah.
Well, one, let's be fair. If you take Obi out of the way, I think we would have won, man. With all these things you guys talk about, the real obstacle was Obi, because that southeastern vote, that's all it needed. I mean, everything else,
Well,
forget it. Man.
yeah, of course.
Everything else, forget it. With everything else, without Obi, would have won it. He would have gotten our southeastern vote and be the president today.
Now, well, see, we have to look at that. That is true. Obi was a big factor, but if he had managed the G5, there was a consequential effect.
It won't matter, man. Even if he managed the G5, it won't have mattered. Trust me.
But Mike, you will also need to
the G5 will not have helped him with his 5 eastern states.
No. What the fight is? Listen, Obi. No. Obi would have won the fight eastern states.
You know
but
the margin between Tinubu and Atiku, it was only about 1 point something million votes.
Exactly.
Yeah, but Mike, you also
No, it's about 2 million. It's about 2 million.
But
Yes.
you're looking at it from a linear perspective. See, there are some other things that have come to play. Say, Obi would have won the 5 eastern state, but look at PDP's performance in Lagos. Look at PDP performance in many of these other places. That's a testament to Atiku's
there's no way we would have
ruthlessness.
done anything in Lagos.
No, their performance in Lagos was abysmal.
If people
What do
should
you
not, you should don't.
See-
If you are looking at, let me tell you, Prince Daddy, the G5, they don't have anything to do with the election. Believe me, their influence is so small, so minute.
No. Well, you can say that in
Let me
hindsight.
tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Hold on, bring your voice down. Yeah, carry on.
The two people that actually affected that election is Obi and Kwankwaso. Look at what Atiku scored in Kano. You understand? It will take him 2 states to beat what Tinubu scored. Tinubu over 500,000. You understand? That means at least 2 states we need at least 2 states to settle that. So if Atiku did not win significant votes in Kano, then he is a factor. So we don't look at the G5.
See,
to me, it doesn't have any significant effect.
Well, I disagree, because you're saying that right now. So one thing in life, it's a linear approach to your analysis, I would say. But I tell you, I think the election would have been much closer. Okay, because out of all the things we mentioned, there were challenges to Atiku. Which one or two variables were the ones to be able to address? Atiku could not have stopped Obi from going to the Labour Party and being a candidate. That was you couldn't have done nothing about that. We know that. But managing the G5 and the other things that transpired, it could have been able to do something about that, and it failed.
But President, if he was able to retain Kwakwaso in that party, look at the votes he will have gotten from Kano and Jigawa.
Well, that's part of it also.
He will have removed the difference between him and Tinubu, and he will have won.
There you go.
See, guys.
See,
for every political event, there's always a plan. I don't think APC will also sit back, fold their hands, and watch PDP take the power from them. Someone said that if not because of Kwakonzo and Diz and Obi, that PDP would have won. What if APC also have something up their sleeve as well that they are ready to deploy so that the PDP would not be able to win? We see that as easy way
That's
out.
why Eastern State.
We just mentioned all the things.
There was nothing
All they have on their sleeve, they
Tinubu could have done to do anything
the bottom line is that those are the only people that were able to identify. What about if there's other members of the party or PDP members?
Well, I think. What about all the things that happened? No. See, that is a golden opportunity. What about all the challenges that Tinubu had to face from Buhari? What about that? What about the CBN? What about the fuel scarcity? What about the cash swap order? There was so much stuff that was going against Tinubu. Trust me.
I agree totally with you. Let me tell you, it's God that made Tinubu to win that election.
There you go.
So many, let me tell you, APC is
a carry on. Yeah.
Okay, APC is a constellation of so many people. Let me tell you, the so-called PDP people that joined the APC, Adamu is one of them. They are still not actually true APC members. And this cleansing that Tinubu started now with Adamu, he has to go ahead and remove others. If not, it will be a danger to him. Let me tell you, the so-called, even this Uzodima, that is the Progressive Governors Forum, he has to remove him. He's a charlatan, and he is one of the more in that party that are working against the interest of the party and the interest of Tinubu. So the Hope Uzodima, yes, I said Hope Uzodima, he has to remove him. He has to replace him with another person, probably maybe Dapo, whatever they just say, Ogun State, Abiodun. Yes, he has to remove him and put somebody
that's not making look like a Yoruba party or something.
Forget about all this Yoruba thing that we are preaching. Forget about this. I don't even know where is this thing coming from. Yesterday I was hearing that we are talking about his appointment. Which appointment?
No, the appointment one, I get that one, but the party
and it's.
Hold on. Land that point and let Mike come in. Yeah.
Okay, so what is all those kitchen cabinet appointments? They are not really significant, and it's very unfortunate that it's even coming from our mouth, the Yorubas that are supposed to even supporting Tinubu and saying that his appointment is skewed towards Yoruba. They are not the key appointment.
Hold on. Do you think people should support Tinubu because it's Yoruba? Do you think the Yoruba should support him?
Yes, we have to support our own. He has not done anything wrong. Okay, if we don't support him, don't say no. That is one of our problem. You are on this platform. You're a one man. Have you ever seen any Igbo against whatever they are doing? Even if you see all this shenanigans that is going on, they are still supporting their own. You understand? But we will come and we'll be pretending that we are good, we are liberal, we are this, we are that. Let me tell you, I will never see you have your northerners that you love so much, the like of Azan, Ribadu, and when they come here, they don't condemn whatever happens in the north. So and I don't know why we got this. We should not support Tinubu because we are getting it wrong. we can go behind and correct whatever he's doing, but
Simba,
publicly we should not be condemning our own.
Simba.
Hold on, Dewale. Let Mike come in, and then after Mike, I want to document Bartholomew's voice as well because it's been quiet. But Mike, let's hear from you.
Yeah, where I agree with Simba is this mentality of Yoruba people always trying to pander to other people just to prove that we are fair, we are good people. No, others don't do that. You know, that's where I agree with Simba. And but with the party argument I is making, within the party is not involved in direct governance. When you're talking about ministerial appointment, yeah, you can focus, put your Yoruba people there. But when it comes to the party itself, you don't want to do that because the party is where your campaiggners are. So what I will advise Tinubu is find
let me tell you, Mike. Why should no? I want to raise a question. Okay. Oh God.
Hold on. Let him speak, and then after him, Bartholomew. So that
yeah, what he needs to do is he wants to keep that party united across region. And me right now, the way I will advise him is, as far as chairman of party, make sure you put a northerner there, like key positions in a party, mix it up with northern and southwestern, keep it like that. You can grab somebody from maybe rivers, places where you want election, you want to appease those kind of places. But I'm not saying you should do that with the governors and ministerial appointment too, because that one, no. That one, make sure you just pick competent people, because at the end, what we judge whether people vote for you next time is your performance. So on that aspect, on that part, the governors pick the competent, but within the party, because the party is not really that they are performing anything, it's just to show that hey, we are here. So make it not key places where you win votes, pick people from there. That's what I think.
All right, Bartholomew, let's hear from you. You've been quiet. How about Bartholomew?
Can I just chip in just a few seconds?
All right, go on. I don't think Bartholomew is ready for us. And are you there, Bartholomew?
Okay, I'm not done.
Yes, one man. Yeah, go with him and then let me talk. He said he wants to.
All right.
In as much as we are very quick to criticize, I want us to understand something. One man asked one question and says, do you think because we're Yoruba we should support Tinubu? I don't think so. On this platform, we've seen other people from other tribes that supported Tinubu, but not their own kinsmen. But sometimes we're always still a little bit reluctant to see the wrong in our own kinsmen, and it shouldn't be that way. Human beings should not operate like that. Even as much as we have other people, because I've come across others on Twitter that are actually not Yoruba, but they support Tinubu, and the same way with obedience that are Yoruba extraction but supporting.
How many?
But that's the question. That much, but that is a personal conviction, and I don't think we should crucify them. I don't think it's also morally right to say because you belong to certain clan, however, you must, support this particular person because it belongs to your clan or to your tribe. I don't subscribe to that. If there's a way, if there's any moment where you have to criticize, you criticize.
It's not about subscription, it's about the game that's being played right now by others.
Whether game or no game.
No, others are playing one game, they play the same game. That's what we are doing.
Hold on. I agree.
Go ahead, woman.
All right, Dewale land that point, but I broadly agree with you, Dewale. I don't think we can blindly support Tinubu just because it's Yoruba now. He has to be fit for purpose. And
that's not what he's saying, woman.
If he makes a misstep, we have to slam him, so we can't just blindly support him because it's Yoruba.
Yeah, woman, and there's no problem with that.
Woman, you haven't learned your lesson, Abi. You saw when Dr. Damages was taking the video where we were slamming Tinubu, and he kept playing it.
But I saw it.
So you haven't learned your lesson, right?
No. There's nothing to learn. There's no.
But they will never take a video of a Southeasterner slamming Obi and play it to,
Mike, you are not them. You are unique and you are different. So whatever stand you take, you stand with it. However, some that are myopic in their own thinking will choose to go that route.
Sorry,
Adewale, you know what you're telling me right now?
1 second. Adewale, we have to separate, our personal view or perception about things and the general group
So are you saying
perception.
when Tinubu does something wrong, we are not going to hammer
Of
him?
course, we should criticize him and go hard on him.
Nobody is obligated to go that route by supporting their own kinsmen. If they are wrong, they are wrong.
Adewale, we are not disagreeing with you, but we are telling you that right now, in this timing period, where obedience and Obi is not wrong to his own people at all. So if that's the game they are playing, you have to play the same game back with them. Like, hey, okay, my own man too is not wrong in my eye too. That's what we are telling you.
I'm realistic. Hold on, Dewale. Hold on now. When I say hold on, Mike, you cannot you cannot do that now, can you? How can you do that? So your inclination is not in that direction. So why would you incline yourself in a way that is alien to you? That's not how we do in Yoruba. In Yoruba land.
Okay. But I get it. But maybe we shouldn't do it to the extent that they're doing it. But we still got to play the game back with them to some degree. Maybe we shouldn't do it to the extreme that they're doing it. We got to be a little bit more moderate with it. But we can't say we want to be completely, no matter where we are slamming Tinubu, just hammering him. Why these other people will not be taking our own words and say, look, his own people too. Where they ignore the wrongdoing of their own guy. If they're playing that game, it's kind of like you telling me that if a guy that's a bully step up to a non-bully, slap that non-bully. It's time for that non-bully got to stand his ground and slap the bully back. You understand? Because you can't say because you are not a bully, you won't behave like the bully. At that moment, you got to step up to the bully. That's just the way it works.
To Mike's point, 1 second. To Mike's point,
hold on, Dewale. I want to invite voices that have not spoken yet into the conversation. So land that point, Prince Daddy, and then I want to hear from Bartholomew and then AY. But Prince Daddy.
Yeah, to buttress Mike's point, we don't. I agree. I don't like people being what they're not. You know what I call that? I call that weakness. Because somebody does something to me doesn't mean I have to reciprocate the same way. But I can do other things maybe to protect myself. To Mike's point, we don't have to behave like the obedient people. But nonetheless, we should be careful to produce the same result. We can chastise Tinubu when he does something wrong. We can go against him, but we have to, at the end of the day, look what benefits the group interest, not individual. If you told me right now, hey, Prince Daddy, the number one, Tinubu's number one supporter is from the Southeast. Guess what? I won't doubt it or even think twice about it. But that's not the point. It's beyond that one person. We have to look at the totality of it, not just one lean away on one side of it. Of course, there are many people that support Tinubu also that are non-Yorubas. I told you, two of my brothers, they supported Obi for that matter. So that's not the issue. But there are more people that support Obi than Tinubu on the other side. But let's not be blind. We have to play the game, just like Mike said, the way it's being played right now. Let's not be too righteous and pious. That's what is going to hurt us in the long run.
So then that we have to change our way of being in order to be a different way.
It's that woman. Let me tell you, it's not peculiar to us. That is the way it's being played all over the world. You will not see a white man where you are now that will support you against a white fellow. So this saint of the pious way of behaving, and it's very common among Yorubas, and it's affecting us. It's killing us, and we don't know.
Can I just chip in a little bit before we move on, woman? See, what you guys are saying, I get it, but you see, we can't all just slip and face the same direction. Sometimes we have to look at things objectively. Okay, not everything the person close to us do that we are going to harbor them and not chastise them. What we are saying is that you give them back the way the coin they give to you. No, life doesn't work that way. If not, we will continue to live in perpetual in hatred and all that. What I think we should do is, if somebody comes, a lot of time when I come across some stuff online and I will look at it, I'll have the urge to respond. But the maturity in me would stop me from doing so. Because what is the point arguing with somebody who is narrow-minded? And if somebody come online to attack me, that doesn't stop me from believing what I believe. You see, a lot of this ranting and all those stuff don't, being perpetrated online are just online. Yes, they voted for who they choose to, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that we should join them in their own game. I don't play game. I don't think we should be playing game. Majority of the people on this platform should not be playing game because we are matured enough. We are old enough to see beyond what they think they know, and we know better. So at the end of the day, we will gain more by understanding the game they play than we joining that same game. That's what I'm trying to say. We
Mr.
don't
Wale,
have to join them.
you are a gentleman. You are a gentleman. Do you really remember how Tinubu won election this election? Do you go on Twitter space?
I
As
don't
a matter
mind.
of fact, I'm way active on it right now
If
than
it was
ever.
up to Adewale, Tinubu would have been the governor of Lagos today. Eh,
I'm
let's
telling you, if your bad don't stand up on their feet, do you think this election will go the easy way? Everything is good looking at. Don't you see how all these other people? Don't you see how they are coming back to back? Even all our celebrity, nobody they attack anybody until when some Yoruba youth decide say no, this thing must be stopped, and they are giving back to back. That's why everything now coming down a little bit. They start bringing they don't like us. They want to do something to us.
Come
They
here,
want to show us.
if the
Hold on.
population of people like Adewale is they are more, we will be in
Mr.
trouble by
Wale,
now.
yeah, Mr. Wale is a
Yes,
All
gentleman.
right.
because they
All
will
right.
come on the platform and say he's a good man, and his head will be swollen. You understand?
All right. Dewa, let me mute you for a moment so that we can hear from Bartholomew. Bartholomew, let's hear from you.
Hey, one man. One man. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Yeah. So how are they now?
How we do? How buddy? How New York?
Yeah, we did, my brother. Thank God for everything.
New York. A city so great they named it twice.
My brother. What the man go do? Yeah. So I'm listening. I'm very, very enjoying the conversation. So, but I just want to chip one little thing so I can be able to step by the side, allow other people to come in. So on this very this APC chairman, some people talking about. I hear where they say, I hear where you were fighting. They should consider the southeast, whatever it is, and many of us disagree in a way politically. Many of us disagree in a way other side of where But I think my problem is not about giving the Igbo or the Southeast the chairman is my problem. And I can tell you that the majority of the Southeast, particularly the Igbo people, are not even worried about giving the post or any high post for the Igbo. But my worry is whosoever holding the position in Nigeria that called himself.
Your line is not very clear, by the way, but carry on.
Oh, sorry. Let me speak a little bit louder. So I'm saying like whosoever holding any post in Nigeria, calling himself one Nigeria or herself one Nigeria, should do what he or she represent. Help the country. The masses are dying. The masses are suffering. We are not coming here every day to attack tribal ethnicity, Igbo this, Hausa that, Yoruba that. It's not helping. It's not helping. We are here talking about Biafran war or Nigerian war. Mike come and say it's not a Biafran war, it's just some element that fight whatever. And my question to Mike is, are there not some my Yoruba people army that were then in Nigerian army then that fight against Biafra? Yes, they do. But we are not saying that it is the Yoruba fight against Biafra. We call it Nigerian war against Biafran war. My father have 11 brothers. Only my father left. in that war. So are you telling me that if I'm listening something like people like Mike are saying, you want me to be happy with Mike? I wasn't born then, yes. But the same war or whatever he said that it was Ojukwu scam, whatever it is, your hatred and everything can never make you grow, can never make you move forward. If you love Nigerian nation,
hold on, don't make it personal. That's his own subjective view.
no, I'm not making it. I said the way.
I don't know how somebody make factual statement and you call it hatred. I made a factual statement. Was it no Juku's personal war?
Do you know what is personal? When you say personal, it's like Ojukwu alone went to war.
Yes.
Is that what it means?
Yes.
So okay. So who killed my father's brothers then?
War.
Against who?
War.
Against who?
It's what happened in war. People die. Even I have relatives that died too in Ore when the Biafra soldiers came there. But I don't blame any tribe. I just know it's war. It's war situation that kill people. That's what in war. War.
You want to know what killed them? It was unnecessary fights. A fight that they were not supposed to have fought on both sides, both the Nigeria and the Biafra. That was what killed them and killed a lot of people.
War kill people. That's what happens.
Which was unnecessary. You understand?
My brother, have you ever heard where they say it's all fair in war? It's all fair in war. There's nothing that's unfair during war. Because war is about destruction.
You know what, man? I don't like too much of
We are just telling the truth, man. It hurts, but that's a fact. You can't call my factual statement hatred. It's not hatred. It's just a factual statement.
I don't like that. I don't like too much argument. We're trying to have a good conversation as a grown people. If we are saying that we are going to help our country, Nigeria, let us come here at the platform because we are talking to the whole world. Everybody, the whole world, come here at the platform and discuss something that will help our people back home because our people are suffering back home. I'm not against my brother Jonathan winning the presidency. If I pray for him to live long and get good health and move Nigeria forward, at the end of the day, the poor ones over the Nigeria, remember him and I call him. I don't care about Kofi, I don't care about I don't care about what I care about is hunger is.
We're really struggling to hear you, by the way. But
okay, sorry.
I know are you out and about somewhere? You're out and about.
Yeah, What I mean, I say that I don't care about all these politicians. What I care about is, let anyone that is managing to be the president take care of people, Nigeria, and fix the country. It is only better way if we have someone like President and Adewale and Kolata, if they can be able to help to give him a good idea how to move it forward, move the country forward, I know that everybody will follow you guys. That is how it is. If the people they call obedient or people they call LP are still fighting, are still arguing with
we're really struggling to hear you. Bring it home in a couple of sentences and then we'll go to AY. Yeah.
Okay, what I mean is that let all of us unite together and move this very country, Nigerian country.
All right. No, we can't hear you, my friend. If you get to a better place, then just signal to me, and then I'll bring you.
Right.
You take the floor again. But stay with us. So that's Bartholomew. So AY joins us. The man looking dapper in the dinner suit. So AY, come into the conversation. AY. AYO. Look at that. Otulore fridge. AY, can anyone hear me?
Hello, one man. Hello.
Oh yes. Yeah. There you are. So I was inviting you into the conversation. Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good evening. Good night, wherever you are. Please like, share, and subscribe. All right. So I think I would like to join the conversation from Adamu's resignation.
Yes.
It was forthcoming, and I don't think it's creating any rifts. Everybody knows it was forthcoming, and you know,
Do you think
APC,
do you think it tarried too long? Do you think he should have left earlier? Do you think he should have left with
um, uh,
Buhari?
yeah, I don't think. I think this is the best time for him to.
Hello? What everybody's signal today is just not
One man, what is
One
going
man,
on? Everybody's
one
signal is
man,
bad today.
one man.
yes.
Yeah, you know, yeah, Adamu being the party chairman in the first place, it was an anomaly because you cannot have Buhari from the north and have the chairman from the north. The normal thing to do is to zone the party chairmanship because you know that it was Oshomole that they removed before they put Adamu. It
Because
was one of
one thing
those
about
anomaly
someone
that.
said,
Are you back, AY?
It was.
Really, people are not.
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. But let Simba land his point, and then we
right.
get AY so that we have one voice at a time. Land that point,
All right.
Simba.
Okay, so it was those anomaly that Buhari committed. Once they remove Oshomole that time, the party chairman supposed to come from the southern part of the country, but he used his power to endorse his fellow northerners, and that was the same thing he did when he removed Ade Osun. Instead of replacing him with another person from the southwest, he put an Hausa woman there. So to me, Adamu being the party chairman ab initio was actually an anomaly. So as you said, he's supposed to have left with Buhari. He should have seen the handwriting on the wall. And himself, he was not even helping the situation. He was antagonistic to whatever the party is doing. How can the party chairman be saying that whatever they are doing in the party is not aware? Whatever they wanted to do, he was not in support. He was not in support of the the leadership of the House of Assembly. He was not even in support of Tinubu's primary. He was not even in support of everything that the president is doing. So to me, there is no need for him to even be there one day after Buhari left that position, because his occupation of that position in the first place was an anomaly.
All right, back to you, AY. AY. Ayo. Have we lost you, AY?
AY, don't go buy suya.
So it's
Oh, so sorry, AY. Okay, carry on. Yeah, carry on, AY.
all right. Okay, so as I was saying that there are elements of PDP in that party, and believe me, Tinubu will want to flush them out. People like Akpabi is an ex-PDP person. Anybody that has been to PDP and moved over to APC technically is a PDP person. So they are original ACN members that metamorphosed into APC. And those guys that have truly imbibed the spirit of the party are the ones that are planning to rebuild the party. So, and for this thing about bylaws, Buhari really is not. One thing we don't know about Buhari is not a Democrat. People keep forgetting that fact. Buhari, they call him reformed Democrat. It's just a necessity at that point. Tinubu just needed that alliance at that point. Because of Buhari's followership. Buhari really is not a Democrat. People call him a reformed Democrat. He doesn't understand the tenets of democracy. And that's why Tinubu is trying to rebrand that party. That's really trying to rebrand that party. And believe me, according to APC bylaws, your deputy, according to PDP bylaws too, when they reformed in 2018 and all of that. APC also rebranded their constitution very recently after that Oshiomhole saga. So the constitution says that the chairman of the party will come from a zone. A deputy chairman will also come from that zone. Then there will be, which will be deputy chairman north. Then there will be a deputy chairman south. So what happens is, in case of any misconduct of the chairman, the person from the same zone who is the deputy chairman will take over. So that is the bylaws, and it also happens in PDP bylaws. That's why Wiki was saying IU should go, and they were telling him that even if IU leaves, somebody from that zone, which is the North Central, to still go ahead to take over. Why are you fighting? That's what they were trying to communicate to Wiki then, if we could remember, during in the lead up to the election. So it's a good thing that Adamu has left. For me, it's a good thing because he was trying to, pilot the party against the direction of the presidency. And we could know that it was really childish for him to come out and say and try and demean, the powers of the Senate president and the House Speaker. That was a very, very poor move. And if you look at that interview, they were signaling to him to not go ahead and, commit that blunder, but he still went ahead. So his time is up. It's very nice that he has stepped down, but he says it's a good thing because in
Why did
APC,
Omishore? Why did they get rid of Omishore as well? The two of them are conjoined twins, Abi.
yes, I think they are conjoined twins, and technically, I think they're also trying to, APC is, PDP has something like board of trustees, right? So APC is trying to have something like NAC, like GAC in Lagos, GAC, Governing Advisory Council. Now there will be a National Advisory Council. Those guys, you don't know them, you don't see them, they don't come to the media to talk, but they actually dictate, how politics moves in Lagos. We just hear about GAC. We don't really know them. We don't put it. They are the real cabals behind, APC in Lagos. So I think they were also planning for something like that, like NAC. You don't know them, you don't know, but they have really influence in the party, and whatever they say, the neck will actually, look up to them for advice at some point. I think Tinubu has that thing in plan. So ambassador of the party, maybe to be chaired by Buhari and all of that. So once you are finishing your political ladder, after you've gotten to the peak of your career, then you can move up to be an NAC member, which will give the party stability. So hopefully, maybe if Adamu decides to stay in the party, he might become an NAC member when they inaugurate the National Advisory Council.
I think Adamu is too much of an extremist anyway. I just don't see. They should stay clear of him if they want to make anything.
He's
76.
He's 76.
I won't be surprised if he even decamp to another party, especially PDP.
Adamu does not have any political base. He doesn't have any political base anymore. They've taken his political base. He tried to contest the one of the SDP guys in National actually took his position. Adamu does not really have that political followership anymore. He doesn't have that political strength anymore. So.
All right, AY. I want to play you a clip, and then I want to. Sorry, who am I hearing in the background? So if you're not in play, then just for the.
I'm here, my man. I'm here.
No. Yeah, you stay unmuted, AY, but everybody else mute. Otherwise, we'll be hearing your background noise into the feed. But AY, let me play you this clip. This is Tinubu at the AY at the African Union meeting. But yeah, let me just play it and then you react to it. It's only about 5 minutes. Oh, sorry, I've not shared it. Let me share it.
Media coordination meeting. Anthems of the African Union and the host country, Republic of Kenya, the 5th media coordination meeting of the African Union, the regional mechanisms is among the integration process in line with continental aspiration as embedded in Agenda 2063. Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations emphasizes the need for Africa to address its challenges and shape its own narrative.
Let me salute you as African leaders against this challenging global and continental backdrop. You continue tirelessly, day after day, here and abroad, to make the powerful case for Africa.
Where's one man?
One man has disappeared.
Okay, I
That
think I
is,
need to.
hold on, please. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I
Good
think that
evening.
is from the obedience. They are targeting one.
Our family, our village people.
He's been targeted. He's been targeted. Yeah, I don't know what they want to share with you guys.
Thomas,
Yes, but
I would like to ask a question.
yes, please go on.
In the entire Africa, is it only the southwest or the western part of Africa that we have military ruling, or we also have it in other region of the Africa where we have military ruling?
I managed to keep myself out for some reason.
There he is.
I don't know, man. Alexander Gomez will be mocking me now if he was here. But I'm keen for you.
One man, go on. Hello, one man.
The village
Hello.
people are not done with the system, with the network.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can
One
you
man.
hear me?
Now we can hear
Yeah.
you. You were talking to yourself before. Who is talking? Yeah.
Acceleration of African.
It's me, woman. Can you hear me?
The audio is bad, one man. The video you are playing, we can't hear anything at all.
All right. Okay. Let me just abandon it then. Let me just abandon it. I was quite keen for you
Why
to hear
not
it, but if the
paraphrase
audio
it for
quality.
us and we'll go with it?
No, it wouldn't paraphrase. Let me give it the maximum I can.
The status of continental integration and
Is that better?
No, was
coordination efforts to accelerate the.
Still, all right. Okay. Let me abandon it then. But then let me.
I think it's better now.
Let me
We're
come
hearing
back
it
to
now.
you. All right. Okay. So, okay, let me play it there. You guys have to make a decision. But let me play it.
Integration process in line with continental aspiration of the African Union, the regional 883, acceleration of African continental free trade area implementation is, among other things, taking stock of the status of continental integration, thus in line with continental aspiration as embedded in Agenda 2063. Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations emphasizes the need for Africa to address its challenges and shape its own narrative.
Let me salute you as African leaders. Against this challenging global and continental backdrop, you continue tirelessly, day after day, here and abroad, to make the powerful case for Africa. Africa as the new horizon of possibility and as the source of solutions for its own challenges and those of the planet. Excellencies, you have the United Nations' complete solidarity.
In a similar vein, President of Kenya calls for self-reliance and a fit-for-purpose institutional architecture within the African Union, emphasizing the importance of fair financial systems and addressing debt and liquidity challenges.
We must have a collective position on matters to do with debt and liquidity. We must all agree that it is time for a new financing mechanism. The reform of the multilateral development banks is no longer about if, it is when that is going to happen, so that we can eliminate the current structure that is unfair to the majority of the people in global South, and especially in our African continent. And secondly, that we were left behind in the fossil fuel energy industrial development. God, in his own wisdom, has put Africa at the center. We have climate change as an existential crisis to humanity. But also, we have green energy, which we have renewable energy, which we have in plenty as a development imperative to be able to go into the future.
In his maiden speech at the meeting, Nigeria's president and ECOWAS chair announces plans to bolster the ECOWAS standby force to counter coups and terrorism, emphasizing the need to learn from past exploitation and avoid its repetition while affirming Africa's unity.
Challenges we face mean that governance will be difficult. They also mean that visionary good governance is necessary. Some observers assert a new scramble for Africa is afoot, and it is much like the old scramble that plundered our country. But here and now, let it be said to whoever the new scramblers might be, our continent may be old, but our spirit is new. And it is strong. The bad that took place in the past must not stay here. It shall never be repeated.
He highlights ECOWAS' progress in trade, free movement, infrastructure, and security. Tinubu urges Africa to overcome challenges, focus on inclusive growth, and harness the African Continental Free Trade Area.
ECOWAS continues to strengthen effort to maintain peace and security in the region by ensuring the conduct of peaceful elections in member states to deepen democracy and promote good governance.
He calls for peace and stability, warning that violence hampers economic integration while appealing for international support. 14 heads of state and government, 51 foreign ministers of the African Union member states, high-level dignitaries, and approximately 1,500 delegates are participating in the meeting, according to the Kenyan Foreign Affairs Ministry. Adesua, Omoran, Arise News.
All right. So, AY, a lot of things struck me in that clip. That's why I'm bringing. Are you still there, AY? Yeah, a lot of things struck me in that clip.
Yes.
Yes, a lot of things struck me. That's why I'm bringing it forward. So, the first thing that struck me is that Arab guy behind Tinubu. The way he's looking at him is what is this and can I eat it? So that look, what is this and can I eat it? But look at that look, man. Is that he wants to barbecue your president? But no. The first thing that struck me was the Kenyan president, who seems to be. You remember him from the Paris summit, where he was speaking frontally to Macron.
Yes, I remember him.
Yes, where he was speaking frontally to Macron, that the way the global finances is skewed is in such a way that it keeps our people, especially the African continent, in perpetual Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right. I was just saying that in that session with Macron, he was speaking to him that the way the global finances is skewed, it is in a way that keeps the African continent in perpetual servitude. And he was calling for a realignment of global financing. So he said that in Paris, but he's doubling down on that narrative in this space now. So that seems to be a theme that he is running with. But what Tinubu was speaking to is this new. There's a lot of what Tinubu was speaking to is this new scramble for Africa, and he's saying that Africa is ready now. So if you look at Tinubu's journey from the ECOWAS summit, his speech pattern there, and then now his speech pattern in the not the way he's speaking, but the theme of his speeches. The theme of his speech at the ECOWAS summit, if you marry that with the theme of his speech at the AU, what Tinubu is saying essentially is that free milling on the African continent by the Western space, that time is up. Are you reading that into his wordings, or am I being a bit carried away?
So for me, let me start with Kenyan president. He's saying the right thing, but for me, he's saying the right thing. But the thing is, he's not in position to say that. Yes. So there's you meaning right, having the right intention, having the right, intent to free yourself from your supposed slave masters or an injustice, a system that is not being fair to you. But the truth is, you are not in a position to be saying that. Why do I mean? On one hand, you say the system is not fair. On the other hand, you are also failing your duty to repay back. Of course, you are calling for debt restructuring and all of that. Your country is in a lot of debt. And the thing is, so the question I should ask him is, when they were signing those things in the past, were they not thinking? Were they not thinking about it when they were trying to take on debts that were more than them, or more than their productivity level? What were they thinking? And the truth is, they can't tell me that IMF and World Bank are the only lenders, world lenders. No, there are other alternatives. And it's business for IMF, it's business for World Bank. If conditions for taking a loan is not fair to you, you don't cry about the conditions, you look for alternatives to fund whatever project you want to do. So I admit that the system is not fair to Africa, but the truth is, with the state of his country, the state of the economy, the state of the internal turmoil in their country is not ready to take that on. I think he should leave it for the big brothers to take it on. And it goes down to what Tinubu is actually addressing first. Before you go take on an outsider, you have to clean your house. The truth is, we've always seen, even as Africans, we've always seen African Union as a charade because there's no unity. There are a lot of, bureaucracies, a lot of formations. You hear this one, these ones are part of Sahel, this one are part of economic of this, these are organizations of this. Same countries, different formations with different agenda. You see people like, you see the Arab world, the Sub-Saharan, they will tell you they are not really part of African Union, they are more of part of the Arab world. So there are still those level divisions within AU, and that's where they were calling for basic restructuring of AU itself, of everybody knowing what to do because they are targeting to get a seat at the G20. I don't know, they want to add Africa to it to done G21. So they have to get their house in order first. And Tinubu is actually sending a signal, which when people were saying he didn't talk in France, now I'm understanding why he didn't really say much in France, because even though he's arguing Macron, the signal he's sending to them is not sitting down well with France. Because if from ECOWAS is able to successfully turn the arts of, there's no way he will successfully, if he draws all these francophone countries together and opens their eyes, they will begin to turn against their masters, and it will not sit down well. And that's the truth. So Tinubu is, Europe is, we need their money, we need Western money. If you cannot get Western money, we need money from China, at least to revamp our economy. So, and he's treading on a path in which we have to be careful and we have to defend on ourselves. It's a good thing, I like it, but the thing is, we have to get ourselves in. My own focus is we structure that country first before we then move on to take on ECOWAS and African Union on all these kind of matters.
All right, brilliant. I still want your thoughts on this space. I'm not sure if it's a space you are following. Popular Nigerian pundit Killer Boy denies mutilating his girlfriend's corpse after being accused of fetish practices. Is that something?
One man, really, I don't really follow this kind of stories because
I thought
my own perspective is
I thought you
because of the state of the country where this kind of boys, they make money, and they don't know they don't really do things that are productive with the money. It's in Nigeria because of the state of our economy, comedians, they make a lot of money. They don't think of doing productive business, shooting movies that would, they don't have that passion to take their movies all over Africa. Like when you enter Nollywood or Hollywood, there's this passion to have a blockbuster movies that will be shown around the world, and that's why I think we have this kind of issues. It's because of really people don't really have passion, to really do something that has a landmark identity in the country. Everybody just wants to get your money, then try and sustain the money. And if you cannot sustain the money anymore with your values, of course, you resort to fetish practices like this. I don't encourage it. I don't like it in any ways. But I think this is also one of the side effects of religion in that country. Because normally, why will you kill a girl to get more money, which you've been making before? While all you need to do was go back, try and write more scripts, if you're a comedian, try and get more inspiration to get things on. So I hope we get it right. And I hope the security agencies would always do justice to those kind of people. They should be in prison.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. You still have the floor, AY, but fortunately or unfortunately, I don't have the floor anymore because it's about to be a military takeover, a military coup, a coup d'etat. But before that coup takes place, let me quickly do administrative stuff.
Well, let's usher in
the general himself. Yes,
General Thomas.
Yeah, General Thomas. So George Blueshell with the super chat. Thank you, George. And then Prince Daddy, of course, who does with regularity. Thank you, Prince. So thank you, Prince. But then this a second Prince is not Prince Daddy, just a Prince. So he's so confident in his title, he just owns it fully. So he rattles off a series of super chats to come into the conversation. And Benjamin Olabode, who we've seen before, he comes in again. The name, of course, that almost on a daily basis there is Alexander Gomez, and the person who usually opens up the session does as he often does, and that's Ayo right there. So thank you for those. Keep them coming. So keep them coming, and here he comes. The military administration. Hold on. Can you hold on, please? When I am speaking, do not speak. I am the moderator. I can remove you. When I say when two people are talking, nobody is talking. Can you hold on? So hold on for General Thomas. Here he comes.
One man no good. You no go kill me.
Did I do a good job mimicking your voice? Hold on. All right. All right, to you, Thomas.
I'll see you. Yeah, I'll catch you later. Yeah. I think Mike wants to say something, isn't it? If I'm right.
No, you're right.
Hey, what? No, yeah, hey, what? Yeah, hey, what? Go on. Yeah, go on. Hey, what? Hello. Can anybody hear me?
You can hear you. Me, I can hear you.
Hey, why? I will be there to get here. Maybe we'll move the conversation forward. Yeah.
Because I thought you had the floor before Mama left.
Yeah. You come in.
Okay. I don't know about but for me about the African Union stuff. What I can say is that we need a leader that is going to bring every Africa together so that we can know exactly what we want, and we should have a visionary sight that we know we must have a target. This is where we are going. This is how we want our economy to grow. Imagine from Africa, you can't trade from Africa from Africa to another Africa. All these things need to be solved. We need to clean our house, put ourselves in order before the Western world will take us serious. That's the take I can I can say about the African Union stuff. I don't know about other news. And the Adamu Adamu issue. Adamu is over. His time is already due. I don't know. It's just because Atuaji is a Democrat person. That's why the man stays too long. Some APC governor don't even want the man to stay one day, especially someone like this Sanfara State governor, Yaya Bello. Many stakeholders from APC, they don't want the man anymore. And I think Atuaji played as a leader, as a someone that, as a good leader to make everything go smoothly without not dragging themselves on TV station. But that's all I can say.
Oh yeah, thank you. But don't you think Adamo's exit is too late? He should have followed Buhari.
And if you have followed Buhari, that's what I'm saying, that the leadership role as well to play on the matter, because if you follow Buhari like that, everything will look just like, oh, I will take all the people you put in the government before, it will look somehow in the face of the northerner header, That's why Asiwaju use that leadership role and make sure everything. You see how everything goes smoothly. That's not too much bragging, not too much blah about leaving the office. See how they remove Oshiomhole. You see a lot of blah because of the leadership role former president play on that issue, and you can see the difference between Asiwaju and Buhari. That's all.
Yeah, and Tinubu saying So, Thomas, can I speak about this African Union of the thing?
Yes, of course. Yeah, coming. Yeah, Seba, you have the floor.
Okay, what one thing I've observed is that we don't have strong leaders in Africa again like before. Even if you ask any African person to name 5 presidents in Africa, I think most people will find it very difficult now. In the olden days, even before independence, we know about the popular Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, the likes of.
Are you
Yes?
trying to mock me?
No. And then we have the likes of Nnamdi Azikiwe from Nigeria, the popular president of, that you don't know. I know. So, and then shortly after, we have the people like Gaddafi, Nelson Mandela, Thomas Sankara, even our own Obasanjo, and then even the popular Zimbabwe, Mugabe, and all those presidents. They are very strong and they can speak, and then people will listen to them. These days now, if you look at, if you scramble around, and who among the African leaders can you really call a true leader? And then coupled with the economic situations of the continent now, everybody is just struggling to survive. And this guy is, to me, this Kenya guy, this William Ruto of Kenya, I think the guy is just full of youthful exuberance. He is yes, and he's actually struggling for legitimacy also in his own country. Kenya is boiling as we are talking now, and so to me, as somebody said now, they will have a lot of economic situation that is worrying Africa now. I think what we need to do, our leaders need to do, is to put their house in order first. And then we have divisions, as the AY said, the Arab, the Northern African, they don't believe they are part of the AU. And that time the peak of African Union was when Gaddafi was the chairman, and you can see what happened to him, because he was actually championing Africa then, and there was unity in African Union. And you look at what they did to him. So to me, now, who can we really say in Africa African leaders that can champion the cause of Africa? I don't think there is none. Maybe after some times, if Tinubu perform in Nigeria and then he move it outward and is a effect spread to other African nations, maybe he can champion it. But presently, whatever they are saying, whatever meeting that they are having, I don't think it can have any significant effect because I don't think there's that voice in Africa now that can actually even speak for Africa and the world leaders will actually listen to them. Even the South African president Ramaphosa is just yes, no, it's just even in South Africa there is having problem. So I think there's a lot of problem in Africa now. So all of them, I think they need to go back to the drawing board, face their country, improve the economic situation of their individual country. So, and then after that, collectively, we can now have a voice. If we improve economically, then that is when you can now speak to the world. But by the time everybody is just scrambling for survival, we are just struggling to survive. We cannot actually match the power, the force that we need to actually challenge the Western world. I think that's what I can say about it.
The Western one know what is going on. That's why they are using separate tactics to divide all the leaders. Imagine all Africa come together and someone who have gas come, someone who have gold come, all of them they unite. They start building the economy. You will see how the Western region, you see it's like these people they're putting their hands together. But they don't want to do that because everybody are just, especially South African president and Kenya. It's like you asking for food for someone who is taking care of you, and you are using aggressive body language, aggressive word to someone who is feeding you. You say it's totally wrong. I believe if they can rally around Asiwaju know we have a kind of leadership way to, I don't know, maybe manipulate or address issue. Maybe you can see how you can address the world leader, the European Union, and they can listen to Africa, how they can claim some of the debt, or they can see how they can improve the economy. Because even some European Union, some Western region need Africa now. A lot of European countries, they are struggling with the gas because of the war going on in Russia. This is the time we can take our own advantage, but it's not in an aggressive way, the way South African president and Kenya president and they are taking it. That's what I can say.
I think if you look at it generally, I think there is a general decline in the quality of leadership that we are producing in Africa. Let's say, for example, look at South Africa. After the apartheid, look at the quality of somebody like Nelson Mandela. Then look at Thabo Mbeki that came after him. But you look at the one that came after Mbeki and even the present one.
Zulu.
It's zero. You understand? Even if you look at Kenya, you cannot. From the time of Arap Moi, and there's actually a gradual decline in the quality of leaders that they also produce. Look at Tanzania, when the time of Julius, what's the name of this? Is it Julius Nyerere? If you look at the African history, we are not really doing well as Africans.
Okay, but can Africa come united? Can then be united?
We cannot be united because all of us were still toeing the line of our colonial masters. The Anglophone, the Lusophones, the Francophone, everybody just following the line of their colonial masters. And that is why we cannot, there's nothing like African unity. And so to me, all this meeting that they are doing is just a waste of time and waste of taxpayers' money.
But why do you say that? They are coming together.
Simba, there's something I wanted to address from Kenya's president's speech. He's talking He's talking about climate
Okay.
change. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
All right. He's talking about climate change, and facts shows that we are not even contributing enough to the pollution of the world, and we are poor. We are not, we don't have money, and we need to sell our gases, our fossil fuels to make money to build our countries. And he's talking about climate change, and I'm looking at him like, why are you championing this thing? I love
AY, the guy is just full of useful exuberance. The Tinubu stars on this climate change. You remember one thing he said? He said we not even have electricity to even fry boil. We are talking about climate change. We should make use of our coal. We should make use of whatever we have to develop ourselves first. Then, whatever we have, we need to make use of it first to develop our Africa. Then we cannot be talking about climate change. The people that have contributed to it, they've already developed. They have the means to pursue alternative source of energy. But we don't have the resources. And somebody will now come and say we should be championing all those useless stuff. What has it done to improve the loss of the people in Kenya? So to me, it's just a misplacement of priority. You should just stop that. What we should focus more on Africa is to build our economy, irrespective of the source of energy that we have.
Simba, you are 100% right. I think we should use what is peculiar to our space to develop our space. All these green energy, we are not there yet. We are just deceiving ourselves. I can still tell you in 50, 100 years time, oil will still be relevant in Africa's sun. The other country, the Western country can go away from oil, but we hasn't grown to that state. What do you
Thomas,
think?
up till now, China is still using coal. Up till now, China, they are still using coal.
Russia is
Even South Africa.
their gas. So what are they saying?
So what are we talking about?
But Simba, you know where I stand on this matter, right?
Yes, go on, Adewale.
You know where I stand when it comes to the climate change, right?
Go ahead.
On this platform, there was a day we had a very robust and productive session like that where I spoke very highly of this, and I was well, I don't want to use the word antagonized, but I was let's just say I was the least favorable, or my submission was the least favorable. The reason why I say that was because people are comfortable being in this same position, hoping that the gradual step we are going to take is not going to be very steep but very slow towards the futuristic future. Futuristic society. But it's like somebody who is smoking cigarette, and you say, "Well, don't smoke cigarette, but one stick it is not going to kill you." But you decided, well, let me just continue to slow down. Maybe I'll reduce it to one cigarette per day. But you are killing your lungs. I'm not a medical doctor, but Simba, you agree with me that is invitation to throat cancer, or But the thing is that if you are going to leave future for the future's sake, the generations to come are going to pay for it. Scientists were able to let us know that in as much as what we are witnessing today, human beings' contributions to making this planet inhabitable, our contribution is humongous. And what we are doing is we are destroying it. Going by what science is today, we've gone beyond what the source of energies that we used to have in the past. And if we don't move away from it, we will continue, to imagine the future, but the future will never come. Africa as a continent, we're in a better position to lead because we're emerging. And in that situation, we have the opportunity to set the good example, to the rest of the world. Yes, we may not have the money, number one, we may not have that resources, but we can set that ball rolling now by having a clear cut path in which all our policy will be tailored towards having not just renewable but a sustaining uh, 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 um, uh, energy that will be able to power the next century, that will be clean and will be anti or should I say, that would not be contributed to the degradation of the planet health. So what do I mean by that? What we are thinking now should be futuristic based. Our energy should be renewable and sustainable. Now, some of the time, some in our society today, we have people just burning tires, just doing stuff that as if it's not going to have effect. Some of these things are just small science that you and I can easily, figure out, but we never play close attention to it. But mostly, most of our excuses is always about, well, we don't have the resources, we are just coming up. It's Africa, we are poor, we're this. But for how long are we continuing to, some don't even believe there's a climate change. Some don't even believe that human being contributing to what we have now. You know, every now and then we have all these uncontrollable floodings and erosions and all that. I mean, scientists uh, made us to understand. Even the going by the photographic evidence that was produced by NASA shows, the difference between few decades ago and what we have now is a quite clear difference, in those photos, evidence that was provided. So Nigeria can chart the course, or Africa as a continent together can lead by having policy in place that they will follow because we are emerging. Now, there's no point, deforestation create a lot of havoc in our planet health. I'm not saying we should not expand, but as we are expanding, we should also grow and plant more trees. And then we have energy that is sustainable. This coal of a thing that we just mentioned, somebody said we should go with, using coal as a source of energy. Yes, but what is um, you know, the impact of coal in the society? People that works in the coal industry, even in Americas and Asia country, will tell you their health. What is it? Even the environment where they operate from. The next couple of centuries, they will all continue to nurture one sickness or the other. Yet people will benefit from having energy, but while others are killing themselves. So we should be thinking that way. Somebody said, well, what we have, the alternative energy is not sustainable. Who says? If it is mass, produced, yes, it's expensive, but because it's not yet acceptable, because it's not yet, generally acceptable to people, and that is why is expensive. But what if that is the only main source of energy that we could find? So Nigeria needs to start charting that course, and I think the likes of Rutos, who are more anti-colonial, mentalities and all that. Even Tinubu himself, because it seems is um, what do you call it? Is national appeal or foreign appeal is more of look independency of Africa, and Africa can make decision. We should be invited, or we should be at the table where decisions are being taken and all that. They could also chart this course by ensuring that the rest of Africa that are poorer than the likes of Nigerians or South Africans and the likes can also follow suit. Yes, we may be poor, just like Tinubu said, that the church rats, but sometimes you plan to succeed, not plan to fail. If we are still thinking of hydro-powered source of energy now, what about in the future, where we don't even have countries to buy our fuel? So we should be thinking of what can we do to be self-sustained, than just being
Hydropower or fossil fuel? Fossil fuel.
all
Yeah, you say
together.
hydro. You say
All,
hydropower. Hydropower is water.
no, I
It's
understand.
renewable.
It's renewable. Yes, I'm talking. You're right. Fossil fuel, but at the end of the day, it's about self-sustaining, whereby you don't depend on others for your sustainability, and we should start thinking that way. Putting, you know, um, uh, policy in place. In 2000 and 4 years ago, 5 years, 4 years ago, during my wife's birth, no, during my no 6 years ago, I beg your pardon, I went to Paris for my birthday, and I rode a solar powered vehicle. I was surprised. Here in America, we'll have battery power, but it was a solar powered taxi. I was surprised. The entire sunroof was full of solar power. And it was actually during the night. We were, driving around the what do you call this tower, Eiffel Tower, whatever they call it. And it was a very wonderful, picturesque environment that I found myself. And I asked the driver, which could barely master English words, and he was telling, "Hey, this vehicle is solar powered vehicle." And I was asking how far, what is the distance that you could drive in a day? And he was trying to give me, the stacks and all that, but I couldn't because he doesn't speak English more. So what I mean by that is that sometimes that maybe that is wasn't needed, for us to be able to.
Adewale, solar vehicle.
Yes, yes.
Wow,
It was
solar vehicle.
solar powered. Yes, the entire sunroof.
Wow.
And you are talking about vehicle. They've already manufactured even even plane, but it's only
Wow.
that the distance that it can
I was
cover is
shocked.
limited.
I was shocked, Thomas. It was completely like a plain roof, like when you have open roof, but this is covered by the panels. And I could see, I was standing there, my hotel then was very close to Eiffel Tower, and I could see the entire tower right looking up from the sunroof. I was marveled. And that is to tell you how far these Western countries have gone. And if you look at it, probably more of maybe it was a private initiatives, not necessarily government sponsored. And that is where we should be thinking. Not just, I heard the Rutos talking about, well, the Western world. Oh no, it was what is this guy from South Africa blaming the West by not
Ramaphosa.
exactly putting apologists by being saying that the Westerns were not being fair during COVID, that they had to beg, they had to. But what stops you from finding lasting solution to COVID by producing your own medication for your own people? How lazy could you have been? But you are here complaining and whining about the West not helping you out. I mean, see, these are the things that people Western country would think about and say, you know what, maybe we should exploit these people more because it seems they are not able to find their bearing. Are we saying we are lack of scientists, we are lack of pharmacists? Well, as at the time of COVID, China and America were sharing information back and forth so that wherever the solution comes from, both of them will be able to benefit from it. That is kind of, foreign, what do you call it? Foreign, you know, um, connectivities that the Africa should be looking for, not just about antagonizing the West and trying to make themselves feel, as if they are beggars or they're inferiors to their colonialists. It shouldn't be. Yes, what Ruto said, or what even Ramaphosa, yeah, and do for it sounds, you know, good to the ears of Africa, but what about the action being put in place? What if you take yourself out of this doldrum and you're able to empower yourself? Now you will have a voice to say, you know what, I need to be placed. Africa countries need to be placed in the Security Council. Africa, not just African Union, but Africa countries, the biggest, economic powered countries in Africa, needed a permanent seat in the Security Council, whereby they can make decisions that will affect Africa country, not just about mounting the podium and trying to use the positions as a hey you chairman or something or subcommittee chairman and all that. Africa needs to start thinking forward.
Adewale, sorry for cutting you here. This Australia I am, even though we have minimal sun, if you know how far this country is utilizing this minimal sun they have, on the roof of my house, I have 16 panels. I pay less for electricity, sometimes $50 in 3 months. Because when you generate the electricity on your solar, if you don't use it finish, you will sell it back to the government, and the government will give you rebate. But Africa is there. Our sun can even kill us. But we are not utilizing all these things that God has even used the white people to provide for us. We have wind, we can use wind. We have wind in the north. We have sun in the north. We have everything. The technology has been developed by this Western world that we can make our space even much better. I pay less. Sun just came out now. I'm even happy now because I know my solar panel now will be charging. Go on.
Thank you, Thomas. You're right. I think every government needed to have more of self um, searching or soul searching, so to say. Because even here in America, as it is right now, it is even now that the southern part of the country is trying to embrace this thing you're talking about. There's a lot of resistance from, you know, um, some of these scientific findings and how to explore this area of sustainable renewable energy. Even myself, I was marketed by the providers. I realized that it won't work out for me because what is the point? Even I subscribe to renewable energy, but the government needed to come in and subsidize in a way that you know make policy that would cater for people who actually subscribe to it. Yes, in America, we have people that actually have solar powered, uh, uh, um, um, you know, uh, equipment in the house. But how sustainable it is? You still have to, subscribe to the general, uh, to the grid, right? Where some of the energy you are producing, can be plowed back into that grid, and others can buy into it and use it. But the bottom line is that it's going to remain expensive if government is not actually thinking towards it. As a matter of fact, if you drive in the eastern coast of Africa, Texas, you will see miles upon miles of windmill. Now tell me, how much will it cost to produce one windmill? How much? And you will see miles upon miles lined the windmill. As a matter of fact, you'll keep driving like 4, 5, 6 hours. All you will see is just a field full of windmill. Now that is to tell you, not just the windmill, they also have the solar panel, everywhere. One of the good things that God has ever created or blessed Africa with is constant direct sunlight. Constant. And I'm not a scientist, but the major thing is to store this energy and distribute and use it.
No, Adewale, in as much as I agree with what you are saying, let's look at our present state in Africa. You are talking about alternative energy. Fine, it's good for the future. But you have to live the present before you think of the future. If you are still struggling with the cheaper source of energy, and presently in Africa, we don't have that energy, and you want us to now be pursuing something that is more expensive, even the cheaper ones, we cannot even afford it now. How do you want us to survive, to even live the future that you are talking about?
Hmm. They said he who fail to plan to fail.
It's forget about planning, it's part of the planning. You have to survive first.
Simba, there was a time, not just in Africa, but in the entire world, where there was no cell phone. It was mainly landline, right? Where we used to draw the circle and all that. Even before that, you used to tap. You tap like a military, sending code and all that. But you see, we were told at the point in Nigeria that telephone is for the rich people, not for the poor. Today, now, if you go to your village, what do you see? You find people having with their own handset, whether it's by one Romi or whatever it is, or Nokia or Samsung. They're all communicating, they are calling. What changes, Simba? What changes? Can you tell me what changes between the time that it was brought into Africa or to Nigeria and now that is every corner? What changes, Simba? Because
Uh,
government embraces it.
okay.
Government changed the narratives. Now we have more players, we have more people that are willing. What will it cost individuals? Don't let us bring government to this now, because government is also going to, make their policies, right? Providing incentives for whoever choose to step into that industry. What if individual now chooses upon themselves to commission? I mean, every now and then we graduate electrical engineers and they will write thesis and they will come out and tell you this is what they're able to, do find during their project and all that. But none of them was able to put one equipment together and say, this is what I researched, this is what I was able to find. In Nigeria, we've seen people building cars, fast cars, whatever it is. But we never encourage them. There's never a time where even Nigeria, not even government this time, is encouraged enough to say, you know what, I want to commission this, I want to put endowment down for this research to continue for the benefit of mankind or to Nigeria. Never, or in entire Africa. What we do is self-sabotage because we never believes in ourselves. Do you know how long it takes Toyota to be where it is today? The Toyota family, the first person that was sent to General Motors to understudy and went back to China, took him years upon multiple failing before he could get it right to even compete with American vehicle. So, but if we don't have that mindset, we will continue to think, well, we need to survive first. But in the course of survival, guess what we do? We also think about our children. We think about, okay, how can they sustain us? If you're in the wilderness.
So are you talking in line with the global warming, or you are talking that we should use alternative source of fuel? I don't understand your argument.
I've never seen anybody crying and never want to know where he's heading to. So as we are thinking about sustainability, survival, we should also be thinking about the renewable energy.
So let me now burst your bubble. Let me burst your bubble now. Let me tell you, in Nigeria as we speak, I think because at least I have the opportunity of traveling to at least some few countries. I don't think I've seen the level of the way Nigeria use alternative source of energy now in Nigeria. Even where I stay in the Middle East, I've only seen few solar panel in some few places. They don't even bother to use it because they have the fossil fuel that they are using to generate energy, and so they have that one in abundance. They are not even thinking in that direction. But in Nigeria, maybe because of our situation, no matter how small it is, if you look at the roof of most houses, even in Ilorin, I'm not even talking about Lagos, you see all these small solar panel that they are buying for 25,000, 30,000 now. If you remember, in Adewale, before we used to use this rechargeable lamp, if you remember. But now people are now using solar bulb, solar fan, solar this, solar that, and that is what is the in thing in Nigeria now. So it's not as if we are not thinking along that direction, but to me, it's still relatively expensive. We are talking about even to build to our refinery, to at least we are to build our refinery and to also actually the one that we have before to actually rehabilitate those ones. And we need energy. So you cannot be telling me that we should be looking for alternative source of energy to power those refineries. You understand? What I'm saying is that we can combine the two, but for the larger use and the one that will consume a lot of energy, we still need this cheaper source of energy to move our economy forward, not for the use for now. Okay. Yes, we can think about that, but we still need that one to launch ourselves into the future. They use this alternative, this so-called non-renewable energy to develop themselves. And now they are thinking of the alternative source. But even up till now, they are still the one contributing majorly to this global warming. We are the ones suffering the consequence. So, and what they have been doing to us, They enslave us. They do a lot of things. They have stolen our wealth, our resources, and everything. Initially, somebody was talking. You remember what Abiola was championing that time? Reparation. What at the end of the day, what happened to him? What happened to Gaddafi? Now we are talking about renewable energy. They are the one that caused this global warming. What are they? What is their own contribution to actually mitigate this? What are they doing to us that did not even contributed a dime to this problem to actually solve the effect that we're having on the problem they have caused for the whole world? But to me, I don't understand. Maybe because some of us we live in their domain, where it's also affecting the way we think, the way we reason, and is to me, I don't buy that idea. We need to develop, and we cannot be using renewable energy. It's very expensive. We don't have the means. We are borrowing money to do all these things that we are doing. If you have the cheaper sort of energy that can make us to develop, to make our people, why can't we use it? But for us to now be pursuing what we don't have the means to do, and we say we are thinking about the future when the present is doomed, I don't buy that idea. I'm very sorry to say.
When the first petrol-powered automobile was first introduced, there were a lot of skepticism globally, especially in Europe, that they weren't even thinking about environmental impact. They were all skeptical about how sustainable it will be because they were used to their primitive way of transportation and they believe it's most easiest and low maintenance.
No, Adewale, all this
Hold on, I'm coming.
your little
I'm
no
coming.
all the how can you okay if you want us to go that way,
Wait
how
now.
can we go about this when we don't have the means? We don't have the means. That is the issue. That is the issue.
Simba, I'm coming. But
Oh yeah, yeah. Irú ẹyẹ wo ló ń mú bọ̀? Ṣádàbà
when I
ni
when
àbóròfó?
I was doing my when I was doing my MBA, so my professor there gave me a topic to research. This man was a retired uh, um, ExxonMobil uh, staff. He was actually general manager, so to say, when he retired, and he went to academic. Actually, in Nigeria.
Tinubu's colleague.
No. This is a man that had two PhDs. So to tell you how how smart he is. So this particular man gave me topic. We chose randomly in the class, and I was praying to God. This is a man that left ExxonMobil to come to academic, and when he landed on my, what I got was ExxonMobil versus some other companies. I was, when you have something to research and you know that okay, you can't mess this up. So I try my damnedest best to make sure I get the exact fact so that when I'm doing my presentation, I won't goof because this man will bust my bubble. This is uh uh in a what do you call them? Inner person. So I can't wing it, neither can I fake it. But you see, I found out that's something I found out during the research when I was, trying to dig deeper. I found out that even here in Texas, where you can consider it as the headquarters of energy in Africa, in America. Here in Houston, train system is only restricted to certain area, and by the grace of the oil and gas companies, they chose not to have railway system in Houston. Even the one that was supposed to have been commissioned between Houston and Dallas, that project was killed. They found a way to kill it. And that is why every 1 mile that you drive, you will see a car dealer every corner because they want to promote fossil fuel. So for every time we complain that, well, we are not capable, we are not financially buoyant, this is too expensive, this is that. There's always a factor behind the closed door that is pulling the plug, that is making sure that this never see a daylight. And I tell you this, and I give the example of telephone in Nigeria before it now becomes globally phenomenal. Now we have everybody with a handset. But the bottom line is that yes, it is expensive. Yes, it is uh, uh, to some extent because if not mass produced, it's not going to be sustainable. Yes, but you know the funniest thing. I watched a documentary. There was a particular town in America where is it America or in Europe? I can't really tell because it seems Europe are really, really far ahead of America and everything, especially in the South. A vehicle was powered by the energy received from the road that it travels. You know, when the vehicle travels on that road, the tire of that vehicle, as it touches the road, then it will start singing. You know, there's a music that it will generate, and while it's doing that, it will also power the vehicle. I don't know if you can understand what I'm trying to say, Simba, and everybody. So that vehicle is being powered by traveling on that route through the tire of that vehicle. And for everyone that is around that area will be listening to music because as it drives around on that pavement, the music that it will be generating. That's a futuristic project. Yes, looks as if right now there's a flying car being commissioned and it's been given license for practice or for to experiment, before they can grant the final license here in America.
Adewale,
Yes.
have you seen the driverless car?
Oh, my brother. Recently, the city of Houston just approved, driverless vehicle. I mean, if you go to the city of Los Angeles, you will see it. You see it.
Actually, I'm sorry, I can't enter it. I don't
Well,
know.
see,
I
that's
see,
you.
I can't enter it.
It's still at the elementary stage. Before you realize it's already mass produced, they're everywhere. You see, most of the time we don't have faith in all these things because we believe they cannot be um, sustained. But guess what? We'll be surprised because that is why it usually seems that people live. I mean, they've left Africa behind because we fail to catch up or to lead. Yes, it's going to be expensive, but guess what? Once we commit to certain things, when JF Kennedy committed to sending man to the moon, he wasn't thinking about it because yes, they were rich, but as at that time, it was to the Congress, it was more or less like a waste of energy, waste of resources, waste of everything. Today, now, if not because of those frequent flying to the space and all that, you and I would not be having cell phone in our hand. We would not be doing this communication. But by the virtue of going to the space experiment over and over and over from Russia to Africa, I mean, America, they're going to Canada and all that. They're able to have, you know, scientific experiment that from there they're able to build satellite and that enhance all these things that we are using today. Was it easy at the initial stage? Probably not. Most of what we are using, the military already have it anyway. Most of what we are going to be using in the next couple of decades, military are already using. They already have it anyway. So my bottom line of my submission is that Africa should start seeing itself playing that role as a pathfinder. We cannot continue to. I mean, a continent that is still waiting for World Bank to approve loan for them. Give me a break. I'm not saying America doesn't borrow money. They do. But you see, they borrow money for something that is not mundane. Because Africa, I mean, America themselves, countries trade in their currency. So I mean, if there's one thing that is sure for them, they know that, their currency is not going to, you know, reject it in the market because that's what most of countries trade with. And what does America sell the most? Technology, the most. I mean, some of those things that we are still thinking, those industrial manufacturing process, we're still thinking about, okay, clothing and assembly. They don't do that. They already contracted it to China and Bangladesh. That's why whenever you wear clothes, what do you see on it? Made in China, made in India, made in Bangladesh. You hardly see made in America because they don't need that. Because what they are selling is bigger than just clothes and merchandise and all that. So Africa should start thinking. Yes, we are poor.
Adewale, China is fast growing in this country. You can't even touch anything here. It's China.
No.
You can even stand in, or all your house is just China. Everything. It's, those
Yeah.
people are crazy.
If tomorrow, Foxconn, the one that produced the iPhone, decided to take their job away from China, let's say they move it to Africa today, Chinese economy will probably collapse, or if not collapse, but have a very very huge impact because the number of employers that company was able to employ in China, those ones that are producing uh, iPhones. So some of and those how much is the wages in China for crying out loud? It's much cheaper. That's why you and I could buy this phone cheaper. Okay, it's part of the plan. You have to take it to the closest where you have the resources or the material to produce it. So you take it to them. I understand that is a high level uh, uh, trade agreement with American and China's and all that because iPhone remain American product anyway. But at the end of the day, the Chinese produce it. They don't even use it there because all they're doing is just to do imitations and mass produce fake one in the market.
Adewale, do you know we have fake iPhone by
Of course,
China,
of
made in
course,
China?
because
Look exactly like
they can't afford
iPhone.
the real deal, and American can't afford to produce it locally at home. Americans will not be able to afford it. So when you consider the production cost, the wages, and all that, then they're able to uh, make profit and sell at a rate that is still affordable. So Africa needs to start looking inward. It's not just about assembling, but how many times, Thomas, have you seen young chap being paraded in the media by building cars or assembly stuff, and even one even built um, drone, right? And when was the last time you heard about those individuals?
Adewale, flying drones. I've seen that in Nigeria. Flying
Ah,
drones.
yeah, yes, an individual build. I think a Unilag student build drone or vehicle. No, they built vehicle at the time. An individual built drone.
Yeah, the guy from South South. I think
Yeah.
somewhere in yeah.
See,
Yeah.
when was the last time you heard about that those young child? When General Motors car designer was actually from the north. One young chap like that. He was snatched by GM.
Chevrolet.
Was
Chevrolet.
it?
There was a guy under
Yeah,
Chevrolet too, from
and he was
Northern.
taken abroad. If that guy were to be in Nigeria, what do you think is going to be the end of that guy?
Adewale, one guy from the southeast built a G wagon. He imitated G wagon.
Not just that. There's another young chap in the north southeast too that built that powered the entire father's house with one source of energy kind of, and they were using it kind of be like a transformer sort of. Build the build that the transformer or something like that, and the entire house was powered. What do you think happens to that guy at the end of the day? Probably not ever, maybe unable to speak good English like you and I. But what?
Mr. Wale, I think Nigeria we need electricity for our youth to let them showcase their skill. A lot of Nigerian, that's why I agree with Simba about we need to look for something that's gonna make. Now we need to survive first and build our economy. I don't care how we're gonna get the electricity. We need to get it first for now because many countries have go beyond having 24-hour lights. South Africa has been doing that for many years. Imagine Nigeria with our population, with the youth, with the technology, everything. We have
What about that
every
young guy
24 hours.
that built electricity in the southeast that powered his father's house? What about tapping into his knowledge and then mass produce ore on a larger scale,
Mm.
right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
I just
watched
feel
I
like
watched
because
I watched
if you
document.
notice, sorry, if you notice something, especially all this online something, do you notice a lot of crime reduced because of the kids all this influencer, all this comedy, all this, especially the youth from Edo State. Don't you notice that the crime is a little bit, because imagine they have 24 hours light. Like all the they are going to be busy with one or two things they are doing. I really believe, I don't care how they're gonna get the light. If they can do that, I've seen a lot of changes will happen in Nigeria.
You know, if Rutos and Ramaphosa likes, and even the Tinubu's like, let them continue to talk. As long as there's no integration, cohesion, collaboration in Africa, look, even if Nigeria produce oil and sell it among African countries, we will make good profit. We will benefit from each other. Business to business format will be achieved.
Yeah, because South Africa, they only get their oil from Saudi Arabia.
But
They don't buy oil from.
but some of these folks listen to the Western power. They listen to the colonial masters. They do their bidding because they have been told what to do. I was listening to Professor Akinyemi on Arise News today. I was watching the show on YouTube, and the man spoke about all the presidential candidate contestants during the last election. All of them happens or appeared not to even have a slight idea of what their their country or they themselves represent or what they intend to project to the entire world. They just want to get the power first, then they will start winging it and they will find their bearing in the process. But it goes beyond rhetoric. It should be, you know, what they actually intend. Because I think what Tinubu is trying to do is that him imagine as a ECOWAS chairman, you cannot isolate yourself. You have to build or try to encourage the rest of other countries around you to grow at the same level so that they can be economically empowered. And that also would, strengthen the security among that uh, regional countries. So you will have enough room to grow and, have more security. Uh, at the same time, other countries will empower. So that will stop, urban uh, rural migrations or from one poor country to another rich countries and all that. So I think it's trying to encourage that so that Nigeria would not isolate itself. But you see, that's good plan. But we also have to have it being replicated in every other regional part of the Africa and goes beyond. Trade is another. I wish Tinubu can uh, adopt just trade only, because it seems African unions failed to able to, build uh, uh, trade relationship with among themselves. Because some of them have already entered into all these, when you enter, what do you call it? Um, Secret code kind of a thing that you are handicapped, you can't do nothing because I've been told what to do, what to say. So when you have other African countries that share the same vision with you, and then you can have bilateral trade agreement and then you're able to grow together.
Okay, let's give the Cameroon as example, right? Cameroon that's the closest country with Nigeria and Benin Republic. Check both those two countries. They're under France, right? They are now even under ECOWAS. How the trade economy want to work? How does it going to be? See the Cameroon president, he live in France. All his life is in France. All this thing, I don't think the trade issue is gonna be very hard.
Well, it can work on this platform. We spoke about how Nigeria itself can.
Dr. Adewale, you sometimes you look at if you don't follow history, then you'll not be able to reason for the future. As I said earlier, the way we were colonized is still the same way we are behaving now. You understand? The as Kumi said, the countries, the leaders, we see them like that, but they came in with the support of these so-called Western leaders. They're the one that supported them in actually actualizing their aim of
Yeah.
becoming the African leaders. And they have to obey their masters. All these things that they will come together and then they will say they have a meeting. After the meeting, it's still the colonial master that will tell them what to do. So, for how long have we been having this ECOWAS free trade, whatever? That so many leaders, right from the time of even the time of Nkrumah, the time of Namdi Azikiwe, what do we achieve with it? You understand? In Africa, in West Africa alone, we have Anglophone, we have Lusophone, we have Francophone. The likes of the Guinea, the like of Sao Tome and Principe, the like of Cape Verde, they are Lusophone countries. You understand? Then we have the Francophone. The Francophone, in fact, there are many. You understand? How many Anglophone do we even have? Apart from Ghana, Nigeria, probably Liberia, and maybe the Gambia that speak English. Every other country in West Africa, they toe the line of France, and they are still controlling them. So our problem is multifaceted. And if you don't look at it from that way, we are just talking as if you say this, then everything will be easy. It's not going to be easy. You know, there was a time they were talking about having a common currency, in West Africa. What have we been able to achieve that? Because France will never allow that to happen.
That's why I was laughing at we guys were playing Tinubu's
So, you know,
talking at the African Union. I'm like, this guy, it's like he's just talking back, he was just talking like backing. I'm like, oh, yeah, you don't know what you're facing. This African thing, the African Union thing is just a joke. Like, they just got out to, it's like a bunch of toothless dogs backing at reaper dogs with teeth.
Nigeria have oil. South Africa don't buy oil from us. We are Nigerian produce cement. Benin Republic, they don't buy cement from us. See now. All these things is just
There's no
joke.
union in this so-called African Union and ECOWAS and all this. That's his name. There's no
union in this.
Nothing. No business. No even business trade. No business trade.
But African Union.
I think what we need.
I heard African Union is even being funded by EU, self, and then
of course
it was China that built their embassy.
I will not think of the only reason why we don't, if you don't have that, then because you.
Somebody is breaking. Can everybody hear me?
Simba, I can hear you. Simba is breaking. That's Simba.
Oh, okay. I mean,
am I the one breaking?
Yes, you. So occasionally, yes.
Yeah, you're breaking.
I heard it that the European Union and all that are picking tabs for AU because some of them failed to even pay their own due. Can you imagine? Just like the way Nigeria dominated ECOWAS in the west part of the continent, you also have other countries that are just now playing their role or playing minimal role, which is terrible. I mean, yes, you are able to fly around, but when it comes to security and all that, you expect other bigger countries to provide that for you. If you see the role, as a matter of fact, when Tinubu visited Guinea-Bissau, I was marveled because this is what we see in America, where American president will visit Afghanistan, visit Iraq, or visit Germany and address the troop and all that station abroad. Now we have, an African country, our African president visiting another African country and addressing the troop from that country. To me, which I found very, very fascinating. So the role Africa is playing in the Western sub-region is very crucial. That speaks to how he emerges as the president of that organization, because they wanted protection. They wanted somebody who is coming and who is going to pick up the tab. If not because of the presence of Nigeria troop in Guinea-Bissau, by now they will be having military in their state house.
Yes.
because they're able to wear them off.
It's the same thing that we did for Mali. You remember? No, Gambia. The Gambia, when that guy came in, it was Nigerian troop that they sent there. In fact, it was my friend that led that troop that went to Gambia and said, no,
Well, do you think we
those
can
guys
do the same
cannot
thing
stay.
in
And
French
they
speaking
pursued the
countries?
guy away.
To where?
Simba, do you think we can try it in French speaking countries? The
No,
Francophone
France will
countries.
not allow that.
With the support
Exactly.
of America, we can do that.
France and
Yeah,
America are on the
but
same page.
America,
Trust me, they are on the same
Won't
page.
even look your side. They will,
America
okay,
will not go
that's
against France
right.
now. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
You know. So, well, we have a long road to travel, but I hope, because those who actually brought African Union, or should I say Africa, what did they call it before? OAU, Organization of African Unity. They were pan-Africanists. They are not just colonialist apologists. They were pan, and they make sure every single one of them get taken out one way or the other.
The Kwame
Adewale, that is what I said earlier. That was what I said earlier. Now that the leaders that we used to have before, it's like there's a decline in the quality of leadership that we produce now. And I cited the example of Kwame Nkrumah.
That's what they did.
See, let me say this, right? You see, you guys are right. Those guys, the Nkrumahs, they were genuine. They were genuine. The whole union thing, they were serious. But I don't think, when I look at people today, everybody wants to be the next Kwame Nkrumah, the next Malcolm X, the next Patrice. And I'm like, no, you don't have to be the next of this guy. Yeah, those guys were great, but you don't have to take their approach. You don't have to be like them. You have to find a different strategy, because they fell. You understand? And that means for them to have failed. Now I won't say they failed, but they failed. They didn't succeed. For them to have failed, that means they did something wrong. And that's why I was looking at Tinubu today doing that tough man talk, trying to be the next Nkrumah talking. No, you don't do that. Whatever you want to do, do it secretly. Because the Nkrumah, the mistake they were making, all those guys, they were just motivational speakers. They were just talking, and the enemy is just looking at you. You understand what I'm saying? And those ones just took them out. So, and I see a lot of so-called activists today.
Mike, all of them, they were killed almost at the same time. Look at what happened to we have then. Look at what in Nigeria we have the lack of Zik. Though our own he escaped. The same time the coup. No, just wait. The same time the coup took place in Nigeria, that was the same time the coup that dethroned Nkrumah in Ghana took place.
Even Togo,
then look at what happened to Lumumba, Patrick Lumumba in Zaire. Yes, Patrick. Yes, in Congo DR. You understand? And that's the same pattern. The people that we have in the 80s, the Thomas Sakaras and the likes also, they were dethroned. And look at what happened to Gaddafi. That is what I'm saying, that these people will not allow to rest.
No.
And I agree with Mike. They have to, anybody who want to, let me tell you, I think the only way out is in the individual leaders in Africa.
No, the thing they need to strategize. They need to change their strategies. You can't. African leaders, and they want to do something. They will go and start talking about it publicly. They'll be sharing what they want to do with the European Union, the Europeans, and those ones will just see it, and those ones will just say, okay, this is what they want to do, and those ones will just go and figure a way to, sabotage it. Yeah, that's their mistake, and that's the same mistake leaders today want to start making. You say you want to do something, I want to advance, and you start talking about it. Next thing they will invite them, they will go to some economic forum.
To impress the people. What do you think? Maybe they are
I'll see Osimhen join in economic forum talking to some European journalists about the plan, Nigerian plan for the next 5 years. Why are you doing this? Whatever you want to do, keep it secret, man. That I think that's what their mistakes are. We don't learn from past mistakes.
I think they are just playing to the gallery. I think they were just playing to the gallery. You know when this William Ruto started in France, everybody was praising him. He was bold. He was doing this. This is what we expect our president to also be doing. So sometimes I don't understand the way we even think as Africans. I don't understand. We always like talking without any action.
No action, exactly.
But that's the problem that we have. Everybody is reading from the script of the
No,
movie.
no, they need to let us generate our light. I don't care if it is cold. If they should just independence. I'm telling you, we need
You
to be
know,
very fully
No,
independent.
Rukumi, don't mind. Let me tell you, somebody like Adiwale, it
He's
will
a
be, in
very
fact,
gentleman. I'm telling you.
it's to me, he cannot be a good
No, no,
leader
no.
because you cannot be nice. Have you ever seen a world leader that is nice? You can't be nice and say you
No.
want
I'm
to
not
be a
saying
leader.
I'm not saying being nice.
No,
Mm.
everything about you from the little
He's a
time I
long time in
spent with you,
America.
you are too nice to
Too much
be.
American.
Even women will be taking advantage of you. I'm very sorry.
Too much
Wouldn't that
American.
be nice to me now, for at least for one. See, I'm not that. I'm a very optimistic person, and I'm very, I try to reason before taking action. I've supervised people before, and I believe those people will also we have, you know, things that they will criticize me about my leadership. But what I try to do is to democratize the way I supervise or the way I lead people so that everyone will have input, will have a say. But I'll make the decision, but they will have a say and be carried along. But I just believe that if everybody pull their own weight, the load will be more easier and lighter than one person just being a weaker link and everyone is carrying that weight for him or her. So all of my submissions usually look from that perspective. And I try as much as possible to not to please, but to see the way I think it's more humane, at the same time practicable, and at the same time achievable. Not just something that you set it in motion, but sometimes we dance around it and because I'm a very calculative person when it comes to risk. I don't just get into
Adewale,
things.
what you are saying, give me one example of a country that the way you reason has really worked for them. We are talking about China today. It has to come with some brutality that made them to be what they are today.
But it
When you
doesn't
look
have
at
to come
Singapore,
with. It doesn't have to
no,
come.
just wait. You look at Singapore that we are talking about today. Even the so-called America is by force. The Middle East that we are talking about today is because of oligarchy, and that is where what made them what they are. If they have democracy in that part of the world, they won't be like the way they are.
Agree.
Tell me, and we mentioned it on this platform that we should mention one country apart from this so-called Western world that democracy has really worked for us, for them. None.
Even it's not even
None.
work. It's the
It's
slavish
not
country they use
working.
to develop the country.
So
They can't use the democracy to
a
develop all this
human being,
country.
let me tell you, the natural tendency of any human being is to do bad. You need conscious effort for you to be good. So you need some stick. I mean, stick to put people in order for them to behave and behave very well. But in the way you talk, you have to do this, nice. I don't buy that idea. I'm very sorry.
Simba is
Too
a
much, it's too
typical
much nice.
African
Nice
man.
is too much.
Well,
Because
You see, Adewale, you have to understand something. When you are dealing with people, you have to study who you're dealing with. I understand that different human beings require different approach. You understand? To deal with them. Like there's some people, right? When they're acting crazy, right? Maybe they act crazy towards you or they do you wrong, and you respond gently, right? Like you respond, like you normally respond, right? And that person will feel bad, like his conscience will kind of worry him, like, why did that guy's actually a gentleman, or I shouldn't have done that to him. And that person will come back to you and say, Mr. Dewale, I'm sorry for what I did. You understand? And then there's another person where he will come aggressive at you, and you respond gently. And next thing you tell yourself is,
this one I'm
that guy, that guy's a coward, dude. I found someone I can, he's a coward for not responding aggressive back. And next thing we do, next time you see you want to come at you, it will come more aggressive. It may even punch you next time. And if you still respond gently, You might even end
Just
up
turn to
cutting your
customer.
head off because you give him an inch, you keep taking him out. There are people like that. So when me I come here, when I like the way I respond to a Southeasterner is different from the way I respond to somebody from maybe in the north or even some part of Nigeria. Because a typical Southeastern person, when you come at you, when you respond to him gently, you see you as a coward. He doesn't see you as a gentleman. He just see you as a coward, and he won't even respect you at all. I grew up around a bunch of all kinds of Nigerians now. I know every one of them. If maybe a Yoruba person, me and him, I will be gentle. But or a northern person, a Hausa guy, if you are gentle, we respect you, or even Ijo, all those people, Calabar, but Igbo person, Igbo man, seems like you are show weakness or more, he will walk all over you, man.
Mike, even what I want Adewale to do now, let me tell you, as the example that I give you now. Look at let's take Middle East for example. If you take country like UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, they're the one that practices oligarchy. Is a family that rules, and those are the countries that you can say that is working and everything they seem to be enjoying. But you look at Iraq, look at Iran, look at Jordan, look at Lebanon, where they seem to be having democracy. What can you say of all those countries? Are they the same like the one I mentioned earlier? But you see this same Western world campaigning against that no, democracy is the best. Where is it? Where is it best? You will see example of the oligarchy that is working and democracy that is not working. You understand? But because maybe like Adewale that has maybe spent a lot of time in America, they will still be preaching the same thing. They will still be preaching the same thing that is not working for us.
You mean democracy?
It's not working.
It's not working.
It's not working. Let me tell you. You know why? You know why Nigeria is like this. Let me tell you. An average leader in Nigeria will not perform because even the masses, they don't know what they want. You need to go back to them and beg for their votes. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that means they have to dance to what the masses needed. These same people that you want to help, by the time you're asking for their votes, they'll be demanding for money. If you don't give them money, they will not vote for you. You understand? And at the same time, they will be the one crying after the election.
Is he not the politician that created the avenue of buying votes?
It's the society. They give what the society demanded
They didn't
for.
come from the sky now. They
Are
came
they from the moon? Are they from the moon?
When Nigerians
You
always take
understand?
politicians.
Let me tell you, I have colleagues that are politicians. One of my colleagues, he was an honorable in Osun State. Occasionally, we used to go out together. There was a time we went out to a joint just to go and eat this fresh fish, this catfish. And if you can see the number of people that came to meet him and demanded for money, right there. Somebody came and demanded for school fees for his. One was telling him that his wife was about to deliver, that he needed money. All those mundane things, and they've been making, because that is what the society is expecting from them, that they will put him there, they will have access to him, so that when they needed money, they will go to him and demand for the money. That is why they vote for their people. Why should we be asking for that? Is my clansman that I want to become president or to become a minister or to become this? No, it's not because of development. Okay, let us look at it this way. Obasanjo, that is 8 years as the president of Nigeria. What did he do for the southwestern part of Nigeria? Even what's the name? Goodluck Jonathan. What did he do for the south people? But see, we will be demanding for it must be our person just because of appointment. That is just it. It's just to share to have their own.
Thomas, do you think if they reshape the democracy in the sense that the only people that will be allowed to vote are actually selected people that actually have the brain to I think that's what China does. You understand? Like they say, you are not qualified to vote. You have to be someone
That
with
is
the brain to vote. You
marginalization.
understand?
That is marginalization. That is marginalization.
No, I mean, no. The only thing is we just make sure we make it balance. We make sure it's equal number.
Now it's not democracy anymore.
Okay,
Well,
can I have my own input, please?
to me, the idea of the reason. Well, let
Yeah,
me make this statement.
let Mike line. Mike land the Remy
Where
will
I
come
agree
in.
with Simba that democracy is bad because democracy is defined as government of the people by the people for the people, right? So the people, meaning the masses, will vote for their leader, and we all know, like majority of human beings are not very smart, not smart. Majority of human beings just are not smart, especially in places like Africa where majority are just not educated about the system. So there's no way they will make the best decision to pick the best guy. We all know that. So that's why I agree with you, Simba. That's why I think maybe they should come up with an idea where they will select people who will vote and not not just allow everybody to vote.
Mike.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, let's hear from Remy. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here again. I've been listening to you guys. You talk about EU, talk about the democracy and the war and the rest. I will start with democracy. If I've not lived in Asia, I still have the notion, like Adewale, that democracy is the best form of government, just like it's being practiced in Western world, especially America. But when I went to China and I see that they are not really practicing communism, to be frank. Maybe before they were practicing that kind of government, but now I think they just mixed everything together. Both communism and democracy, they just mixed them one way or the other. But one thing I found out about them is that because they have strong leader and they believe in their leader, the leadership word is bonded and is final. Nobody can challenge it. And that was the reason they were able to develop very quick. And not like the so-called American democracy, where they want to take decision, it takes a long time. The House have to deliberate about it. Discussion after where are we going to locate it? It can take 1 or 2, even 1 or 2 years to take decision. I
It's one
think when we
problem.
did the Nigerian contest, we did a very bad. It's a wrong mistake totally from Nigeria to copy entirely the so-called presidential system of America. I will tell you some of my reasons. First, Nigerians are not as literate as Americans. And when maybe over only 50% or 45 or 48% of your people are literate, then you have a problem. Because the way illiterate will see it will be different from literate. And those that are literate in Nigeria, we also have some people that are, I will call them not totally understandable, maybe and I don't know the adjective I can use for them. So that is the first thing. Then the second thing is that we don't have the strong institution like America. An average black man believes that things must be for himself, and sometimes to the extent of being greedy. But if you look at an average white man, you think that okay, this life is for me, but things can be shared equally. He doesn't mind. So I have talked about in Nigeria there should be a little bit of force, but you people said no. And if you don't force your citizen and you just want to be deliberating on everything, it takes a longer time. Just like yesterday, that guy was complaining. I mean, Israel was complaining about, or I don't know, maybe the other guy about no Eastern Railway corridor or something like that. And they were also complaining that we borrow too much money and we shouldn't borrow money again. And when you look at the so-called America, do you know how much debt? Even everywhere, even here in Finland, they borrow a lot of money from EU. They are owing heavily. If you look at all these countries, everybody is owing heavily to develop their country. And afterward, they continue to renegotiate the loan. And afterwards,
American debt is more than their GDP.
of course,
They
people
are
don't
just
know.
32.6 trillion.
Well,
And
people
the
don't know.
GDP is 26 trillion.
So people just see all those things that are shining, but when you live there, you discover that the taxes you pay, and they cannot introduce such a tax in Africa, in Nigeria, because people will complain and people will not willing to pay. That's another thing. Although I see Nigerian problem are both leadership and followership problem. They are both, not only leadership alone. Because even as a non-person, as a new governor, before you know it, he will start amassing wealth to himself. For what reason? So that means initially that is what is in your mind. The only few of these governors we try to help their own citizens. And we can see example like that Ebonyi governor, like that this person, Borno State governor. And whatever you tell me about Tinubu also, he has done wonderful job in Lagos. And those governors after him have continued to perform. And that is where the reason you see Lagos here today. So democracy is good. But for Africa, we shouldn't copy 100% because we are not America. And to even worse, how can Nigeria have two House of Assembly? For God's sake, look at how many people. Look at the recurrent
360 something.
and
A
what
lot of money.
360 something. They so people utter R for 4 years or 8 years. They stay in the same thing. They will never utter A for 4 years or 8 years. And
they will only pass 10 law. 10.
So some of them will sleep for 4 years. They will sleep throughout 44 years and they will collect money.
Before they solve one problem, they will spend almost 2 years. Only one problem.
And so you know what? Nigerian people is like everything I have to put Gary into it. Some of our guys, I'm sorry to say this, anything development, they will find reason. They will want to put Gary into it. Look at us now. China come to Nigeria, continue to give us loan to develop our infrastructure. We were safe. We continue to challenge the loan. They will enslave us. They will do that. They will do that. Do you have the money? Do you have the personnel to build the bridge or the road? Your politicians is all about corruption. Your civil servant is all about corruption. The followership also is about my mom is there, I'm going there collect money. My father is the head of parastatal. My uncle is the head of that ministry. My blah 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 is that I'm done. I have a lot of money to collect from other people. And where these people get it? Is it from their salary? So we don't have nothing. And when people want to help you, you continue to say, we're killing slavery. You feel proud. Proud with empty pockets. If you have the money, then why should you beg other people to borrow you money? So, and for the AU, I think this comes from what colonization and balkanization of Africa in the several century ago. So you can see they deliberately do that. The Europeans, and they are very smart people. They don't have nothing, and this dummy head. Let's assume that in Africa, our great-great-grandfather, they are hostile towards them from day one. Africa would not have been conquered that way. But when somebody just comes with a religion and a mirror in their hand and give it to your husband, oh, this is me. I look so handsome. I look so ugly. Come in. We are so like... sometimes we are so like easily taken. Okay, we want peace. Come, give him food, give him something like that, and before you know it, they take over all your land. They start to divide your land, try to conquer. And most of the world institutions, where are they? They are in developed countries. The World Bank, the IMF, the blah blah blah, everything. They are over there.
They are just the instrument that they are using to continue colonization.
What the Asians do when I don't know where you have the Asian tigers. What do they? If you talk about Singapore, they have a very strong leader before, very authoritarian, and it turned around that small country, and it's a developed nation. I've been there. It's very beautiful. Their airport is one of the best in the world. And when you look at a country like Japan, they make sure that first thing, hard work. And they are smart people too. They don't have a lot of things like that. They also fought a war among their neighbors. But these people sat down, think. They send their children as early as 2 or as early as 4 years old or 5 years old. Their kids can cross the road. They make sure education is very key. No time for play. You just have to study. And when you finish study, they also put that patriotism in them to help their country. Not that you go and study and then you just stay back. So, and then they continue to create. It's about helping the country, developing our country, look for perfection, and they continue in the automobile, in technology, in everything. And China is also authoritarian because what China did was very simple. They just send their people all over the world, developed country, developing country, go and study in America. The first thing China did was that go and study in Harvard, go and study in America. They continue to push their kids to America because they have already given them a good background. I mean, basic education, which is very good. They don't allow them to play. It's about study, acquire more knowledge, acquire more knowledge. They continue to do this and push. They push them to England. If you go to China, you will see that
and India too is doing the same thing.
But India have one problem. The problem they have is that they are too superficial people and too religious people. And because of that, it's affecting the growth of that country. You cannot do this because of religion. You cannot do that because of religion. And because of their class status, it's also a big problem in India. Because in India, there are some people already classified as rich people. And there are some people, your family has been classified as poor. So they already classify people on different cadre or different stages. So it's very
different class.
Thank you, something like that. So at the end of the day, even if you are coming out from that poor family, the society sometimes they won't accept you. It's very difficult to even come out that, okay, I'm coming out from this poor family. They relegate them, and they continue to do that. That is the problem that country has. But in China, they continue to send their people all around. And when they want to keep the whole world, they have a lot of people. They started begging America, begging Europe, begging everybody. What you can produce in America for $10, come to China, we can do it for 0.5.
Sorry, Remy. Where is Thomas?
He's still there.
Thomas, are you there? Thomas, if you are there, Prince Daddy want to enter. Let him in, please.
Do you want to give me money? I need money. I need some money.
Why are you sleeping?
General.
Why are you sleeping?
General, Thomas need money.
General.
Sleeping on duty.
So let me
That's
continue. So at the end of the day, what they did was that they continued to beg America, beg European. The things you can do for America for $10, come and do it here for 0.5 or $1. The Europeans being very greedy people too. They send all their production base to China. And Chinese being smart people, they continue to understudy. They understudy how they produce all their plants. They build the plant, or is the white people build all these factory, everything in China. And Chinese, being very smart people, they continue to understudy them critically. And they send spies from the government to go and look at all this factory. And before you know it, they started creating their own mushroom factory, producing fake things. You will remember that during the 1990s and early 2000 plus, you say, I don't want China. This is Chinese food. This food is not good. Blah, blah, blah. I don't want it. Today, the Huawei phone is competing favorably with iPhone. It's even Huawei is not the number second. Xiaomi is also number 3, even surpass Samsung. And iPhone is only people that have money that can buy it in Nigeria. So if you don't want to buy iPhone, the next one you buy, if you are buying Huawei, if you are buying Xiaomi, they are all from China. And your iPhone that you are even buying are also assembled in China. Samsung is also assembled in China. So how they are making money? That country is super, super rich. But unfortunately, and another thing they did, which to me personally, that is the West is above them. Their immigration policy is totally terrible. They don't play with that one. If they want to kick you out, even if they give you their green card or whatever, if they want to kick you out, they will just kick you out. They don't even blink. They won't even blink an eye. They can remove it anytime. They can kick you out anytime. So that is the problem in Asia and also Middle East country. So they were able to, but look at ourselves in Nigeria. We always believe that, we are the giant of Africa, but we are not doing things rightly. What do? When we select our leaders, election has come and gone. Some people are still fighting over it today because they think that it can be overturned. And when you look at presidents in America and the rest, even America election that it was so close, the difference is that they didn't overturn nothing. How do you expect them to? Because so many things on stake. You want to turn the country into turmoil or something like that. We need to really recheck ourselves. And I think, I don't know, even
the
if
most important thing, the democracy is not working.
Yeah, democracy is good, but we need to start to amend our law and to enforce.
Someone like a governor, Makinde, just pay salary, and everybody is earning the guy. How the
Look
he
for
doesn't think out of the box to create more work, to create more everything. I don't know what one governor will fit the
your
same.
voice is not so clear. Look at
We,
Japan, for
we,
example.
with our own democracy, we are just sharing the money. That's all.
That's
That's
the
what we
Look
do.
thing.
at
That's the
Japan, for
thing. You can't
example.
work.
When you graduate from the university,
Thank governor we fix only one road, the same
uh,
road. Thank governor we fix
look at
only the
Japan,
same
for
road.
example. When you graduate from the university, by force, you have to serve the Nigeria. You have to serve the Japanese government. You have to join the army for 1 year, compulsory. And I was trying to say, we have a lot of people in Nigeria that graduate from the university. Of course, maybe my generation, when I serve with you, if you pull all of these people to farm, to serve in the farm for 3 months or 6 months, it's not bad. Every state have like 20 or 40 acres of land, mechanized farming. They have the power, they have the resources because they are eating the money. And you can put people there that serve the Nigerian government for the NYC, put them for 3 or 4 or 5 months there. We let them work for them, feed them, give
I
them.
mean, what do you think about this? Like every person that finished secondary school, like senior secondary school, part of your requirement to get your high school diploma is to serve, maybe like you said, either in a military or in a farm agricultural something like that. So that you know, millions of high school, you have more children graduating high school than college. So you have that number to put into
To bring to
that.
those points.
I'm
Exactly.
not,
Instead of
like,
Tinubu saying,
It's a
for
good
example,
idea.
this
That's a
our
nice
here
idea.
in Finland, they do something like
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. I don't want what happened yesterday to happen again today. Mike is still putting a position to Remy.
okay,
Then
okay.
Kumi, you want to jump in? No. Let
yeah.
Mike finish his position to Remy. Then Remy respond. Then you come after Remy. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jack. So what I'm saying, this Tinubu said we need more. I mean, to tackle the security thing, say we need more personnel rather than going to recruit 1 million or whatever soldiers. It's not like those 1 million soldiers be shooting us every day. I think the problem we're having is we need people to more of do like surveillance of territory. You understand? So if we can, there's something they call a watch system in America. Watch system means someone patrol an area to be an eye to that area for whatever is going to happen. So whenever something is about to happen, then you call the forces that will come and with weapons and tackle the problem. So if we design that kind of perimeters areas where we need people to patrol, now you make it a mandatory for every secondary school person, senior secondary school person to serve in the that military. Well, they're not going to be actual soldiers, but they'll just be kind of like people that will do that patrol kind of security thing. And then the only job is maybe when something happens, they are now call the actual army to come and quickly like this area something is about to happen, something is going. So something like that, yeah. Or the agricultural part too, they serve in the farm, so
So
we get that production. So that's what I
what?
just want to push. Everybody wants to do it, but I think they can get personnel
Yeah.
from that, that's scenario.
Okay.
So
What I see is this: you have to cultivate that thing, patriotism, from childhood, from basic education. Our curriculum for the primary school and the high school have to be have to change a lot, preaching patriotism a lot. And I'm sorry, there should be a little bit of force also. Because when I see what they are doing in all these developed or developing countries that are they're far gone, I pity. When I look at them, they say, "Oh, we can, it's going to be very difficult." You can't believe it. Some of my side also in China was teaching some small kids because I teach in the university. I also teach in the college, teaching them business English, and sometimes I'm also teaching something about conversational English. I discovered that small kids around 6 years old, they always have homework. And when in their primary school, no play. Every day they will give them 3 or 4 homework. To now even make it worse, because I pity all those children. Their summer vacation, like 2 or 3 months summer vacation. These kids are not stopped going to school. They continue to go to school. and the government enforce, whether private or public school, you must preach that patriotism. You must make sure that put it in their mind, your country is the best. You have to work for their country. And they make sure that the foreign teachers working in that field, you are not in the classroom to be talking rubbish about your American or England or whatever, something like that. They will curtail you because they have camera in the classroom. And their police always come to the school to check the camera with the school. So there are a lot of people who have been removed and deported like that. If you want to try to cultivate the idea of Americanism in them, or you want to be talking about religion or something like that, they will just remove it, and the next flight you are going back to your country. They don't joke with all those kind of things. But when you look at our country, what are we practice? You can see that in Yoruba land, some say, my children, I don't want them to speak Yoruba, I want them to speak English, and they cannot speak Yoruba at home. It's very funny.
I was going to ask that question about how can you talk about building this youth up when we don't even encourage the use of our local dialect? When somebody talks about, oh, we are a modern city now, we are a mesh of all these tribes, so therefore, English should be the language of the city of a state. We don't encourage the
you're right.
dialect.
That
So
is
how can you build a nation when you don't even build the tongue itself? It's
yeah,
called
because the English language itself, how many people can command it very well in Nigeria? It's a foreign language, and
right.
You can see a lot of people. That's the major reason they were unable to pass their JAM or get a good result in WAEC, because the language, not that they don't know it, but how to put it down. Sometimes it's difficult for many
Make
people.
that same test in their local language, they will pass it.
And they will pass it. But in English, it's dead
just,
on arrival.
it's like, I don't.
But it's okay. We can still manage that space one way or the other, because that's
No. It has to change. Stop
but it's
managing.
going to be very difficult. I mean, you have
It's not easy. No. Excuse me.
How many language are you going to use?
No. Excuse me. No. That's my point. I was yesterday talking about we're trying to legislate parity all the time. Why I wish always have to make this equality then across board? No, if they want to speak outside in Taraba and find a way to make it work for them, that is them. Variety is the spice of life, my brother.
If you are going to talk about that, I think the best thing, we have to go back to region again.
Thank you very much. I've always said I've always
Remy,
been advocate for that. I've always been
Remy, have you forgotten? Do you remember when they introduced this 6334?
Yes,
and they made it compulsory that you must study one Nigerian language. Do you remember that time?
Yes, I do.
So what stop us? Everybody can learn English, but not as a subject. You can learn it as a subject, but every other thing can be in your local language.
For me,
the question I used to ask people is that, do you see any developed nation in the world that speak another person's language? None.
Yeah, that's a good question, because look, when you saw this Asian,
but the English language helps Nigeria to excel in foreign language. Do you guys know that?
Well, it's not about it. The people that speak the best English, their parents, they don't even speak English to them. You cannot speak better English if you don't understand your own local English. That is what you're supposed to realize. If you don't understand your own language, you cannot speak another person's language very well.
Because
that is the issue.
We have a lot
and we see Nigerians now, they take pride in telling people, say, I cannot speak Yoruba, I cannot speak my language.
Simba.
They take pride in doing that.
Simba. Mode ile awon but I went to my hometown in 2017. Remy, Simba, àwọn ọmọ ọba ò lè sọ Yorùbá.
Ọmọ ọba tí ó jọba nìyẹn o. The future king, the future king.
Ọmọ ó ti tán o. Yay! Baba T, we don't finish.
I mean my niece and my nephews, because they are princes and princesses now. They can understand it, but they can't speak it. I say, how can you come from tradition, culture, and you can't even speak the local language, and they go to private school? And so what? They should be teaching them. They'll be able to write and read it down, because in the future, you never know. Only come on.
So how can you have the king in your town to Gbedelu?
Tabati.
You know,
Ọgbọ́n yẹn kọ́. Ọgbọ́n tó fi jọba ìwó yẹn kọ́. Tó ní pé she take all the òrìṣà and put them in a museum. You know.
Because normally before, even if you don't live in a palace, there's a way you raise people that are born in those kind of family. You prep them for future stuff. They're supposed to be raised in a way, the way they carry themselves, the way they do. That way, when they are ready, they are already prepared. But now you just go to Canada, you go and pick somebody to say composition, get them more, experience that process.
I feel bad for Yoruba land, no.
So there's no training.
Man, always a job. How did he become a king?
Money is money. You know how that thing goes. I mean, you have money to pay all these people. They're even upgrading bailers to kings now. If you have money, just baile, you're a king. These are, sorry to budge in. I just wanted to come in for when discussing the whole China thing about human development of India. I think that's what it boils down to. We don't develop human beings. We don't develop people in Nigeria. Forget roads, forget everything else. You must develop your population. That's the issue.
But see, if you see the level of decadence in Nigeria now among our youth, and you see if you engage them, you see that they don't have anything. I'm very sorry. They will be abusing me in the comment section. I don't mind, but they don't have anything in their brain. I'm very sorry to say. Look at the one that came on the platform yesterday that want to engage, and look at what the guy was just spilling out.
Simba.
And yes.
I went to Nigeria for a business meeting for a company that we own in Ogun State. A so-called first-class graduate from OSU could not make a 15-minute presentation to the board. PowerPoint on struggle, and she's the first class.
They don't. If you are telling them, they will not agree with you, Babati. They will still think they know. They will be. They are just swimming in ignorance. I used to ask people. I said, these children that we are raising, and we all get excited. You say, the children of nowadays are very smart and this. I said, how many of the parents can say their children are better than them? None. You cannot even develop. How many of your children can you say Can you say your own children are more brilliant than you? That is. I don't know what. No, that is the fact.
Do you even know what it was?
That is the fact.
So Simba, I think the society and parents in Nigeria are very culpable in this aspect. And Babati also made mention about some. All these people are already corrupt. You just give them more money and they will change the whole of Ifa again. Things are not like in fact, I don't know. I don't understand it anymore because you will see.
Prince Daddy, want to talk?
Okay, Prince Daddy, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to chime in real quick, and also he said that parents are culpable, and also the government. I know Mike probably don't want to hear that, but no, you live in China. What is the role of the Chinese government in education and how this society functions? Of course, it's draconian in a lot of ways. They monitor people's surveillance here and there, but the reason why the society is developing because the government passed policy. You said, just like you said, you can't go to Chinese school as a foreigner trying to teach maybe some things that don't agree with. They kick you out of the country right away. So a city without a wall, just like it says in the Bible, it's a city that's anything goes. The government needs to protect the people. See, that's why you know, right? I know you guys know that I think Twitter for sure, Facebook. They are not in China. Is there a reason for that? Of course, there's a reason for that. Now, and they make sure that, we're blaming our children. Come on, let's keep it real, actually. We're blaming these young kids. But these young kids, they have 24/7 access to the internet, to the rest of the world. The world is margin. It's becoming, quote unquote, the global village they're talking about. And a lot of our values have been lost. These kids have been trained online. There's something in marketing, there's something called psychography, right? See, you'll be surprised, the thinking of a Lagos boy is not different than that of the thinking of a New York boy. It's margin, they think alike, and they're so word apart. So the government has a role to play. If you allow anything to come through, well, you're gonna get a society that you get.
Prince Daddy, can we go?
So, Simba, I just want to add something to what Prince Daddy said. So you can see how these Chinese are very smart. They ban Facebook, they ban WhatsApp, they come up with their own WeChat. Their WeChat is even more powerful than your WhatsApp because their WeChat, they have the wallet, everything. You can buy ticket, you can buy in one single app. And then to finish everybody, they came up with Douyin in their own country. And the international market, they introduced it to the rest of the world as TikTok.
Remy, you don't have light. I can even develop your own Weibo when you don't even Airtel, you know, gone. You don't have light, you
Well,
don't
there's
have
control,
Where's
right?
the Weibo coming from?
So we just sit down there and when you talk about our people, they will tell us.
Remember, the social media space is controlled by the government.
Let me tell you something, Adewale. You are right. Their social media is controlled, but they still have a degree of freedom to do a lot of things. What they control in their social media is that you cannot post nudity, what do you call nudity, so naked. You cannot post that one. You can be half naked, no problem. They still give them more freedom. They let them go around in their country. They let them go to restaurants. They let them go to bar. But when it becomes, if you want to make a mess of their country, or if you want to do something crazy or mad, they'll pick you up immediately. They don't give. So everybody knows this is true. But you are
Remy, I think we need some.
They give them opportunity to make money. If government demolish your house, they will give you good compensation. They will give you one or two more houses. A lot of people, poor people, they go to their countryside. They build a lot of stuff for them. They help them in their agriculture. They give soft loan to their people. They make sure that your life turn around. So if government is doing all of this to you and they ask you to keep quiet, won't you keep quiet? What concerns me with America? When my life is
But they were successful with that with all those policies because they still have some kind of a kind of force that they use. In Nigeria, you understand? If they give you loan in China, you must return the loan back. In Nigeria, people don't do that.
No, Simba. Not all of them return. Not all of them return the money back. But they have, if you don't return, then you go to jail. It's simple. They will give you the money.
And that's what I'm saying. There'll be consequence. In Nigeria, there's no consequence if you don't return the loan.
You don't pay back loan, fine. And we seize your asset and then we also send you to jail. Two things.
So when Prince Daddy was talking, what I want to support
can
him
you even
because
track Nigeria? Can you even track
the issue, the Chinese, yesterday that we were talking about the effect of religion and colonization on the people. The way they dealt with colonization is not the same way we dealt with colonization in Africa. They don't accept everything that they brought. They don't accept the religion. They don't accept the language. They don't accept most of the things that they brought to them. We accepted everything. And now, even the social media that we have to regulate, that I don't think there's any, even in the Middle East, they regulated social media. But in Nigeria, what we do is that we know we fall for everything. We always cite an example of America, UK, and everything, something that is not working for us. And we seem not to even understand and learn from what we are doing to ourselves. In social media, especially Facebook and all this TikTok that we Nigerians are used to now, in what way is it helping our youth? You understand? So if our elders, our progenitors, they made that mistake during our colonization, it's the same mistake that they made that we are continuing with now. Yes, I agree with Prince that the parents these days we have failed this generation, this younger generation, because the thing that we put into their brain, that is what they are doing. It's the parent that is actually encouraging all these useless things that yesterday I said it, that parents are now taking their children to go and be learning Yahoo Yahoo. You understand? They are the ones that are not speaking the language to their children. Because I was asking my cousin the day before yesterday that, why are you speaking English to your child? He said, because I want him to know how to speak English very well. I said, so you that are even the English that you are speaking, do you think you are speaking a good English? You are speaking rubbish to your child.
Simba,
and you think
Simba, can you give me a second? Simba, you're a pediatrician, so you know what I'm about to say. You know, they say a child by the age of 6 is capable of learning 5 to 6 languages by that age, right? So they can
Yes,
learn
yes.
multiple language. In America here, you will see Indian, Chinese kids. They are speaking English, they are speaking Chinese Mandarin, and they're speaking Spanish and French at the age of 6, 7. So there's no excuse not to speak multiple languages in the world we are living today. If you have the opportunity to teach your kids to have them learn it. So, but our own, it's like a thing of pride. Oh, they don't speak vernacular.
It's a class thing. BT, we take it like a class thing that my child cannot speak Yoruba, and they're happy with it.
Just
Good morning, people. Please, can I come in, Thomas?
Yeah, go ahead.
You have to pay your dues. I'm not charging now. I'm charging $100.
Almost enough is enough. Yeah.
General Thomas, please, let me just come
Go on, my brother.
in. Simba took a swipe at me, so that's what got me.
You come for Simba.
And y'all use them vex.
So, okay, what I want to share in this conversation, for me, mostly the problem we have in Nigeria in particular is the government. I've been in UAE for some time now, and I can tell you what I've learned with the access to internet I have in this country is it's unlimited. If I have that kind of access to internet in Nigeria, I will be frank with you, I will not move to any other country. I will just
Israel, don't give us propaganda. Are you paying
No,
for
it's
that
not
internet
propaganda.
access? Wait, my brother. Are you paying for it or is it free?
In UAE, internet
Yeah,
is
are you paying for it?
that's what I'm trying to say. It's like equivalent to free.
Are
Where
you
you are
paying
working,
or free? You are
let
no.
me say
It's
now.
a question.
How much are you
Yeah?
Where
paying?
you are, I'm trying to explain. Where you are working, you have access to free internet. Then where you are living, you pay your rent and your internet, electricity, everything is in your rent.
That means you
So
are
that's how
paying.
it's
So you are paying,
Nigeria
but you
told
want it
you
for free in
pay. You
Nigeria.
are paying now.
in Nigeria. Let me tell you,
In Nigeria, I want it for free.
the internet in Nigeria is very expensive than what you have
It's
here.
not true.
But
What
you
you
are
are saying, what you are saying, let me tell you, Israel,
no.
I also live in the Middle East.
Simba, please hold on. Let him land. Please. Let him land. Yeah. Let him land.
In UAE, I can make a subscription of 50 dirham. 50 dirham in Nigeria is equivalent to 10,000 naira. And that 50 dirham, I will have unlimited access to internet, and that will last me for 1 month. But in Nigeria, 10,000 naira internet, you will have some restriction, and within 2 weeks.
Thomas, I'm sorry, $50 is about 40,000 naira. You say it's 10,000.
I
That's
did
a
not
lie.
say $50. I said 50 dirham. We use
Oh, okay.
dirham here.
Sorry. Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is this: there are some basic things that the government needs to fix. Okay, another example now. I can make $10 like almost every week online. I can make $10 online or every week with the crypto space. But here I have steady electricity, I have little internet. But if that stuff, like we have internet in Nigeria and we have steady electricity, that $10 would be more valuable to me in Nigeria than here. So that's just what I'm just trying to ship in. Most of the problem we have in Nigeria, the government need to fix some basic stuff like electricity and access to internet, and leave the rest for the youth. The youth will. Okay,
Luckily,
you can say something.
luckily for you,
Can
Israel.
I respond to Israel, please? Because there are some things that he said that are not true.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me tell you, I also live in the Middle East. Where I stay, I have a free Wi-Fi. In my place of work, I have also free internet. But even the subscription that I used to do on my phone, I used to spend about minimum, because by the time I subscribe for 75 riyal per month, they will only give me 10 gigabytes and of local internet. I mean, that is the one that you can use to chat, to do all those things. Then for social media, 10. And if I don't manage it, it cannot last me for a month. This one that you are saying that with 50 dinner, you will get a internet service, unlimited internet service for 1 month, is not true. It's fake.
It's very
Let me
true.
tell you,
So
let me tell you that so excuse me. The people that live abroad, please don't let us be giving false information to the people in Nigeria as if everything there is free. You understand? You are saying you are getting free internet. Meanwhile, you are the one that you are using in your house. The one I'm using in my house has been incorporated into my rent, and I'm paying for it. So it's not free. The only one that I have free access, the only one that I can say is free. Excuse me. The
Simba,
one
hold on. Simba, please hold on. You guys know you can't talk on each other. Let Simba land, then you come back, Israel. Please, yeah. Simba
the
landing.
one the one I use at work is actually because we use electronic this thing for our work in the hospital. And that
Wi-Fi.
is Wi-Fi, yes. So it is because of the one that we're using in the hospital. It's not actually meant for us as staff, but because we can use it, because we use it, I use my phone to do consultation. I use my laptop to do consultation for my patient, and that's why they give us access to that. You understand? So I can't say that one is actually free. It's because of the nature of the work
And
that I do.
Simba, even you can't. It's not allowed for your personal stuff. It's only
It's not
official.
allowed. It's only
Yes.
official, but we use it for personal storage just because we have access to it.
Simba,
So
I think what Israel want to say is that in public spaces there is the Wi-Fi, which is very common in all these countries. Even the $10 you are paying, or how much you are paying.
public spaces, the only public spaces that I can see that they have it in where I stay is only in the airport when you are traveling.
So that means your country is still back or compared to countries like Japan and
Simba,
China.
when it comes to
In China,
UAE,
when
when it
you
comes
go
to
on to
UAE,
the sorry, Israel, when you go onto the subway, there is free Wi-Fi for you. When you go to most shopping mall, there is free Wi-Fi for you. When you go to public park, there is free Wi-Fi for you. And then when you want to go for your house internet, I remember that I'm paying something like $70. It's a package, including with my phone for 1 year. I just pay my phone bill, but the package for internet is different. I pay about $70 for 1 year. But remember, China have huge population, and their internet is one of the fastest in the world. So the huge population, they make advantage of it. So our people in Nigeria, if we plan very well, we also have a lot of people. The problem started with we collect huge amount of money for licensing for our telecommunication, what do you call them, provider like MTN. They collect about $273 million from each one of them. If we have not collected that money, the price of data consuming to the purchasing power or the average income that Nigerian people earn is still very high. Let's be frank with ourselves. Because I went to Nigeria in January, by the time you
Eh,
spend
eh, the,
it's
the
already
one I'm
gone.
using now, Remy, the one
Yeah.
I'm using now currently, yeah, I pay 5,000 for 25 gigabytes.
So that is cheating also. But because by the time you use all your 25 gigabytes, it's already. But I think what they should do in Nigeria is that the government should do is that they must mandate it that you pay money for 1 month subscription, no matter
Remy, hold on. Are you being fair? And let me land it before you counter me. I'm an engineer before leaving Nigeria.
Okay.
I install generator in the plans of all these subscriber, all these poles of internet facility.
Base
Do you know that
stations.
yes, do you know that all these stations they run on diesel 24 hours? We install two generator. One will work for 12 hours. It will interchange to the other one, work for 12 hours, running that 7 days, 30 days, 7 hours, 24, 7 days, 24 hours, 365 days in a year. And you
So,
expect this. So let me finish. I said, let me finish, please.
okay, I'm
And
listening.
you expect, yes, and you expect this plan, this subscriber, for them to be cheap. Can you imagine if this station is running on electricity from the government or is running on solar? They will bring down their cost. This is what I know. This is there's nothing like this. And let me tell you, those generator, we don't repair it. When they spoil, we replace it because we can't afford for the net generator to be going off when people are in their house waiting for the internet facility, calling their family member. We just service it. When it gets any fault, Remy, I said any fault, there is no repair. We replace them. So
Okay.
talk about this. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. You have made a very good point there, but there is something I want you to know. The number of subscribers they have initially, because I know when they started in 1999, 1990, yeah, 1990, yeah, 2000, 2000 to 2001, I went to Econet training because my boss that time would get a franchise dealership for Econet. The number of subscribers they have that time compared to today is totally different, and you cannot be using that time that you spend a lot. Although I know you also the telecommunication they spend a lot of money expanding, but I still think they are still cheating Nigeria one way or the other, because now they have alternative instead of using generator. You said it also. Why don't use solar? Nigeria always have sunshine. At least no matter what happens in a day, they will have roughly more than 10 hours good sunshine. So I think the problem started with the licensing fee, which is huge. If we have not collected huge licensing fee from them, maybe the price of data will not have.
But the licensing fee, they have paid that one for long time ago now. Two
But,
fifty
but they
million.
will
Two
tell you,
fifty million. That was what they paid that time.
they will tell you they are recuperating. But look at, let's fast forward to now. Let's fast forward to now. All these 5G, 1G, 2G, 3G, for most average Nigeria, for poor people that want to go online, they don't have the money. And even they have the money, they have to starve, they won't eat. The government should come in. They are not regulating that price structure very
I
well.
think Remy, what I notice generally, let me tell you, I think the cost of communication is one of those things that the price has not actually changed in Nigeria. Because even up till now, yes, because it's not, in fact, it's only thing that inflation has not affected. Because
So think
it's,
about
in
what
fact,
I'm trying to say, Abi.
because if you look at it, we are still calling, because what I used to call before about 2 3 years ago was still the same thing, that the cost of calling is the same thing up till now, even with
And
the
they
increase in
have
cost
more
of.
subscriber. They are making more money every day. And people, if they are using their WhatsApp, they also have to recharge, buy data or something like that. So they make more money. I think it's high time they regulate it very much. I think if they structure it like 1 month, a month,
I think they can do better with the cost of data.
yeah, they can do. They just have to find the
Simba,
money.
Mm.
let me please.
Maybe
Simba,
2 weeks and 1 month. It's okay. 5,000 naira for 2 weeks. Then if you want to go for
Simba,
1 month, you pay 8,000.
Yes, it's
Or
right.
yeah.
you know that 25,000 you pay a month for data a month. You can use
No, I
that
said
25
5,000 for 25 gigabytes.
5,000 for 25
Yes,
gigabytes in Nigeria,
yes.
or
In Nigeria, I'm
how
talking. I'm in
how
Nigeria as
long
I'm
how
talking
long
now.
how long
I've been using it for a month. In fact, the one that I subscribed when I came in on the 15th of July, I didn't finish it. Though, don't let me talk, because I have a Wi-Fi in my house. I have a Wi-Fi.
okay.
As I'm talking now, I'm using my Wi-Fi. I'm not using my data. I only
How
use
much,
my data when I go out of my house.
Simba,
I
how much
pay
do you
10,000
pay?
naira for my Wi-Fi. I
How
took
much,
10,000 naira for my Wi-Fi every month.
which telecommunication provider is giving that
I
service?
don't even know. Is my friend that actually is the one doing it. There are a lot of people doing all those internet service in Nigeria, and not even all
So
these
they are not from
major.
they are not connected to MTN, Econet, and the rest.
I don't know how he's
So
getting it. I don't know how he's getting it.
they are probably using backdoor method or one way or the other.
In fact, my children, that's what they use to do, to do. I don't even do subscription on my DSTV again.
If you can
They
introduce
use
such
it.
something to me, I'll be glad because
But it's local. It's not. It's not. It's local. You can
so
only do it in.
your area.
Simba, so ẹ tún jalè látẹ̀yìn báyìí náà kí ni ká pèrè báyìí ẹ tún jalè rè náà ó lè rè kò
How do you no? How can you say only? They will not subscribe now. You subscribe. You pay subscription.
But you are doing illegal connection.
illegal lè nà
How do you know? How do you think it? No, he paid for it now. There are so many people.
Ẹ sọ pé lẹ́gà ṣé ńgbà tí agbára wọn ò bá ká ti àwọn MT aládàá tó ra 25 giga ó tó kọ́ láàrin ọdún mẹ́rin ó fẹ́ blame àwọn èèyàn. Àwọn èèyàn ti ń tó lè láwọn ẹ̀ náà ni wọ́n ti pọ̀ ju Mr. Thomas. Ẹ máa fún wa ní 10 gigabyte tó bá ti lò tọ́ báyìí wọ́n á tún kọ́ tiẹ̀ dànù.
You know, Remy, on a more serious note, that needs to be reviewed. If you need your population to have that much penetration, then government has to come in and subsidize that network for it to be cheaper for people. So
it's affordable. It's too expensive. You buy like 5G before you know it, 2 days it's gone. It's over.
That's not normal.
If you watch video a little bit and you go to TikTok and you also talk to people on WhatsApp, the second day you have to.
By the way, don't take it personal. I was just kidding.
So I think it's too expensive, the data. I think the government, because if more people go online every day, it's also a plus for this telecommunication company. That means they make money per second. So they continue to make their money. So, and I think it's high time that they also, I'm not saying they should bring new, if they can bring new player that can crash the price, they should bring new player also. Maybe they start to reduce this licensing fee. Because at least if people are more internet connection.
I hope you know that even you yourself, if you have the knowledge, you can actually do that business in Nigeria now. Yeah, you can buy those things, and yes, you can buy the data and you can be selling it to people on your own.
What we did that time with our companies, that is why I know that some young Nigerians are very resourceful. One boy just around the age of 20 just came to our office, and because we used to print recharge card and we also sell cards and everything with cell phones and some of this stuff. The boy just came to me that if you can give me recharge card worth of 10,000, before you know it, in 1 or 2 hours, I'll bring back your money. And I said, no, I can't do it. How am I so sure you bring my money? I said, I can do it now. Okay, I said, okay, you know what? I just like the way he's talking. And he said, okay, bring a guarantor for me. Bring somebody for me. And then he brought his mother. And then we put everything on paper. And I gave him 10 recharge cards. He didn't give me nothing. So he went outside, he went to the street, and to God, in an hour, he brought back the money. I was surprised. How do you do it? I said, okay, because you do this one, I'm going to give you 20. And he went again, and before another 2 or 3 hours, he was back again. I'm telling you, this boy, within 1 month, this boy is collecting 500,000 recharge cards from our company. He brought all his boys, and he put them in different locations in Ibadan. He is the one that will give them cards, and he monitor them.
That's the same thing we want government to be doing.
A boy of 20 years old. See, I don't know where he is today because I've traveled for a long time. If he continued that way, that is a potential millionaire you are seeing in your hand. Why some people are talking, doing, what do you call it, Yahoo or whatever. Look at the mindset. So me myself, that I'm an operator, I just go to all these big companies, but I am selling satellite phone to Poly, but go to UI, go to everybody, and go to all these places like Nigerian bureaus. We supply them a lot of stuff, but they are the brought. Oh my God! And before we have.
Can I tell you something in that country we don't know? The rich people will be getting richer and they will be using something free in that country. Let me explain what happened to me when I went to Nigeria. When I got to Nigeria, I said, this internet, the people are shouting, it's too expensive, it's too expensive. Let me walk up to MTN. I walk up to MTN. They sold me a modem, my file, for 8,000 naira. Just listen to me, 8,000 naira for that model. And I recharge a 5,000 naira. What? Ask me how many gig they gave me. They gave me 20 gig on 5,000 naira. On your normal phone, if you want to buy 20 gig on your normal phone, you may be spending like 15,000 naira. Do you understand what I'm telling you now? But because I have paid for that modem, I pay for that modem. It's like Wi-Fi, very
Yeah,
fast.
I know.
Since I've
It's like
been living in my life, I have never experienced that kind of fastness of internet on that
that one you are
Wi-Fi.
talking. So, Thomas, that's what you are talking about. They have used that one in China for the last 10 years. Now they are using Wi-Fi at home now within your family. They just give you a password. No more machine, no more box for you to put at home. But the question I want to ask you,
Wow, really?
for a family, yeah, yes, really. Yeah, that's what they are using there now. So all this outdated, you know what? When I was in the when I came here to study, and you have a lot of case study, when I continued to tell them what is happening around the world, all of them were like, even in Finland, they were like aghast. They are like, really? What is going on in their country? They thought they have this. You guys are already outdated. That is why when you talk, you would think we are playing. That country, the Asian tiger, they already overpass everybody. Come and see the AI technology. There are so many cameras around the city. We pick you up anywhere. Even the moment you step out from your door, there is a camera in the lobby from your apartment, and in the street, in your neighborhood, they'll pick you up anywhere you go. There's no hiding place. The camera will pick you. Their AI technology is very good. And what did they do? Is it not America that started it? And they just modify it and they make it better every time. So the question I want to ask you, Thomas, like what you get from MTN now, for 1 month, a family of 4, can you use that 25G they gave you for 1 month?
I don't.
Going
I
online
don't
with
think you
25.
can. Yeah.
So that is
No,
where
I
the
don't
cheap
think it's going to last for 1 month.
it's cheap.
If you connect your TV, connect laptop, but it's still cheaper to the normal internet you buy on your normal phone, MTN line. You understand what I mean?
I think if they even say Nigeria, come and buy this modem for 10,000 naira, and then you pay extra 15,000 every month. A lot of Nigerians will rush it at home. Then 24/7 you are online.
I think Remy, most Nigerians, they are still not aware of all these local ones that I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Like
because
this one now,
telecommunication.
when the guy came to me, he's a friend because I have been using the alternative source of energy since 2006, and it was one that actually installed my inverter and my this thing for me then. So now, when he introduced this one for me, in fact, there was a time he built, because I have a very big compound. He put his mast, but there was one heavy wind that blew the thing away, and in fact, it was God that saved us in my house because the thing fell on my house. But what I want to say is that he has a mast, and the guy is covering a lot of areas. The guy is a billionaire. He goes to China on his own and imports some of these things
Because
for
that's why
himself.
he's going to buy most of the technology equipment.
Exactly. So, like this one now, is on the one is selling is unlimited, and that is why everybody in my house, if you are in the house, we just on our Wi-Fi, our phone, my television, and everything is connected. Even my camera is connected to it. So, and it's just 10,000 naira.
So I guess your guy also register his company, because if he does not register, they will
No,
approve
he
that.
registered. He's buying this thing. It's not free. I hope you know that internet is not free. You can't get the free internet from anywhere.
So
He's also buying and selling. He's just buying. You buy and you sell to your customer.
So what you just said now, if we have that what do you call it, innovation on electricity for one local government or one particular area, just one person like this guy, just let's say he said, oh, this local government, I will be providing electricity. That's what the new bill is trying to say. Register and then you provide electricity for them in this local government. You don't need to give all the state, and people will have 24 hours supply of electricity. I think if
You know that one, even that one that you're talking about is already happening in Lagos. There are some estates that some people supply electricity to.
they call it fiber optic, and there is some estate they'll put it on the ground and they'll put in the
Exactly.
Nobody is carrying any modem Thomas anymore. That is outdated. It's several years ago. So it's just the thing is just a wire, and they connect it to each apartment or each house or whatever. I don't know how they do it. They do that stuff, and you cannot even the wire itself. Sometimes you cannot even trace it. They just put it inside the wall, and then voila, you go and you charge your Wi-Fi and you connect, and the password is for you, for your owner, and then they give you your password and you change it later, and you are on 24/7. No more destruction of Wi-Fi. No more kind of, and it's cheap. I'm telling you, internet is very cheap there. When I look at the price compared to what I have here I'm paying about 20 euro for 4G connection every month, 24/7. And if I want 5G, because they just introduced 5G also, if I want 5G, I'll pay about 30 euro, 29.75 euro. I'll pay that amount. But here it's also good because I've already paid my electricity and my water bill with my house rent. So water is drinkable here, and so I don't need to buy water outside. And my electricity is already incorporated in my house rent. So and they make it affordable, and it's not all that cheap, but at least it's better. You don't need to worry about heating system. And in winter, the heating system now works very well because electronic control using gas. It's regulated itself according to the temperature. It continues to change. So because we have a longer months of winter. So there's a lot of things we can do for ourselves if we truly have a good leader, and if we truly the governors, because the major problem of Nigeria are the governors. All those people always shout when something's not going, you'll be shouting Buhari, Buhari, Buhari. Look at the money Buhari gave to River State. What does it do with the money? What about Delta? What about Undo? What about the rest? What did they do with the money?
Revi, did you see the governor? Did you see the governor even talking about he lives in Abuja and he will show up when he likes in Igbo? That's the one I did. That's the one that the guy said, "Okay, we are here for a meeting now. Before I go back to Abuja."
When you hold their neck, they will provide. They have money. They are collecting huge.
Revi, hold on now. The guy said on TV, "I'm here for the security meeting now before I turn back to Abuja," and he's a governor of a state of the same state. That's the one I want to develop.
And you see the governor of Delta State junketing around the world, and when they all over the world, what do? They don't do nothing.
That Imo guy is a clown. That guy is a clown.
How can you be living in Abuja and a governor of Igbo?
You know, I said it yesterday. Since inauguration, he has been guy. Most of them, it's not only him. Most of the southeastern governors, they live in Abuja now.
Don't talk about southeastern. What about your southwestern governor? Those ones that are not even living in Abuja, what do you do for their state, except Lagos State?
Even but Simba, they'll be tomorrow now. They'll be blaming federal government.
Of course,
that is federal government is the problem.
The same call Akeredolu son, well learned. What has it done to Ondo? Has it changed Ondo State into?
The man is sick. Not right now. The man is sick. Don't. Let's not bring somebody else's name up now. Not him.
Well, it's not dead. So why are you talking? We're just talking. I don't understand. Okay, fine. But I don't want to talk about
just the different names. What I'm saying.
I'm frustrated with that governor in our state.
To make it better,
don't start because
he's the finest governor we have. Pawaraja.
Oh yeah.
Makinde is paying salary.
That is why I said most Nigerian followership are also very greedy.
This is sad. How salary? How? Please stop bringing up salary as some kind of positive achievement for a state. Please, it's annoying. It's annoying.
I'm just saying that's what they're saying.
Could be in your state. When you talk, they say no, he's paying
our salary.
That's the teachers. They don't care about other people.
Nothing. With the population of Oyo State, they can't generate any other revenue. They only wait for the federal government every month. That's totally that's terrible.
If salary is not a big deal, how come Autumn is not paying employees in Benue for 7 months or more? It is a big deal.
We're crying every day. As man clash, they have already attacked our community. They are doing that.
Prince
Every month,
let me clarify. Sorry. I think the point is that it should be a given. It shouldn't even be an issue. It should just be there. That should be automatic.
I understand, and I totally agree. But in the Nigerian state, is a luxury
But
to
why are
get
we
your
that way?
salary.
But why are we that way is the problem. Why are we always that way?
Of course, I mean,
Why?
because there's no accountability. I mean, how can people work and not get paid? Not only get paid, but get paid on time. That's key, especially if you put in the time. But there's no.
They even pay half salary in some states in Nigeria. They pay half salary. They pay half salary in some states.
That's Aregbesola.
I mean, come on,
For
man.
me, I believe that the only solution to Nigeria is Can you hear me, guys?
You were out for a second. Go ahead.
Okay, I was saying that the only solution to the problem of Nigeria is restructure. Let every state be on their own. So we will know what federal government is providing and what state government is providing. Because most of the Nigerian population, they lack the knowledge of what is the responsibility of federal government and the responsibility of state government. But with restructure, you will know everything you need from your governor, not the president again. Then I believe
Yeah.
Nigeria can move forward.
What? See. Yeah. When all these changes are going to happen, when they're about to happen, right? There are going to be some ups and downs or some hardship. Now, if states are allowed to be responsible for their revenue and everything else, we should expect some exodus from some parts of the country to other parts because it's going to be a grind and it's going to take a while. So we have to be ready for that mentally and also, materially, so to speak, because some states or some regions would be overwhelmed. And that's this governors or states that are used to doing anything for themselves but going to Abuja to collect their money. Where would the thinking come from? The creativity, the imagination, where would it come from? Just like a seed, it's going to take a time to germinate and to produce fruit. So it's going to take a while. It's going to be a big challenge. So the sooner, the better, with some level of planning and assistance, they can get it done. But that was the point I was trying to make the other day. That um, not everyone, it's a habit, just like human habit. Most of these governors, they're not used to doing anything. We talk about how they have so much minerals or natural resources. They have them, but they don't do nothing with them because it's human nature. Why do I want to spend my energy and time when I can get free money or free this and that? That's the issue here. I mean, people have said it before on this platform that each state has enough natural resources to sustain itself. If that been the case, how come we not do nothing about it? Is it because the governors don't know better? What is the issue?
The problem is the federal government. The federal government is trying to control everything. So, like the electricity now, you see, there will be improvements after some days now. But if the federal government could, like the stuff with security now, I believe Nigeria has, at now, we need state police, but the federal government is still holding back. If you set a standard and if your state is up to that standard, you can get your state police. Every citizen of any state that have security issue will tackle the state governor to meet up to the requirement standard of the federal government so they can have state police. But if the federal government is still trying to control everything, we will keep having this same issue of insecurity in Nigeria. That's just what I believe.
Yeah.
Prince Daddy, someday I even suggested that maybe they should cut off the allocation a little bit for these lazy governors to work. because they just think the money is coming at the end of the month. We don't need to do anything. Let's just sit down and fold our hands, drinking champagne. End of the month, the money is coming from the federal government.
Yeah.
We're not working. They are not
But
doing
but
no innovation, nothing whatsoever.
but who's going to suffer at the end of the day? I mean, the governors are not going to suffer. Is the people that need their salaries paid would suffer. Is the you know the civil or the government employees, the teachers, even the doctors. Those are the people that are going to suffer. See,
But Prince Daddy, where will allocation from from the federal government used to pay the staff in the state? Why can't staff generate how they can be paid their own salary? Does that make any sense to you?
Almost Ogata mentality now. They don't Ogata
It,
just get money at the end of the month. That's the mentality in government.
it doesn't make sense. State should make the money to pay their staff salary, not waiting for allocation from the
Oh,
federal government.
productive we need. They're not producing anything in those offices.
That's what I'm saying. They are not productive.
yeah. Um.
Yeah, and I want to respond to what Prince Daddy said that a lot of people will move to a better city. That is normal. Even in America, California is the richest state, and a lot of people live in the East and West Coast because there are more opportunity there. But I think if you are moving and you are not an indigene of that state, there are some benefits you will not be able to get. So you can move in, and that is also a very good lesson for those states that are not doing nothing to vote out that leader immediately and replace him. So that is the beauty of it. I just like the electricity bill they just signing. Anybody that just, I think they should also probably say if you can provide electricity for local governments, also okay.
No, Remy, it covers it, but this is the problem. What happens when Lagos, Edo, Kano now have electricity? Everybody moves into those states.
Uh-huh.
You're gonna put pressure. Forget Lagos. So Edo and Kano is about to get. They're gonna be double in the next 10 years.
My brother, who is living
It's unfair
in
to them
Surulere,
now. It's unfair to those states.
it's not unfair. What concern? Why? What is their governor doing?
Why can't
they
somebody?
also
No,
provide electricity?
I don't know. I'm saying for Edo now, they have power now. Let's say the Edo has
No,
power
I
now.
do have 24 hours now.
I'm saying that when they now perfect it, that is official, they have 24 hours. So people start moving into those states. They will overwhelm the system eventually because they're saying that once it fails.
But nothing you can do. If I'm
But it's
living
unfair. It's
in
look at
and our state is making
no.
nothing.
Lagos is supposed to have, according to what I was saying, it's supposed to have for a healthy state. It's supposed to have 9 million people.
Uh-huh.
They have
I think
30 million people for God's sake now.
I disagree with you. Look at all these mega cities around the world. They have more than 10 million people or 15 million people.
But Lagos is not well planned to accommodate all this now. Okay, go ahead.
But nothing you can do because everybody wants to realize their dream. And if you ask an average Nigeria, where can you have Nigerian dream?
I'm
Everybody will
saying that they should pick up the slack in other states. Don't put pressure on 3 forces that have power.
So what are you trying? What are you suggesting? You want
let
to
me give you one. Let me give you one. There is no excuse on God's earth why Delta and Rivers should not also follow suit with Lagos in getting power. There should be no excuse for those two states. They have the money. You are close to gas, for God's sake. Gas is in your backyard. You have no excuse.
Babati, before you start talking, what about our Ogun State? Is it not enough for us to have enough?
I said
we have everything.
I agree with you now, but you know how I feel about. I'll start getting emotional on your platform now. So let me discuss it on the platform. So,
Babati,
yeah.
Babati, see the stuff now is now that the federal government have removed hand from electricity. Those states cannot be having 24-hour electricity, and the people of Delta states will just put their hand and look at their government.
No, that's the reason why I'm asking you from Delta. If you're from there, you must put pressure on your governor to get to be active now. Don't wait until you don't finish. You must get something up.
No, Babati, understand me. Before, the governor have excuse to be say the federal government control electricity.
Right.
But now there is no excuse again.
That's what we are saying now, bro. We are on the
That's
same
what we
page.
are saying. Let the same thing also happen with security.
So Babati is trying to say we should curtail you Delta. Don't go to Edo when they have 24 hours. They should curtail you. Fight with your governor to also provide electricity. Because if all of you rush to Edo now, Edo will be overwhelmed. So that's what Babati is trying to say. So there must be a way to
Don't wait
curtail
until Edo gets you to start fighting. Start fighting that fight right now that the law has been
right
passed.
now. So that Edo people will not kick you out and you not say, it's marginalization. No, they are marginalizing us from Edo. They don't want us to come to their city. So if that thing happens, don't blame Edo people.
I understand, but you cannot restrict people from moving. The
We know,
only
but
thing is just
I'm saying for Israel, for the good of for the good of Nigeria. Listen to what I'm saying. Lagos is wonderful. Don't get me wrong, but it's heartbreaking with the kind of influx of people into Lagos. It's not good for Nigeria. It means we're not good as a country. It's bad for Nigeria when people keep people into Lagos. That means we don't have that development across board. So if you have power in Delta now, for instance, or Rivers, I know some people will start moving down there.
And Babati, they are not trying, and they are not doubling the money revenue given to Lagos because people
But
are coming in there. They
the
are
way
not.
Rivers, but this is my point to you, Thomas. Rivers and Delta, they are very close to gas to the gas pipeline back there, so it should be it should be no brainer. You have the resources on ground. It should be no excuse. You have the resources. You have the funds.
So,
You
but
should,
you know, Babati, you know that Lagos State they are trying to help us by putting subway to our Ogun State. Maybe we should beg Lagos State to give us electricity.
the choice in that point. You might let go and bend.
Tàbí lè kó bẹ́ẹ̀ kan a máa wà nínú òkùnkùn fọdún mẹ́rin again.
No, we can't do that.
You're not there, Dabe. That's very
Everyone
nice.
one chance, one chance, one chance.
Báyọ̀ bá ń tanná ṣíṣe yóyóyó, àwa kàn mọ́ máa wò lọ́kàn.
You guys should.
Baba, is it that guy is a calamity? That guy is a calamity. I don't know.
He's
Where
a
did
guy
you
man.
come to that guy? Sir?
Even the so-called Kwara State government is doing wonderful over there.
He's a guy
Come
man.
and see Ogun State that have all the industry. So
Glass
many,
a
lot of things.
glasses to Chicago.
I said the woolly man don't shower.
But guys, you see my point though, that we want. I want to say a spread of that. I want to say a spread at least 7 to 10, because the way we have right now, Edo, Lagos, and Kano will be the first to go. They already have the blueprint.
I think Delta State should just cover their face.
They
How
are.
can Edo that does not have money compared to Delta? Edo over there is having.
But Babati, is it right time they mount a border? They will ask you, why are you going to Lagos? They should
Thomas,
maybe.
Edo people has already started bragging on TikTok. They are speaking. My pidgin is not good. They are speaking in pidgin. They have 24 hours supply for Edo. They are already showing off in Edo already. They are already showing some parts already.
Maybe Remy, I'm suggesting something. Maybe they should create a border at Baga.
No, Remy.
If you before coming in, where are you going?
Thomas, let me be honest with you. Those people bragging, maybe you should reply them that they should be ready for visitors. So with the way they are going, when you have that power,
I don't know they play.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, guys. Are you saying there's a constant light in Edo State now?
Yes, they are having 18 hours supply.
They were remember during the Tinubu time in 1990, they were
having good time.
They were also joining Lagos to provide all these services. It was obvious that kind of mess up the whole thing. So once they pass this bill now, you will see that rapid. I can bet you Lagos and Edo will be the first, and Kano will be third. It's already gone. I already know. But how? What? What can I do?
And Ogun State needed it more than every other state.
We have manufacturing in our state now.
Don't. What do they do?
I think he built an airport for you guys.
Just baby.
Oh my God.
It's an apology, really.
Babati, Look, the best option, let Ogun State merge with Lagos State to become Lagos.
No. On the master, they signed a deal with it's supposed to be Oyo, Lagos, and Ogun State. That's the power agreement that they have. So hopefully, maybe Lagos will be the one providing there. But it's a shame. If you're a manufacturing state, you should be the one generating the power, not Lagos.
That's true.
I don't.
But Lagos has.
But if they don't have the capacity, what can you do?
Thomas Odeo, I'm going to be like you. We have capacity. We have capacity. We have capacity. We have capacity now.
Maybe now vote for your governor. Bear the consequences now. 4 years is just around the corner.
Thomas, the guy won his second term. Guess by how many votes? 10,000.
How many votes? 10,000. That was so close.
It's like anymore. It's not like now. It's not well beloved.
We are in court.
They're in court. Everybody's in court now.
I think Adebutu and Co is still. They're the one taking him to the court.
But they will use the federal. They will use the federal might now. You know that. They will use Tinubu influence.
Well, at this time,
you know that they will use Tinubu influence now. Tinubu is in federal now.
No, Tinubu that way will soon remove. Obi is coming.
But on the most that Abuja thing is kind of gaining traction. On that 25%, is gaining.
How does it even make sense to any rational mind? How? Help me make it make sense.
Obi is coming. Obi is coming.
Obi is coming. Obi is coming.
Where is coming from?
Hey, Tinubu should be packing his load from Asoro.
Okay,
is coming.
Let's even say that they chase Tinubu out of there. It should be Atiku now, not Obi.
The bottom line is that at least
Adewale, I hear some people they said Tinubu is still scared. He hasn't packed to Asoro because Obi is still coming. Obedient. Adewale, sometimes I would just say disobedient. They're supposed to go and they check their brain. Maybe their brain is even functioning. It's because Obi is coming. That is why Tinubu hasn't packed to Asoro because he doesn't want to be shamed out of Asoro. Oh my
I think
God!
some of them don't usually move in quickly like that. It will take time. Remember, there's innovation going on in Asoro, even including his office, Asoro office, Tinubu's office. So, but don't worry, Obi is still coming. Why is that
Mike? One day Obi is coming. Obi is coming.
No, I want cousin Mike in here. I want cousin Mike in here.
Obi is coming where? So this show.
I want show Alash your do Obi is coming.
you know when I see the topic, every time I see the topic on some obedient channel, I'm like, Obi has arrived. Tinubu is packing. Obi is coming. In case you're ready.
Mike, one warning now. So you know the deal now. They are making money.
Cash out.
Actually, we need to find out who is bankrolling who this time, right? To prosecute election, not be my mind now. So we need to find out who is bankrolling who. For real. For real.
Oh my God!
That Nigeria, you can't anything they say in that country now. You have to only time quick.
Oh my God, Mike! Nigerians need the psych evaluation. Most of them, I'm telling you, most of them have.
But you know what's really funny? a lot of foreigners that go on the internet, they want to learn about Nigeria. When they approach and start telling you about Nigeria, they tell you the wrong things. Like, where did you hear that one? They're like, it's true now. They also even Obasanjo just say one some foreign ambassador asking me a question. That is, where are you really from? Sudan? I mean, they were asking him.
Mike, do you know the damage that they are doing on Twitter?
They don't know.
They are damaging the country. They don't know the they are doing.
But Babati, you agree with me that in 2015, American too also went through their own phase, where you have a whole bunch of fake news on the social media
They
platform.
well developed democracy. You can't compare yourself to them.
Even with that, it almost derailed democracy in America, where Donald Trump uses that to be able to gain traction and then win the election. A lot of they went to the social media platform like YouTube, Facebook, and bought adverts. So they make sure that they flooded those adverts and targeted those rural countryside where some of them hardly even have access to uh, good information. So it's what's been they've been fed that they believe, and at the end of the day, it works. So they were able to paint Hillary Clinton in a very terrible light. At the end of the day, those
Adewale, let me say this in Yoruba. Ẹnìkan sọ fún mi bí pé wọ́n ní we just elect drug dealer ní president wa. Ọkàn mi ṣépè fáwọn obedient mi pé it's just very I was so embarrassed. Ọkàn mi ṣépè fáwọn obedient mi pé
sometimes
just
I don't know. I
No,
was called.
Adewale, quickly. Your narrative is a liberal narrative. It's not true.
Oh, here comes the Trump.
don't bring American politics today. Don't go MAGA
I
today.
knew
They are
it's
not
gonna
going
come
MAGA
from me.
today.
I knew it's gonna come from me.
But guys, on a more serious note, Prince Daddy, you know that they have a strong media that can always tackle these issues and go back and forth and kind of negate some of the things that have been said.
Well, exactly to the point.
Our
So,
own media is not strong enough to counter all this nonsense.
that is exactly to the
Those
so
like CNN that can say, "Oh, it's not true," and anybody will hear. We don't have
see,
that.
so your argument kind of negates Adewale's point about what is said, because we all know the liberal media from CNN to CNBC. To NBC to CBS, none of them supported Trump. Okay, so the notion that this guy came from the street and began to dominate the American media is not true.
No. Let's keep it to Nigeria.
First, that is a Republican.
They want to leave Trump alone. Let's keep it to Nigeria.
No, I'm just using as an example what happens then. But even if Trump contests now, nobody is going to listen. Thank God he has gone to build his own alternative truth platform.
That is not true. We will still vote for him. We are waiting actually.
Exactly.
It's not coming. Oh, I forgot. Oh,
you are missing the point.
but Thomas, I've forgotten that Prince Daddy and Babati belong to the same camp. Trump.
Yes, me too. I'm for Trump. I am for Trump.
All of you.
Yes, I'm for Trump.
I think I was calling for enemy to come and support me. I didn't know.
MAGA 24. MAGA 24.
Don't worry, Trump is coming too.
He's coming. Trump is coming back.
Obi is coming. Trump is coming.
You know that APC boom. That's how we're going to sweep everything that has to do with Trump out. Anyway, it's already swept outside the house.
One day, one trouble, president for 4 years.
You can't see
somebody like that.
That man in the entire North America, and you will have democracy anymore. There's no way.
You cannot believe that they are begging him when they are having.
He enjoy chaos. He enjoy what do you call it? When you have disruption. He revel in that. He enjoys it so much.
They will stop watching MSNBC. That's what's going on.
I'm not watching MSNBC.
There you go.
You can tell.
There you go.
I'm not watching. In fact, I can't even remember last time I watched MSNBC. But the bottom line is that man do not. It can give me anybody in even.
The man was very good for the stock market.
Stock market. The stock market was good at.
Under Trump.
He inherited a robust economy when he took over. So you can't tell me. Look at how economies started in the youth when he became president. COVID barely hit. COVID barely hit. The man was scrambling. He could barely get his bearing together. Why is it that every time Republicans get to office, America is always messed up? How?
Well, that is not true. You're on a global platform, and that's not a true statement.
Well, it's not true. Why is it not true?
Well,
this
Judge Bush messed up.
Stop watching CNN. Stop watching CNN.
This Judge Bush messed up economy.
No. We are not going to America. Let's go back to Nigeria, please. Obi is coming.
Hold on,
Obi is
Thomas. We've
coming.
been at it for 7 hours. We can talk for 10 minutes. It's okay.
I won't
Don't
wait
you?
for you guys. I won't wait for you guys to gang up against me. I'm one against you. I'm not gonna let that happen.
It's not ganging anything. But
I know where you are going. Anybody I'm bully, but you have Thomas, you have
They will
President,
gang up
you
again.
have
no,
you see, I'm like the odd one among. No,
okay,
I'm not like a big
but okay, let's leave them alone. But on the more serious note, damage that they are doing to the country. Because when I heard the story about the country was banned, why no?
Guinea.
No,
Sure.
She's still okay.
Yes, yeah.
All
Yes,
this
yeah, what
thing,
they call it.
I
She's
I
Seychelles.
I know they said that it was drug trafficking, but it's a community of everything. This thing also all these things also add to the problem too. So it's
You
not
know,
just
Baba
drug
T,
issues, whatever. It's
Baba
what to
T.
put out there too that they also consider when they are banning people.
Baba T, and do you know the side of the country those people are from? I don't want to
Eh,
mention it.
but let's not that you
For those
say
of
more, but you know what I mean.
Baba T,
Yeah, just
Baba T.
the damage is just at some point.
I
Yeah.
know that I know that coming from Nigeria, most likely Nigerians will be conservatives in terms of thinking, in terms of societal uh, where we belong, and we tend to gravitate towards Republican most of the time. But our thinking also embraces Democrat. But you know the funniest thing is that when I studied the history of America, I realized that apart from during the Second World War and the First World War, and also the Civil War, most of the changes that have taken place in America actually came from the Democrats. They were bold enough to make those giant changes in the society. Even right now, as we are, even for you and I to be able to live in this country as an immigrant, guess what? The impact of civil movement perpetrated by the Democrat in America paved way for you and I to be able to live freely in this country. There were times, the generation way before us in the 60s, I heard a story for those who actually lived it, that in the 60s, they dare not be seen on the street. You come to school, within your school, that was when you have the apartheid, where you have the separation of the white and the black, and there was no integration. So it's either you go to mainly for black school or in some part of the north, not in the southern part of the country. But you know, all those were going on there. Thank
So
God for
Diwali,
civil.
I hope we know that actually Democrats were the one behind slavery, not Republicans.
You see, that was when they make huge
I
changes.
hope you know that, right?
You see, hold on. Of course, I know that, but you see, that was when Republican was more or less like Democrat, and Democrat was more or less like Republican until they all switched. They both switched. Okay, so and the ideology switched, and Democrat now became more liberal in their thinking, more open-minded, and all that, and the Republican went to there. That was how Civil War was able to be perpetrated by them because they don't buy the ideas of the Democrat. Yes, Democrat was the one that was perpetrating, and it was predominant in the southern part of the country. So the step taken by the Democrat and their ideology to change the course of this country, to make it what it is today, mainly by the Democratic Party. But of course, every nation is always afraid of taking that giant bold step there because they believe that when they take huge step, they are stepping away from the civil norms and what build the society, and they don't want that change. They don't want a drastic change. I'm not talking about the alphabet people. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about what the American system is able to change and influence across the globe. So when I hear people, there's some part of me that is very conservative. I believe in respect to human life. That's why I agree with Republican with this protection of life and what do you call it? The one that ban abortion and all that. I don't subscribe to having abortion, regardless of at any
Right
stage
to
of the
life.
pregnant.
Yeah,
Right,
right.
Ola, thank you. Thank you. I subscribe to it. I truly subscribe to it. And there are some other numerous Democrats like that subscribe to that notion. But there are some other areas that I differ. But what we have now, as a matter of fact,
Adewale, quickly, Adewale, tell us why the policies of the Democrats that you support. Tell us.
We are going to open book today.
The one, Prince, the one in Chicago that they are robbing that place now. You see what's going on in Chicago now.
I know they are going
That's what
to
they
be
support.
they are going to be
All the
pointing at
Milwaukee's, all this
as if
California, San
as
Francisco. You see
as
that's what
if
they're
as
supporting
if
now.
cockroach invested Republican states are not also invested with crimes. I know they are going
Bro,
to be mentioned
they
those
are
names,
closing
but
down
Adewale, it's better you don't go in details. We are shutting down the next 25
I'm
minutes.
not even going them to attack me. These are Trump people because they are ready for me.
Can you tell us
Prince Daddy is actually going
can
there
you
now to start doing the research and start coming
Diwali,
again.
can you tell us apart from I know you live in Houston, apart from Houston and Dallas, can you tell us one major city that the Democrats run with that high crime rates? Just tell me one.
There are many now.
No, I said don't say Houston. Leave Houston out of it. Tell me in a democratic state that they run a city that has low crime rate.
Missouri is there. Missouri is a mixture of Democrat and Republican. As a matter of fact,
St. Louis. It says St. Louis.
St. Louis is still mildly okay in terms of crime. I beg you, but you know the funniest thing. There's this notion. There's this notion
Houston
that
has high crime too. Houston has
They
high crime.
do. You know what I'm saying?
but the funniest thing,
Democrats
Prince Daddy. The funniest thing, Prince Daddy. Houston used to be purple. There was a time, numerous times that I've seen mayor of this city that
Point. I mean,
wait
point.
now. See, you are talking about where you have a Democrat in charge of the city, and yet they have high crime rate, right? But here in this Houston, we've had Republican mayor. How about that? So during her own term, actually, that lady even belongs to Alphabet. She was an Alphabet uh, people or
Mafia.
member. No, Alphabet. You know who I'm talking about? The
Transformer.
àwọn ní kí ló máa ń pè wọn rainbow.
Before they
So,
get fired.
and she was a Republican, and she served her tenure 2 times, and then and she belongs to Republican. Are
Which
you
one is
saying that
Rainbow Adewale?
you know the Alphabet people? Are you saying there was no there was no crime at the time that she was in charge of the entire city? So all these media narration about the
That's a tricky one. What year did she serve? Let's start with that.
it was just recent now. What are we talking about? Probably like in 2016 or something. Very recent.
Can you,
Very recent.
Diwali, can you defend what is going on in Chicago right now?
So look.
San Francisco.
Let's say something.
Democratic state.
Chicago
The
is.
policies.
Wait now. Okay, tell me the ethnics that actually the largest ethnics in Chicago, black, right? And you'll be
South
surprised.
Chicago, yes.
But
Are you saying that we blacks are synonymous with crime?
No, I'm not insinuating that. But what I'm trying to say
I'm
is
saying
this.
anyway you have Democrats controlling the cities, it's always shitty. It's always bad.
No,
It's terrible.
Simba, do not toe the line of these guys, okay? Don't listen to them, okay? They already have that mindset, and they always try to propagate that at every opportunity that they get. See, this is what I'm saying. Even in a Republican controlled city or state or whichever, they also have crime. It's the way they report it, the way media report it, that makes difference. Some of those Republican state areas, their crime rate is as high as anything. But some of those crime, they don't even report it. Look at the incest or rape that happens, in some household. They have a way of killing it. Corruption everywhere. And you'll be so amazed. You'll be surprised. The level of corruption that these people perpetrate. You think Republican is about law and order. Give me a break. They will kill it. They will kill everything that they won't see the daylight.
Sorry. When we are done here, Just
Oh,
take time to go what happened to in South Africa this week. They're literally shutting down downtown, a whole downtown because of crime rate. It is terrible inside of all places. So San
it is
Francisco
terrible.
downtown, bro.
But
People are walking
hold on,
robbing.
Diwali. This is for Diwali, real quick. I know Diwali is a liberal media propagandist. See,
Yeah, bro.
I just Google it. I mean, you
So
can maybe you
so
can do it on Google. See, in Chicago, white population is 45.3%. Black or African American alone percentage is 29.2%.
So the areas those crimes are being happening, can you tell me whether it's a white populated
Of
area
course,
or
it's the
not?
black area. There's a,
You want me to tell you why those things are happening there?
you want to blame the white man?
See, let's put this together.
Who's in charge of those places? They are
Wait
like
now.
Democrats.
See,
Exactly.
Wait.
Lightfoot, the mayor that just resigned, or just got kicked out of the office. Lightfoot, she's black.
See, most of the mayors from Chicago are always unfortunate. The reason being is that no matter how you try, they have kind of like a mafia settings that will not allow you to make progress. So I don't blame that woman. She came in with the
So it's
hope
the
that she
mafia's
would
fault now, Abi. So it's the mafia's fault, not them.
even go to Florida right there. You think there's no crime in Florida? There's
Okay,
no
okay,
crime
okay.
in
Milwaukee. No. I lived in Milwaukee for a while. What about Milwaukee?
you say, well, I
The
believe
most
Milwaukee.
dangerous, bro. The most dangerous city I've ever seen in my life. Gunshot every night sleeping.
Thomas,
That's
you
a
don't live in
dangerous
America.
city, man.
Don't believe this guy. So Simba,
I
don't
live,
believe this
bro.
guy.
I was there for 6 months working contract in those hospitals there.
That is
Around
how
hell.
they will make.
But the question I want to ask: what the Republicans? What are they doing differently from the
They are not
Democrats?
reporting the crime. They are also
No.
they are committing crime.
They hold on, because Simba, the Republicans, they respect law and order.
See,
The Democrats don't like they want those no policing states. They want all
right.
they don't like policing system.
Yeah,
Simba,
right.
that's the difference.
Simba, this is what happens.
That's what is happening here. They want
Simba,
all
let
this
me tell
gun
you.
laws,
Let me
all
tell
this
you my
lax
own truth.
law system about
That is the
crime.
alternative to. Let me tell you the truth. You see, if I want to make propaganda and I want to paint you in a different light, what do you think I would do? I will approach the media.
Are you for guns or against guns? No. Let me ask you: are you for people owning guns in their homes? Yes or no?
Of course, you cannot deprive me of owning gun
I'm
or
saying your
having
own
gun.
party. No, not your own party. Your Democratic position.
They are not saying nobody should.
They are anti-guns.
No,
Come on
no,
now.
no.
You
See,
know
that
that.
is where.
No. Let's not do this. You know that.
Oh
You
no,
know that
no,
they don't
no,
like
no,
guns.
no. The party stand doesn't say that people shouldn't own gun. What the party say is that not every single one that have access to gun also have their head correct. That there must be some condition attached to this whereby not everyone will be able to lay his or her hands on gun. That if you are going to do that, that means you have to undergo some
So why don't
some condition. And
no.
people do not
Let
see
me
here in Texas.
let me
People trade.
hold on. So why would they not in Chicago, that part of that thing, allow people to now? What do they have with strict gun laws in those areas?
Now,
If
this is
no, you said
this is
you have guns, right? So why don't you let people have guns in those areas?
you know what happens is
Why
when
do
you
you have
already have
Why
provocation
do
of
you have strict gun laws in
wait,
Chicago?
wait now. See, when you have even if you have stricter law, Babati, and you already have guns in the hands of wrong people, it's always hard. Oh, Simba has gone. That's my only supporter here. So it's always hard to control how people act. Yes, they have stricter law, gun law there. But one thing is that they already have. This is something that the federal government could have helped them, but because of all these little politics here and there, that's why and IRS actually making sure that those stricter laws are not, being enforced to the fullest. And that is one thing about Chicago. But people still live in Chicago. Not every part of Chicago is still terrible. There are some areas in Houston that is terrible. There are some areas, okay, Democrat control Austin, right? But At the end of the day, if crime come up, I mean, happens there, you won't say because it's a Democrat city that at the end of the day, I mean, after all, Republicans control city was engulfed when one lunatic went and started shooting younger kids in the school, right? So I will send that over and over in a Republican control city. So how about that? Should we say because it's a Republican state, so they're also liable because they allow someone with their mental health issues and to have hands
But they will be. We both know that these so-called gun laws and it's a precaution. They what they really want is they want to get rid of the gun.
no,
That
no,
is
but
the
if
end
you,
game.
some of them also
That
own
is the
gun.
end game.
No,
Exactly,
no,
That's the
Tabamachi.
end
That's
game.
the
no,
end game. That is the
no.
absolute
That
end
wasn't.
game.
See, I like it when you guys say this because this is exactly what obedience are propagating. Nobody is saying you should take guns off people's hand. What Democrat is saying is that there are some guns that has no basis in the household of people. For example, all this machine gun and AK-47, that those are the guns that was meant for war, and we have people that have them at home. Okay, but government is now saying, look, these are the guns that are not supposed to because it has been misused over time. And if you are going to have it, please let's put some
I
measures
do
in
want
place.
quickly before you continue. We all know the people that perpetrate these crimes. You cannot the criminals, the people with mental problems that have access to these guns. You can't really stop them. Just like I don't think gun is legal in
Yes, we
Nigeria.
can. Yes, we
Gun
can.
gun is not legal in Nigeria, but there's
Yes, we
gun the
can.
armed robbers. I mean, gun is illegal in Nigeria, but do you stop the armed robbers or the bandits or the terrorists from getting guns? They have guns. So my point here is that
It is true.
here in America, the criminals they're always going to have access to gun, but the good gun owners they don't go around killing people. It doesn't matter what kind of guns they have.
They
They
were
use
like
it for
guns don't kill people. People kill people, sir.
Gun,
So you can't
gun and
blame gun
people
owner.
kill. Gun
You
and
can't. No,
people
no, no,
kill.
no, no.
You don't
We,
have
we,
guns, but
we
you see,
know
I'm a
they were
gun
like,
owner too.
trust me.
But wait now,
They were like, wait now. As a proud member of the NRA for the past 11 plus years, trust me, I know the end game of you people. We know the game.
we know the end game
This
of
is
where you
this is
belong to,
you. This is
your
you guys
IRS
take
people.
our guns from us. We
See,
know that. We know. Let's not
Thomas,
play this game.
Thomas, Thomas, down now.
Yeah, your own. No.
Oh
Yeah, your
God,
own.
I
Yeah,
got to
your
run
own.
away. Hey, these people, I'm in the middle of you guys. See, I know for a fact plan of IRS and Republican. It's not good when it comes to weapons and ammunitions and all that. It's not because you guys do not want to sanitize the system. There are a lot of crazy people out there that have access to gun. And Democrats is saying, look, if you are going to acquire one, please, for God's sake, please, let's put some measure in place that will be able to sieve out some of these people that are not capable, that are mentally incapable. Now, you can easily buy gun in the street of Houston than you buying a fishing pole. You have to have a license in some areas. So at the end of the day, which one is even more deadly? So if I could carry gun, if I could buy gun and walk around in the street with the AK-47 as a black man, you can imagine the kind of danger I'm putting myself into. So these are the things the Democrats is saying. Nobody is trying to infringe on nobody's right. After all, some of the Democrats also have weapons at home. And at the end of the day, if you're able to prevent at least one person that is mentally sick from having access to
Okay.
gun,
They were like,
then you've done a good
let
job.
me okay, let me deal with this question. See, yeah, the guns. Have you seen your Biden lately? Does it sound like he's mentally does it have his faculty in place to even run
So
for
there you have it.
be
There's no
honest. Be
there's no
honest with
difference
me.
between you guys
No,
and
no,
obedient.
no, 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 no. Be
That
honest with me.
mental
Excuse
cognitive
me.
is still
No. No, no. I asked you a question. What
yes.
you have seen of Biden so far, is it okay up there to run for election?
Yes, he's
Be honest.
mentally
Be
sick.
honest.
Yes,
Be
I'm being
honest.
honest. I'm being honest. I read it today that Manchin is probably going to be muting that
wow.
idea.
Wow. I
This
didn't
is
believe he
sad,
said that.
man. This is
I,
sad.
I did say
This is
that.
sad because
I don't believe it. I don't
So
believe
are
it.
you saying that Trump is also mentally capable of leading
are
America?
you come on now.
You
Come
know
on.
what? I need to go.
Seriously?
I need to go to bed. You guys, I hate you guys, man.
Prince Daddy,
Man,
Prince Daddy,
man.
wait. The guy went to Connecticut and said, God save the Queen. The Queen is already dead now.
No, it will see. That's the issue. You guys can't
You
take joke.
guys,
You guys can't take joke. It was meant to be
a
funny.
joke? Come on,
Look,
man. The guy doesn't know where he is. He's confused. You
see,
know that. You can see it on TV now. Stop
for
why
any for anyone listening to us, do not believe these two guys. They are full of propaganda. Okay, this man is 80 or 81 years old and is still strong and cognitively sound. So, for those who are saying the man doesn't even know what he's doing, doesn't know where he is, and all that, do not
the
believe.
man don't fought like
Adewale, my question to you is: do you
Old man is successful to fall now. Look at Tinubu with the knee
do you
injury.
think Biden should go for second term?
Yes,
really?
because we need stability. Yes, I subscribe to that. Yes, it should go for second time. You know why? Because we can't leave governance into the hands of people that are going to destroy
Why
the
can't you
fabric
run
of this country.
Kamala? Why Kilomba Ileru?
No, Kamala is going to mess up stuff.
Oh, that's good. At least you admit something. That's good. That's good.
You see, they don't trust Kamala. That's another thing. They believe he's too liberal. He's still left-leaning individual. Biden is kind of moderate, and his policy and politics has always been
Biden
moderate.
is not fit for office. You
But
know
what I
that.
suspect
You
is happening
know.
now in the West Wing is that Biden is doing more of the bidding of Kamala in so many ways. It's very easy and quick to
I think
compromise.
I think that they're going to use Biden to win. Then he's going to step down for Kamala.
No. Biden is riding it up.
I think that would be
You'll be surprised that Biden is in charge of this administration. He is truly, but it seems most of those extremes policies by the administration is kind of like coming from Kamala's wing the most, because he's easily compromised with the likes of this lady from New York, this wokeism group
The House of Rep member,
the
the crazy.
they're not crazy. They're just they are full of exuberance,
She's
and they need
communist now. She's communist in your party. She's not even normal. Like, even your party don't like him, don't like her.
Not that they don't like it. Sometimes you have to work with crazy people.
No, because where she's from in New York, she will always win because they're so they cannot actually get rid of her.
Yeah, but the thing is this: there are some people that you can't wish them away. They are
You know,
right there.
When she first won, she was trying to compete against your girl from California to get the House of Rep chairman speakership.
No.
It was that bold though.
No. She knew she wasn't. I mean, the house have rules.
But she tried.
Just come from.
She
wasn't contesting. She wasn't contesting.
She tried to they came in with that wave now.
No, she was. What they were trying to do is to consolidate their influence to have power, so that they could have leverage to, negotiate.
So they were like the Tea Party, like the Tea Party version of the Democrat. The same way you had the Tea Party wave in the Democratic Party, it was the same thing that they had in the Republic Democratic Party as well. I don't. What your party, man? I don't know. Who else do you have in your party apart from those two that is running? I think one girl is running from, I don't know what her name is, but she's running for president in the Democratic Party. Well, anyway, guys.
Is that a question or?
No, like Prince, we both know the man is not fit for office. You can see it on when he does interviews now. He struggles through the whole thing. It's awful, just terrible. It's hard to watch.
It's hard to watch. It's painful, but the fact that Adewale would not admit to that is kind of interesting, actually. I know he's a Democrat, so it would be nice to suggest another candidate, but to admit that Biden is all there, no, that's a stretch. That's a big stretch, and to actually compare him to Trump is a joke. But because even this candidates trying to run for the ticket right now, none of them on the debate stage can match Trump. We know he's a great debater, no doubt about that.
But what do you think about this Indian guy all over the place? What's his name? This
Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek.
what is a Democrat? Is it a Republican?
He's a Republican. Vivek is a Republican. He has a great story, but um, yeah. I mean, it's smart, but just but in politics, in any politics, it's beyond being smart. You know, I mean, we saw how tough it was for Trump to deal with the swamp and how they came against him. So Vivek cannot go there. And no, he's a smart guy. I have nothing against him, but he's not the person we need. We need a tough guy. Even Ron DeSantis. You know the difference between Trump and these other candidates. It's quite simple. Trump is a billionaire. He has his own money, and that's the only reason why he was able to make a dent. These other people, they can't do nothing. When they get to the power, the position, they will be dictated to. They will be told what to do. People like Ron DeSantis, he has a good policy. It speaks nice. It says all the right things. But when the push comes to shove, I don't see him performing because the pressure will be too much on him.
I didn't know my mic was muted. I was just kept talking and talking. I didn't know you
Yeah,
didn't hear me.
I muted you. I put you on mute.
Ah, there you go. I knew it.
You see, they were like, this is what happens when you're a Democrat. Your mic don't work.
I see it is a conspiracy. I know it for a fact, and I understand where it's coming from. Look, and we are ready for you guys. We will flog Republicans. Look, let me tell you something. You know, democracy is bigger, and the biggest in this country still is democracy. And the country is not going to sit back and watch it going down the drain, just what the Trump is trying to do. Yes, Biden may not be perfect. Biden may not be the most articulate, but in his heyday, not even Trump can compete with him. But no, God put somebody there. God put him there because America needed to go back, and re-strategize. If Biden hadn't come out to contest, I don't know where this country would be. This country would have gone to the dogs. Even Trump was not even respected among the committee of the leaders of the world. They see him as just a joker who uses that office
That is not true. If you watch
enrich
CNN,
himself.
no, that is not true. If you watch
Apart from
CNN,
CNN, we see
see, it was
footage.
only Trump. See, it was
Even
only
his
Trump that got NATO members to pay the percentage they required to.
see
It was only
at what price? See what he was doing was to bulldoze his way. You know one thing, the NATO members. I mean, American has always been picking up the tab for them always. Anyway,
Why
but the
should that be the
bottom,
case? Why should that be the case?
but you see,
Why?
they
No, no,
are
no, no, no,
that
no, no,
that
no,
that
no, no.
alliance.
Wait. No, wait. Is it fair?
But
No,
America needed that alliance.
no,
See,
wait.
nothing
No,
is
I'm
fair.
asking
Just
you.
like see,
I'm asking you. Is it fair that we should be the one,
but
the burden of it?
if you benefit from it more than any other
They
country.
can no. They can also afford it. That's the
But
point.
the bottom line is this: when America went to war in Afghanistan, the NATO member rose up and supported
How many
America.
of them?
No, you see,
No.
no matter how little it is, you still have.
No, Edward, I'm sorry. You full of propaganda in a lot of ways. What did NATO do for the U.S. against Afghanistan or Iraq?
But
How many of them
they're
showed
able
up?
to form a coalition
They
and to
didn't form
assist.
anything. Come on,
That is not
they
true.
didn't form anything.
So
I want to
why
listen to
didn't
me.
why didn't Trump withdraw from NATO when he was the president?
No. Let me see what's going on with you. After the Second World War, we made a deal with Europe so we are their we guaranteed their safety against the East. That was the promise they made to them. That was the deal they signed. But if I'm guaranteeing your safety, your protection, you must pay up for it. It's not free. That's my point to you.
But they follow
You
you to
must.
Afghanistan, isn't it?
No,
They did not. It was Britain that gave you a
it,
field.
it was just perception. It was just for the optics. They did nothing. It was American soldiers
See,
that died. American weapon A to
It's not
Z.
show up, bro.
your
Like
your president went to United Nations to address, and the entire assembly was laughing at him.
So what? So what? Who cares?
See, let me tell you something. It may not make any difference to you, but it does make sense. It make a lot of difference. He sent this lady that is also contesting for president. He sent her to the United Nations Assembly. But you know everything that lady does, she was frustrated out of that office because but they would not even let her do
When
anything.
people have
So,
been robbing you for so long for free, of course they will laugh now.
Exactly. Who's the Mugu? Who's the Mugu? Exactly.
See,
Of
when it
course.
came to G7, wait now. See, this is what I want us to is foreign policy was centralized on um, domestic. If he said that he's going to focus on a domestic issue rather than being the police of the entire world and all that, but he has forgotten the position of America in the entire world. America is not going to sit back, even though you have domestic issue, but they still play a huge role in the globally. So when he came at the international stage and he fumbled, and it's just like when you have Trump. I mean, Tinubu came in and said, "Look, we are back," because what would have formed, the basis of his foreign policy. He was sending Secretary of State to go up. I mean, go out and do all this because he never even traveled. The only place he went to for first time was Saudi Arabia, and he did that because he knew how much was coming into his own company, right? So
No, that's a lie. I don't. Trump. I don't think Trump has any hotel there or golf course.
no, it doesn't have to have hotel there. They were
Doesn't
investor in his
Trump is
company.
not Trump is not in the oil and gas business. So where
It
did he get
doesn't
that
have
from?
it doesn't have to have oil and gas. Guess what? They were also part of the buyers of his building, of his properties. What are we talking
Okay,
about? This guy
okay.
went and built. Hold on now. This guy went on the eve of his victory. He went and acquired a post office building in the United States, close to the White House, and turned into.
Another big propaganda. Okay,
It's
you know
not
why?
propaganda.
Well,
This
I
guy
can tell you about
is the
because
greatest 419 ever.
see before imagine what you just said before he became the president, meaning that there was an actual bid for it. He had to win the bid because he was the
See,
best person
see,
that got the bid, and you
no
make it
doubt,
sound.
no doubt he's a smart guy, but he was so smart that he was able to put two and two together to see if he wins.
Uh,
Then,
well,
and
I guess
look,
no.
Atiku went to United States. Guess where he lodged? In his hotel because Atiku
So
wanted audience with his
for free.
administration.
Oh,
No,
okay.
he's still gonna pay. Of course, you pay your royalty. You have to pay for the hotel, but at least you are patronizing them. That money is not going to the pocket of United
Eh,
States, but it's going to the pocket of the president, right?
but a newsflash, Adewale, did you know that Trump lost billions of dollars when he was the president? Did you
Because
know that?
that's what they make us to understand. But this is a guy that also that says that he never paid taxes. He doesn't pay taxes. He's
No, he
accountant.
paid taxes. He paid
Please,
payroll tax. It's
please,
called payroll
he
taxes.
please. He's accountant.
They
Went to
Adewale,
jail.
say
wait, guys, wait. He did not pay anything, but was it legal? Was it
yes.
legal? So what's
You
the point?
see, that speaks to
No,
his
no,
level of
was
patriotism.
it illegal for what he did?
I'm
Was
not
it
even.
illegal?
It's not my place to say whether it's
No,
legal
no,
or
no, no.
not legal.
It's your place.
But
It's your place to
but
say it.
wait,
So,
that
no, what
speaks
do
to
you
the
mean?
level of his patriotism. You and I here, we pay our own fair share,
I don't.
towards
They
contributing.
were
Adewale, if
Wait a
you
minute.
fall into the same cat, it's
hold
Wait a
on.
minute.
They were hold on.
Did his
I hold on,
accountant, the
brother.
CEO didn't go to jail?
Bro. I know this because
Yes or no?
no, hold on. Let me finish. I don't pay regular taxes. Do you know why? I have someone that works for me. He's an accountant. He's Jewish.
Okay.
He does the paperwork for me. I pay lower than anybody.
Okay.
He does for me.
That's why you
That
love
is just
Trump.
the way it is.
Because
And it's legal.
because all of you are the same,
So
how to
what do you mean
exploit
that
the system.
it's
He
not
came,
illegal now?
he came, he brought
I get paid in tax
he
bond only.
signed into taxes
Bro,
and give it to
I
just
only
how
pay
many
to
percent?
me.
1% of the population.
I only pay 11% to 12% of. I
Because
get paid in tax bond.
he's protecting the
It's
interests
all
of people
if
like
you know
you.
your way around, you know how to reduce your taxes.
Listen, we all know
say
how we can
no.
circumvent.
Trump and all the other billionaires from Bill Gates to Elon Musk, I don't. They all fall into the same tax bracket. Nobody goes around paying a bunch of taxes. But guess what? These people employ thousands of people, and they do pay payroll taxes. They pay a
Okay,
whole lot. And they pay
okay,
other form of taxes too. But
okay,
there are ways for the rich people to reduce their tax burden. It's not a crime. It's not illegal.
okay. Now
Okay.
there you go. Is a CEO, accountant, didn't he go to jail? His lawyer, did he go to jail?
What we are
That's
asking
that
is
case.
No, I'm asking. Both of them were found guilty. Did they go to jail? And he is on the verge of being
wait
termed
now.
a felon.
Has the
A
man
felon.
been convicted of tax evasion in court? Yes or no?
But let me see you something. The United States of America will protect.
Wait now. Hold on. I stopped in court of law.
Because it was shielded by those two people that I just mentioned. They took the fall because America cannot sit and watch. Recently.
No, it was an issue of a wrong categorization of expenses. Really, that's what it was.
Sir, those people were convicted. They are felons. Right?
Okay, that's fine. We agree on that.
Then they work for him, right? So how many people have worked for Biden and convicted? Please tell me.
His criminal son is about to be convicted. The drug dealer and the laptop from hell. I know you heard about that. I'm surprised you didn't talk about it.
Please. In terms of tax invasion, he has already entered plea deal
Well,
with the.
Because the guy is not convicted doesn't mean the IRS just exposed. Listen, the $10 million that he didn't pay taxes on, that he reported. Okay, he didn't report where the money came from.
Okay, his own lawyer was convicted based on the fact that the electoral funding, right, that happens, or the transaction that happened during the election was not reported, and his lawyer, as a matter of fact, his indictment was just opened recently, right, and the Department of Justice was so scared, they were reluctant to charge him, right, but the state of New York decided to take it upon themselves to investigate because they knew
that boy, that fat boy Alvin Bragg, that guy is dumb anyways. But
somebody has to do it.
He didn't have any. It was a joke. Even the Fed did not even go after him. If you look at it, the 37 counts. No, see, in America, I can sue you right now, right here for I haven't seen you before for whatever damn reason. Okay, I can do it.
Do you know what it takes to be indicted? That means a grand jury.
No, if you live in a liberal city that they have a witch hunt against you, it takes nothing. It takes zero.
Now. See, when you are indicted, grand jury already constituted. They look at the evidence presented and see if there's a case. And when they say there's a case, and they all agree, that is when the prosecutor would now decided to take the case forward, and that was how he was indicted.
It's a kangaroo court. It's a kangaroo court. It's a joke. Nobody takes it serious. It will be thrown out anyway. See, the attempt was just to delay. The attempt was to create a quagmire to get Trump all hooked up in legal debacle throughout this election period, so they can have an edge.
Because they are scared of him. They know if he runs, it's going
to because it's a mafia.
That's why you are scared of
mafia. Nobody is scared of him because they
know if he runs,
it's
going to beat your.
No, you see, my fear is this. Not that I'm scared of him. My fear is that this is someone who is hell bent in tearing off the fabric of democracy that hold this country.
What are you talking about? That's propaganda. What are we talking about?
Destroying it, and it will not stop. Even his own party. You look at the insurrection that happens in January in Capitol Hill. This guy did not care about
the man is leading in the polls. The man is leading in the polls. For God's sake, what do you mean his own party? Is leading in the polls?
I just hope one day see this guy as who he is.
One thing you're right about is that the Democrat, the Republicans, many of them hate Trump as much as the Democrat. It's not strange. He's an outsider. And he's an outsider. They don't like him. They don't like him because he don't play their game and he doesn't listen to them.
When you have someone who is in his level of morality, it's not. I mean, morality is not the like the guy.
Oh yeah. Bill Clinton is the one with the highest morality, right? Bill Clinton is the one with the highest morality.
But listen, this is the way things are. So in as much as you guys are trying to make this guy look like a saint, right?
We are not.
But hold on now. This is somebody that you and I know. Yes, it may not be a conformist, but what he has done within the 4 years that he was the president was enough to destabilize the country. this is a guy that
Oh yeah, yeah.
chooses
I think you're right. I think you're right when you say we had the lowest fuel price. We did not have any war.
oh
Is order is zero
please,
war. Order is zero
please.
war. The stock market was the highest in American history. We had low crimes.
Do you
The police
realize
were funded. We had the strongest military. Oh yeah, I get it. I really get it, Adewale. I really get it.
do you realize that he met a very robust economy when he
No,
took
he
over
did
from
not. He made a
oh
sham.
please,
He made a
oh
sham. You
please,
know why?
come on,
Because
please. You know,
Obama was just
oh
billing out this corporate greedy CEOs left and right, and
see,
we're pumping money. Oh, no, they were pumping money into we had an inflated economy that was about to burst. Really, okay, and
see, it happens during Republican, right? George Bush fucked up economy, right? Pardon my French. And guess what? This MF did not even wait to repair it. He had to wait for the incoming administration, not even someone from his own party. It took Democrat upon themselves. There's a documentary on YouTube by the what do you call this channel? What is this channel? They had a documentary on it where they were having meetings and everything's being discussed. The Republican failed to support Obama's plan because Obama felt it
because
would
the
be.
plan was to be giving billions of dollars, which came out to be
But
trillions
but
to the
but but
CEOs.
but
The
but
same companies that ruined the economy, that made a bet on on their credit swap and all this garbage.
eh, but that was where too big to fail came from, right? Because at the end of the day, realize that for the economy to pick up back, you still have to pump money into this sector. And Obama took that bold step. It took the reluctancy
Listen,
of some
Obama is not
Republicans like
smart anyway,
and
so
I bet you,
there was no
oh, there
boldness
you
about his
go.
step.
Because he's a
But let
black
me tell
man
you
now,
anyway.
so it's
So
not smart.
what
It's
kind of
not
a
smart.
business?
The
Hold on,
most
what kind of
dumbest,
business?
the most low IQ president ever in the history of this
Who?
country is Donald Trump.
By the
It's Donald
way,
Trump.
he went to Wharton School of Business and studied
Oh,
finance, and it's a
please.
success. Okay,
When he's
hold
supposed
on,
to have
hold on. I'm
intercepted the world,
surprised you would
he was
compare
playing.
Obama's resume to that of
He
Donald
was
Trump because it's a joke.
Obama's not shy away from his background. This is a
He
guy
had
that
no
put it.
background. He had no
No, no,
background.
no. He did. He
He
did.
said,
This as at the time he was elected senator in the Chicago. He was already a university professor, right? And
"Well, what
yes,
professor? What
people.
professor? It was reviewing whatever it was doing the Harvard Business
This
School.
is a law. This is a guy that went to Yale Law School. I mean, sorry, Harvard Law School, and to that effect, he was made what you can call an editor, law review,
Okay,
in
big
that
deal.
school.
See, Obama has
Please,
zero
that is
accomplishment.
that is
Okay,
no,
forget
hold on.
about that.
He doesn't have to because what he was able to
Just
prove
like
himself.
just
He
like
was a. I
Ketanji
mean, he
Brown,
was
these people are affirmative action,
no.
graduates.
He
Forget about
he
those
has
people. Let's
he has
concentrate.
he
Can
has
I
been
check
able
in with Diwali?
he has been able to prove himself
Diwali,
as
Diwali.
as a leader in not just a leader. He's
No, it
able to
was a community
galvanize.
organizer. It was no leader. It was a community organizer. Okay,
know,
let's move on.
Diwali. The man beat a 30-year senator in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Was only in the Senate for 3.5 years. This guy was handpicked by powerful men behind the scenes. This is all
Of
planned. It
course, you
wasn't
know that the man was.
delegated to him.
He had no money. He had no money.
Come on now.
He had no money. He had no resume. He had no. He had nothing.
Prince Harry said he's the dumbest president. Number one, because to me, I take that offensive because Obama has
Are
proved
you related? Let me
no,
apologize. Are you related? I can apologize
he's
right now.
he's black. Okay, because he's
Nah.
black.
It's
But
half white.
that's
It's half
no.
white. It's half white.
You see, I won't be surprised if you guys claim it to be white because you guys have decided to say, you know what, Trump is the best president.
Please.
Who is that? Go ahead.
Greetings to everyone there. I've just joined into the show, and you guys are talking. I kind of took interest on the subject you guys are talking about. Dewale, I want to come in to support you a
Thank you
little
very
bit.
much, my brother. Don't mind these Trump cousins.
Yes, why are you here?
So I'm kind of surprised. I think what I understand is that Prince Daddy is what I've kind of picked up from this conversation is like I don't know what language to use, but more like a Trumpist.
He
That
is. They are both Trumpists.
Trump. If you look by every data, every single data, right? It was a woeful president, a woeful one. Even
COVID exposed him.
as a human being, he is also as woeful a human being as he was, or even worse human being as he was.
Okay, those are all talks. Progressive. Tell us the areas, please. Please tell us the area was
Okay,
woeful.
okay, thank you very much. On the area, you remember when they were coming, they talk about the American debt. How Trump said he was going to get rid of American debt. Trump left more debt than he met in office.
Correct.
True or false?
Correct.
He left office with more debt.
Well, just like the rest of the world when COVID came. But hold on, by the way,
No.
We have to.
Before
Hold on.
COVID,
You will
don't
talk.
forget, before COVID, hold on. Before COVID, Trump had passed a tax cut of $1 trillion.
No,
A tax cut of $1 trillion that added $1 trillion debt to the $1 trillion to the American debt. So even before COVID came in, the American debt under Trump had gone way higher than it met under Obama. Obama called
not true. Not
the
true.
deficit.
So embarrassed.
Not true. Not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
Because it's not true.
No,
why is it not true?
The Republicans themselves acknowledge that
they
under
acknowledge
his
everybody.
administration,
All of them acknowledge it. He left office. He had more debt. Even the deficit was even higher than under Obama. So put that one aside.
The Freedom
So
Caucus
you're talking about gas prices, right? So at the early stage of Trump government, what was the price of American gas prices compared to when COVID came? When COVID came, nobody was traveling, so obviously prices crashed. So what this idea that we paid the lowest gas price? Yeah, that was because nobody was buying petrol, and that crashed the prices of fuel and gas in the petrol stations. So you cannot use those as a yardstick to say that was Trump's job. No, that wasn't Trump's. That had nothing to do with Trump. So I would say that let's go to him before he became president. Do you know how many lawsuits Trump settled out of court? Trump University, right? What happened?
He can't have any university anymore.
A supposed billionaire set up an institution to just to defraud people who were supposed to be attending courses. Did he not settle out of court? He settled out of court. So what are we talking about here? I've just listened to Prince that I'm like, what? Do you really live in the United States or what? I don't get it. Are you talking about the same Trump?
So
okay, you remember the man called Sunderland, right? Do you remember the man called Sunderland? Who was the American ambassador to the European Union, to the EU. This man was an hotelier. The man had no experience in any form of diplomatic matter. How did he become an ambassador? Because he donated $1 million to the Trump campaign, to the Trump inauguration committee. Trump made him an ambassador.
I'm sorry, progressive. Number one, you're not an economist. Number two, you full of propaganda. So let's put you straight.
So which one? Okay, which one is the propaganda?
Well, he said he said the price of fuel was low at the pump because nobody was buying. What kind of sense is that? What sense does that make?
Because
was it not an issue of supply and demand that America became the number one energy producer in the world? Did you know that?
Yeah, because during COVID, nobody was buying.
This was before COVID.
Hold on. Everywhere around the world, not just America.
Okay, don't know what you're talking about.
The globe.
Before COVID, America became the number one energy producer in the world, from petroleum to natural gas. Name them all. Okay, that helps supply and demand. We have surplus. In fact, Trump had to intervene. Hold on, he had to intervene in the international market because the Saudi Arabia and OPEC were complaining because the price was dropping like nothing. Okay, they had to find a way to stabilize the price. So the notion that because nobody was buying, that's what it was cheap is totally wrong. This is one of the.
I'm saying the price crashed across the globe due to COVID. Even where I live, we were buying under €1 per liter because we don't buy per gallon. You guys buy per gallon. We were buying under €1 per liter. Guess what? After COVID finished, it went over €2 per liter.
Right. Well, because okay. See, that's why you have to break it down. Pre-COVID and post-COVID, or even during COVID.
Yes.
Well, during COVID, obviously the global economic activities dropped drastically. Everybody was locked down, except Sweden and some other places. Most places were locked down, so there weren't much economic activities going on. So it was okay for the price to be lower then. But once it was over, okay, and when Biden came into power, they pretty much canceled and introduced new policies that were anti-energy. Okay, and that's why oil prices or gas prices at the fuel pump started going up.
That's not true.
Okay, what do you mean that's
So
not true? What do
was
you mean
Biden
that's
the
not true?
president? Was Biden the president in Ireland, in the UK, in other countries as well, where price soars as well?
What? No. Okay, you have to break things down. I just told
So
you.
no,
In Europe, apart from if Russia sneeze, you guys kind of suffer. But America did not have that problem. We didn't have that problem at all. Say in
yes,
Ireland, England, and Germany, and with most of these European nations were highly dependent upon Russian energy, Russian oil. That was not the case for America. We were exporting natural gas. I know you didn't know that. Did you know? And hold on. During Trump administration, America became the number 1 exporter of natural gas. Did you know that? I know you don't know that.
Even
Um,
no, and of course,
even fracking became a thing during Trump. They were
that is true.
I know.
That is true.
Yeah, but look, all of these things you're talking about now, America as a state don't it's not like a Saudi Arabia. All these things you're talking about are still more to do with private individual. It's not like, oh, gas prices went up because Biden's policies. No, all of this. If the government today says do not import refined petroleum in America from outside, from the United States to outside country, you have more than enough. You have a glut in supply. So at the end of the day, it's just a rebalancing of the system after COVID. So the idea that Trump had something to do with it, for me, I don't believe it, because across the globe, the prices of crude moved up and down, regardless whether America came up under Trump with this propaganda of self-sufficient in energy or not. I don't think it make any difference. So what I am saying to you is that look at all the economic indices, whether it is the amount of job that was created, whether it is the debt, cutting down the debt and deficit, and whatever indices you want to look at. There's nothing Trump did in his 4 years that you can say, oh, he was better than either Obama or Biden.
Yes, we had the lowest interest rates to purchase homes and many other capital goods. We had the lowest unemployment, I think, in like 50 years before COVID. We were
That's not
we were number
true.
1 in energy. That is
That's not
true.
true.
What do you mean?
No,
That
it's
is true.
not true.
Well,
No, when
because you don't
you
know
see,
that, it doesn't mean it's not true.
no, listen. When you said you have the lowest unemployment, right?
In like
So
50
hold on,
years.
hold on 1 second. Let me explain something to you. When you say you had the lowest unemployment, right? So you have to take into consideration where Trump met the unemployment numbers and what he added to it. That is what you have to take into consideration. It's not like you say, oh, we had the lowest, and as if he met it at a very high level, then he brought it down. No, the unemployment level under Obama was low. Obama set record of consequent months of job creation, whereby it never went down in one single month.
No,
I think it
no.
was
Well,
like
it was easy,
70
but because
something
those
months.
numbers were funny. Those were funny numbers. You know why? Because
Yeah, Trump under Obama,
because
Trump said it was a fake number. So when he became president, he said no, now it's the real number. He
no,
said,
no, no.
no, come on, man, I can't
Because
believe you're
the
saying
economy was
the
because
same
the
thing three
economy
times.
was bad. The economy was terrible, and so people lost their jobs. So people started getting back into the workforce. That's where it appears that the numbers were good under Obama. But during Trump, it became stable, and we were like um, um, consecutively adding jobs to the economy. Did you know that we brought a lot of manufacturing back to America? Did you know that? Of course, you don't know that.
That is not true. That is not true.
Did you know that? Did you know that we charge?
Trump that keeps saying, "Oh, infrastructure bill, infrastructure bill, infrastructure day." He never signed the bill once. There was no infrastructure bill. Who signed the infrastructure bill after Trump left office?
Because he has to pass the Senate, right?
This
He had to pass
who signed the bill?
he had to pass the Senate before it can be signed. They were working on it. It was a big bill they were working on. It was a huge bill they were working on. And
No. So the first bill Trump signed was a tax cut to the rich, over $1 trillion. So why didn't he make infrastructure bill his first bill? Come on, man, you guys,
well,
you know all of these things.
it's step by
You know
step.
all of these things. The man
It's
was
step
a
by.
failure.
Well, it's a shame that you would say that. It's a shame that you say that, and you say you live in America, because that's
I don't
embarrassing.
live in America, but I follow
So,
American politics very well. The man
really?
paid woefully. Yes.
So why are you making an argument that you don't know what you're arguing about? That's
but I've
strange.
just given you. You've not.
before you can
You've not.
argue.
Yeah, but you've not been able to debunk
No,
my
Thomas. But
position.
there's one thing to read something in the papers, and people
No, it's
that
not.
actually live,
It's
people that
not.
actually live through it, that people that live
Prince-
through the experience. Okay.
Prince Daddy, I follow
But Prince
American
Daddy,
politics.
you make comments
I follow
about
American
Nigeria.
politics.
Do you live in Nigeria? You make comments about Nigeria. Do you live in Nigeria?
Exactly.
Thomas, you don't.
Exactly.
I just came last December from Nigeria. I was on the street.
We
I
are
was
not
on the street.
living there. You are not living there. You are just you went
You
there
went
for
there for a
visit.
couple of days or a couple of weeks. You don't
Visit,
live there,
yeah.
so it's two different things.
Listen, I was there in interacting with the people. I was
were
into
not
politics.
living there. You were there for holiday.
Did Trump? Okay, hold on, President. Did Trump pass a tax cut bill, $1 trillion tax cut bill, when he was the president? True.
That benefited everyone greatly.
It benefited everyone greatly.
Yes.
Are you serious?
You wouldn't know that because you don't live there. You don't live in the U.S. So how would you know?
Okay, but did he have $1 trillion to the debt?
No, it didn't have no $1 trillion to the debt. No, it did not. Because you know what, we did when it came to trade with China. Actually, for a very long time, we were making positive gain. We were able to collect over $1 billion, more than that, billions of dollars actually from China from trade from tariffs. Because the Chinese were not paying their fair share and they were doing a lot of dumping in the American economy. For the first time,
collect anything. Oh, feels that the cost stop now. You did not collect any $1 trillion or $1 billion in trade deficit. What Trump did was to add a tax on top of certain item that was coming in from China. So who do you think that is going to affect? The consumers. I follow all of these things. What the people will do is just add that price on top of that commodity and they pass it on to the consumers.
No, it didn't happen. They did not transfer the increase onto the consumers because you know why there was competition. It didn't happen that way. They were forced. They were because they didn't meet a certain quota or whatever. I can't remember exactly how the reason was. But anyways, we know we collected billions of dollars from the Chinese in trade for the first time in a long time.
Prince Daddy and Akim, I think you will take your fight to the court because I have to shut down now. You guys should go to court. Go and sue each other. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, thank you. You've been amazing. Prince Daddy, thank you so much. Guys, we have come to the end of the section again today. You know, we got it. We got the quality. Do you hear the sense, the quality of people sharing their thoughts about Nigeria, even outside Nigeria? You can do that again by what? By clicking on that subscribe button. Yes, and like, share, and subscribe. Share it on your internet, anywhere you mooch around with on internet, on Twitter, on Instagram, on WhatsApp, on Facebook. Share the link to some people anytime we start the program. Thank you so much, guys. Carry the conversation in the comment section. And I said, peace. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I can't going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹ̀mí tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń sẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yẹ́yẹ́ bẹ̀rù. Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.